You are watching the Vodka stream.
Hey, look at us.
Look at us. Huh? Who would have thought? Not me.
Hey, what's happening, guys? Hey, we made it through another week. Hopefully you're getting some Christmas shopping done. I'm trying. Do make it a lot easier. Doesn't Amazon make it a lot easier? I tell you what is happening? Welcome to the Vodka stream. Let's get a little mood music on. There we go. Oh, we got plenty to talk about tonight. We're going to be breaking down that trailer. That's right. We're going to get some Supergirl experts in here. That's for damn sure, to be part of the panel, to be part of the discussion, because, when it comes, well, we'll get to all that. But cheers, guys. Welcome to the Vodka stream. All right, let's have some fun. Good times. I didn't purchase a Supergirl shirt yet, so I decided to wear a Captain America shirt, because why not? Why not? To see Omri, Mr. Daniels. How's everyone? I'm surprised how much I've rewatched the Street Fighter trailer. Yeah, teaser. Yeah, I'm going to talk about that a little bit, too, at the opening right here. What's going on, Ghoul? What's happening? Going to watch a little of you and watch Wake Up. Oh, you're going to watch that. It's out. Is that out finally? Since I just got home from work. Also, they are already turning on Jason now because of his Instagram stories. Who is they? Yeah, I mean, we're saying they. Is it Snyder people? I hate to say that it's probably Snyder people, Snyder fans. I mean, they were already kind of doing it. I don't know. Of course they were going to do that. I don't know. It's kind of crazy. But what can you do? What's going on, Monique? Fantastic Friday. Yes, no cooking tonight. Ordered some pizza with wings. Hey, nothing wrong with that. Pizza and wings. That's good times right there. It's been a while since I've had pizza, but pizza and wings. It's just a really good combination. I'll have to do that next time. I'll have to get some wings next time I get some pizza. What's going on, Kev? Hey, guys. First time here live. Well, welcome, sir. Welcome. Hopefully. I'm forgetting my little neon stuff here because, StreamYard, blah. There we go. To make sure that we'll welcome, it's a nice little calm environment. Pour yourself a drink if you want to. Hey, a White Russian, if you want to pour a White Russian, because I'm looking at your profile picture there, and that character likes some White Russians. So, not really a fan of the White Russians. Milk with alcohol. All right. Clone Avenger, longtime collector of all things Lobo. I'm so hyped, Dave. Yes, Street Fighter trailer looks like a 90s fever dream, and I'm here for the madness. Oh, my God. I tell you. Yeah. Looks like they are embracing. Yeah. We'll get to that whole thing right there. That's for damn sure. Also love the 1070. Yeah. We got some lanterns, Crumbs. I mean, we were thinking we were going to go a whole trailer, but... Now, our balls are green. Our balls are green because they just kind of teased us. Hey, there she is. Got Danny is going to be showing up to talk some and do what she says right here. That's what she said. Smash the like, nerds. But yeah, we'll get her back, and we'll get her opinion on hopefully you guys already heard her opinion and watched her live reaction, I think, that she had yesterday when it came to the Supergirl trailer. Was it yesterday? I'm like mixed up on my days now. Hey, Jason McKenzie with the $30 super chat. Thank you, sir. Helping out that pirate ship. Appreciate you. But yeah, should be a good time. Like I said, not all trailers are perfect, and I like having discussions about it. Katya. I know I'm a bit behind, but I just watched the new Predator movie, and I loved it. Hey, nothing wrong with that. You're a bit behind, but you watched it. The point is you watched it. And I'm sure you watched it in the movie theater, which is great because we need more of that now, more than ever, I think. That's why I keep on trying to tell people, just go to the freaking movies, please. What's going on? Oh, yeah, what's going on, Ryan? I thought I clicked the wrong thing. Good to see you. Who else we got? Yeah, Ryan. We got Jay right here. Game City, did you see the new Stargirl trailer? He's funny. Oh, it's got that Dave right here. It's my bedtime. I know, I'm keeping her up again. I'm keeping her up again. Oh boy. Don't worry. Don't keep you long. Won't keep you long. 4 minutes. Yeah, gotta let that, right? Over here. Oh yeah, Ben is live. Is he still live? I know Mr. Real Anarchy. Maybe he'll join later. He might. Simon, what's happening? Good to see you. All right, we got. Yeah, we'll talk about that. Hey, day. Yeah, Lobo, Lanterns, and Fandom fully united. My DC Studios. Wait, sorry, I just realized. Yeah, that's you're having a fever dream. So. Let's see. Versus Seed. Yesterday was a great day with Supergirl and the Game Awards. Today was almost if HBO marketing team didn't. Yeah, right. Kahlua cream. I don't know. It's just too much. But little Kahlua is not bad. Little Kahlua is not bad. Supergirl trailer was super teasy. Yeah. Yep. Hey, Dave, everyone. What's going on? Keyblade Master Jeffrey. Quite a name. Love it. All right. But cheers, guys. Yes, we made it through another week and a week of absolute madness. Now, obviously, when it comes to Dust Bunny, which I saw last night, I don't have much more to say, so I'm not going to be long with that at all. I'm just saying, see this movie, okay? See this movie. I mean, yeah, it's probably limited release. I don't know. You're probably not going to be. I'm just saying, see this movie because it's a crazy little movie. It's a crazy little small movie that I adored it. I really actually enjoyed that. The little girl was adorable. Mads Mikkelsen was great. Sigourney Weaver, of course. That woman is just, I'm like, isn't she? I was like, how old is she again? I'm looking at her going, oh my God. I'm still having like the same feelings I had for her when at the end of Alien, if you guys remember, how she looked at the end of that movie. But yeah, so Dust Bunny, go check it out. It's just one of those movies where you're just going, wait, I think I know what you're doing here, but I'm not sure what you're doing here. And, like I said, I really adored it. So go check it out. Go check that damn thing out. Supergirl movie trailer. Obviously, we're going to be talking about it, and we're going to be heavily discussions on it. So when I posted my first reaction, I was just like, or my reaction to the whole thing. I mean, obviously, when you watched it, was I super impressed by it? No. Was I entertained by it? Yes. It's an entertaining trailer, teaser, whatever. It's a teaser. And it's funny because, obviously, I think one of the best things about it was the fact that at the end, it says, hey, go buy the book. Go get the Supergirl Woman of Tomorrow book. And a lot of people are emphasizing that. And I emphasized, I think earlier this week, maybe it was on the last Film Junkie Live, or maybe it was last week. I don't know. But, I said, regardless how you feel about DC Studios and the DCU and James Gunn, because, there's just people that just absolutely hate that man. And, especially even after the Supergirl trailer came out, I'm seeing more and more people that were keeping it cool are now letting out their James Gunn derangement syndrome. Sad to see, and I'm talking, of course, about people in the Snyder fandom, acquaintances, stuff like that. I'm starting to see more of that James Gunn derangement syndrome come out. It was like, oh yeah, you really don't like this guy, do you? Which is, whatever, I guess. It's just, it's funny when you just see it start seeping out just a little bit more. But anyways, but I do like the fact that, we have this studio that is going, hey, buy some comic books too. We're doing this, attach it to that. And I'm sure they saw a nice little spike when it came to the book. And, naturally, I think anybody who owns the book, who's read the book, probably even did a refresher, and just kind of went, and I did that. And I'm kind of going like, hey, I'm wondering if there are certain things in the book that are going to make it there. I mean, like I said, does it have a Guardians of the Galaxy vibe? 100%. It has a Guardians of the Galaxy vibe. A lot of things nowadays that's a space adventure that has to do with superheroes specifically is going to naturally have that Guardians of the Galaxy vibe, which I still go, it's still a $2.5 billion fucking trilogy. So, I mean, naturally it's going to it's just going to happen like that. I mean, yeah, if you like were to maybe, I don't know, maybe it was just like is the trailer just cut so much where they really wanted to emphasize, they wanted to really like, obviously you got James Gunn running things, so they really wanted to be like, well, yeah, we gotta give that, we gotta have that Guardians of the Galaxy vibe. And then I'm just kind of wondering, okay, so when we get that first official trailer, how's the tone going to really be right there? Is it going to still be the same? Is there going to be a needle drop? Or is it going to be, hey, we're going to take some seriousness and kind of show what is actually happening, show plot and what is actually happening with this story? That's what I'm kind of wondering. That's what I'm kind of wondering with it, you know, and naturally, you know, all, you know, mentions, comments, what did I keep on seeing? That it's, you know, unoriginal, bland, uninspired. It's a recycled, it's Guardians of the Galaxy 4 and everything, and I'm just going like, okay, you know, and there's even I love it when I do this, because anytime when I see the same thing over and over again, sometimes I'll be like, you know what, let me ask this person something. Hey, what was the last movie you saw in the movie theaters? And most of the time you're gonna get, well, I haven't been to the movies in a while. And I'm like, okay, well, we have some original movies out there. And I even posted about this yesterday, and I'm like, hey, there's like recent ones, and one I saw last night, Dust Bunny, but then you have one like Eternity and Begonia. Even though I did not know that Begonia is not technically an original movie, it is a remake of a Korean film that came out in the early 2000s. Had no idea, I didn't see that information, but people let it be known underneath that trailer, of course. So I was like, okay, fine, but technically it's original. It's not this big IP or something like that. And I'm just kind of going like, hey, all right, I get it. You hate what's going on. You hate the trailer and all the stuff. But if you're going to be spending all your time beating your keyboard, shitting on the damn thing, how about you just not and just go to the movies? Go watch. Anytime when people are saying like Hollywood is dead, Hollywood can't come up with new shit, I'm going, okay, here's 3 examples of pretty damn original ideas, pretty damn good movies, of concepts, interesting concepts that I'm sure you have no desire to go see. And that's where I just have an issue. It's like, okay, yeah, I get it. These are the big movies and a lot of focus goes on them. But at the same time, I appreciate those people that just kind of ignore that and go watch the movies. Yeah, but, you know, it's too expensive. I'm trying to find time. Stop. Scott McClellan. I give you the example that is Scott McClellan, okay? Because when it comes to Scott McClellan, that man has 3 boys and a wife at home. He's got a whole family, and he works a grocery job, and he's got crazy hours, okay? He's like, you know, he's like a manager type at a grocery store. So his hours are all crazy. That dude, this is what I love about Scott, and this is why we're really good friends, and I'm glad I've met him through this whole journey online, is the fact that guy always makes time to go to the movies, even by himself. I think there's a lot of people that don't like to go to the movies by themselves, and I'm saying you should. I go to the movies by myself all the time. When I saw Dust Bunny last night, there were 2 other people in there, 2 other dudes, and they were by themselves. And it's just like, who cares? Go to the movies by yourself, because it's great, because you leave your phone down and just, you know. And I get it, okay? And I get it. Supergirl, probably not for you. DCU's probably not for you. But when you're saying the stuff like it's recycled and it's unoriginal and Hollywood's running out of ideas and Hollywood is dying, I'm going, okay, but what about all this other stuff that's out there that you're not even paying attention to? That's where I'm just kind of going like, come on, guys. Come on. So I'm just like, I don't know. You just keep on seeing that stuff, you know, and I was getting that in my comments underneath like the videos I was posting about Supergirl, especially my reaction, seeing that, you know, and I'm like, okay, yeah, there's nothing wrong with like putting out, hey, if you didn't like it, putting out your opinion, fine. But when you're just, you know, you're just beating your keyboard all day and then not even mentioning anything about, you know, and then of course there's even, you know, people who talk about this stuff on their channels who don't go see any other movies and they just like, Hollywood's dying. I'm like, Hollywood's dying because you are not paying attention to these movies over here. And these movies over here, like Eternity, like Begonia, like Dust Bunny. You got these movies over here that you don't even care about seeing because why? It's not going to get you clicks. You know, it's like, come on. It's like, yeah. When I post the first reaction, do I think Do I think that first reaction is going to get a lot of views? No, because people are like, Dust Bunny, what the fuck is that? But I still post it because I still want to support these goddamn, small original movies. For God's sakes, just go to the movies. We need it more than ever because, my God, with the whole Netflix thing. And I, like I said, I loved going to the movies by myself. Did you guys see that Haley Steinfeld's Prego? Fucking Josh Allen. Yeah, Josh Allen threw a touchdown pass into her. Anyways, okay, cheers. Yeah, Haley Steinfeld's pregnant and Josh Allen. And you guys know, I love, I think that woman is just, gorgeous. So every time I'm always like, damn you, Josh Allen. But Josh Allen got me 40 plus points on fantasy football last week. So I can't be too mad. Anyways. So as I'm going into Dust Bunny and the movie is not started yet, I'm looking at Twitter and all of a sudden, these game awards are happening and I'm seeing all these Street Fighter posters come out. I'm like, shit. Oh, God damn it. They're going to release a fucking trailer or something like that. And sure enough, right before the movie starts, there's a trailer or a sneak peek teaser of Street Fighter. Holy crap. And I'm going, I didn't watch it. I didn't watch it in the movie theater. I watched it when I got home and I was like, what? Whoa. Now, Street Fighter 2, like a lot of us, if you grew up in the 90s, that was the game. That and Mortal Kombat, those were the games. Mortal Kombat, maybe just a little bit more because it was, bloody and fatalities and all that stuff. And, twisted our brains as kids because why not? But Street Fighter was first. I remember playing Street Fighter 2 so many times. But that's funny. With Street Fighter 2, there was a first Street Fighter, but it just didn't really have it. But Street Fighter 2, man. So this little 46-second sneak peek, and let's kind of just watch it real quick. Watch this insanity because holy crap, this is absolutely crazy. Everyone looks great. They said, we are being legit. Look at the flat top. Look at the stance. I still don't know about pricing, but he's got the finish all kick. Look crazy. Wire work. Penny fighting. Punching the ball. Honda. Chun-Li doing this. I don't know who that guy is. I don't know who that guy is. One second. Oh yeah. What the hell? Shut your mouth. I'ma show you for you. What? Get out of the car. Oh. Absolute insanity. Whoa. The prior attempts for Street Fighter have been pure ass. Even though I can appreciate the 90s Street Fighter movie, I can appreciate it. I can. Because I watched it a lot when I was a kid, because that's all we had in the 90s. Jean-Claude Van Damme, a horrible guile. He looked the part, but horrible, because it's dude, you're supposed to be what you have a small flat top, and then of course you're like Bison. You're doing, obviously Jean-Claude Van Damme. Love him, but his guile is kind of But that is pure fucking insanity right there. And I'm going, okay, they actually might be doing something right. If it's gonna be just balls to the wall, and they're going, hey, the prior attempts, we've been trying to make it be like, oh yeah, we're gonna try to make it hey, we're trying to adapt this video game. We're gonna try to adapt it as best as we can. But they were like, no, we're gonna go completely insane. We are gonna have neon colors. We're gonna have legit looking characters and costumes. It's gonna be absolutely insane. And that's what that looks like. And I am all here for it. Holy shit. I am totally here for that. I'm so happy about that. Awesome. I am absolutely happy about that. I was like, oh, wow. They might, as the kids say, they might be cooking with this. Just saying. It seems like, I don't even know. I forgot who the director was. But I mean, they're legit going, here's some of the moves. But I am, when it comes to David I always forget his last name. The guy who's playing M. Bison, who's actually in Dust Bunny, by the way. I'm still wondering if I'm like, he's in Bison? I'm like, I don't know. I don't know about Bison. But then again, who thought that Raul Julia was going to be a good Bison? And he's the one that was actually probably the best part of that 90s Street Fighter movie because he chewed up every scene he was in. Chewed it up. Das Malchian. But yeah, I'm just wondering. I mean, but he's a good actor, and I like him in everything that he's in. So I think he's gonna bring something to it. When I look at him though, I'm like, nah. It's like, and Bison, he's supposed to be But like I said, I'm not gonna judge right now. Everything else looks freaking awesome. So there you go, man. I was like, oh wow, that thing is pure insanity. That is absolute insanity right there. And I'm going, okay, they're leaning into the insanity. They're leaning into not trying to ground anything, not trying to do anything, oh yeah, we got to do this and do that and make it, it seems like they're just like, no, we got to go for it. We got to go for it. Just make it absolutely insane. Wire work, insane characters. We got to have them all look like legit. Cody Rhodes looks excellent as Guile. Guile was my guy. I love Guile. Guile was my guy. And the fact that he does his little somersault fucking, flip kick. I'm going, yes. You showed the flip kick. Hell yeah. So, all about it. I want to see more. I mean, but it's so funny. We didn't see Jason Momoa as Blanca. We didn't see Jason Momoa as Blanca in there, though. So, I mean, obviously, there's going to be a lot of... he probably wore mocap, maybe some prosthetics and some makeup, but we didn't see Blanca in there, but we saw the poster, and he's got a beard, which is funny. It's like, okay. And then, of course, now we have Momoa playing Lobo in Supergirl. I don't know, guys. Maybe he's being typecast. No, I mean, Momoa is just I don't know. Momoa is just, it's crazy when it comes to Jason Momoa. Momoa is an interesting cat. That's for damn sure. Momoa is very interesting because the dude is like, he's like a big teddy bear. When he smiles, you just go, oh my God, look at him. He's smiling. He just seems like such a cool guy. Let's have a pint of Guinness and let's fucking chill. But when you see his angry face, you shit your fucking pants. You shit your pants. It's like, holy crap. So, yeah. Momoa he's going to have himself he had himself a good year this year because, obviously being in one of the biggest movies this year, and he might be in one of the biggest movies next year. I mean, Supergirl might be one of the biggest movies next year. Street Fighter might be one of the biggest movies next year. Who knows? Next year, 2026 is going to be an interesting year. It's going to be an interesting year. So, and Danny, check your DMs. I know sometimes, like now that Twitter has like the new chat, it's not DMs anymore, chat. So double check, just make sure. But yeah, Momoa is definitely having he's having himself a year. He's definitely having himself a year. So, all right. Yeah, the alerts. I never get the alerts either. That's why I was letting you know, because I saw you chatting in there. I was like, oh, sent you the link. You probably didn't see it. Yeah, I sometimes I don't get them anymore too. It's freaking Elon needs to fix his shit. He's fixing shit. I don't know why you want to. I mean, I get it. I think it's because they wanted to do this whole cryptid, have cryptid messages, or an uncrypted or cryptid, whatever the hell they were trying to do, something when it comes to that. I don't know. Like I said, I'm not smart when it comes to all that. I don't know. But I mean, yeah. I mean, for the most part, I still like Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it. I still call it Twitter. I have no qualms with it. But it's still my number one social freaking media. All right. Start bringing some people in here. Let me look and make sure to get everybody. Okay. Chat GPT isn't doing it all. Oh, well, darn. Is that? That's funny. They lied to us. How dare they? Lobo looks good, at least. The cover looks like it could be something different. Yeah, Minecraft. Yeah, Minecraft was, I will say this. I've never played Minecraft. I know what Minecraft is. When I went to see Minecraft, which again, when I was talking about going to the movies by yourself, it is a little weird. I will say it is a little weird going opening night by yourself to a movie that is a family-oriented movie, because then you might, I've told you about the Barbie story when I went during the day, and Jesus, hey, what's up over here? Look at all the families. All right, I'm just gonna sit up here in front. Just ignore me. I'm just here I have a YouTube channel. I'm not a creep. Not a creep. I swear. So yeah, it is a little weird, but. When I talk about Minecraft, I enjoyed that movie more than I thought I would. I thought it was going to be an absolute shit sandwich, but I actually chuckled numerous times through that, mainly because of Jack Black, but even Jason Momoa. It was like, wow, they actually did a good job of making those guys, kind of, the whole crew, but mainly those two. I was like, oh yeah. So, anyways, all right, I'm rambling. Let's go ahead and turn the mood music off, and let's start bringing some peeps in here, and then we'll start having some conversations about things. I still have a chat up. Hey, Jose's there. There's this guy by himself watching Minecraft wearing a Batman shirt with sperm on it. Wow, Jose. Wow. I clean it off. Anyways. Gross. All right. Now I gotta find my glasses. Damn it! I didn't put my glasses back up here. There they are. All right, here we go. Is Jason Momoa is he a gamer? I don't know if he's a gamer. Probably. All right, let's start bringing some peeps in here. I got my background. First off, we got, hey, Ronan, what's happening, sir?
What's up, man?
How you doing?
Good. It's been an interesting few days if you make videos and whatnot. So then try to ramble on, is this confirmed? Are we getting trailers, sneak peeks, teasers and whatnot? So,
who knows?
Yeah, just got to work and, yeah, just chilling.
No, I get it. It's yeah, we knew it was going to be a crazy week when it came to all this stuff. And then of course today when it was like, oh, we're going to get a Lanterns trailer. Nope.
We finally got something. We got something.
That's what I'm looking at it like. And nobody knew that we were going to get this Street Fighter madness, which was like, holy crap. Yeah. So at least there was that. So
yeah.
And then we got Miss Danny. What's happening?
Good evening.
How are we tonight?
I'm tired, but I'm here.
I know.
You jerk.
I'm keeping you up past your bedtime. Okay. I had to get you on here. To talk some Supergirl.
Yeah, you had to get me on here for a target. I know what you're doing.
Yes, exactly. Yes. You saw right through my evil ploy to make you a target.
I see you sneaky snake.
Yep. Sorry, No, I love it. I know. Like I said, I love the different opinions from people, when it comes to all this, and especially since you had that video where you were like, you have a Supergirl video. That's one of your popular videos, right?
Oh yeah, it's
Yeah.
one of my. I've got over 40,000 views on it. That's one of
Yeah.
my most popular ones, and I went through her entire history, so I have notes.
You have notes, yes.
Okay.
Notes.
Yes, exactly. And that's what we want. That's what we want right there. So, and then we're bringing on William as
What's up?
well. How's it going, man?
Hey, William.
I'm doing all right. How's everybody?
Yeah, doing pretty good. You know, Saturday. It's Friday. Almost said Saturday. Jesus Christ.
Don't make it in any sooner than it needs to.
Yeah, I'm gonna be in your neck of the woods, William, for a brief moment tomorrow.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So you're just at least you're letting me know you're going to avoid me. That's cool. But
hey, I'm going for family. You know, tomorrow I'm going to my cousin's for a little like Christmas party, and then we're actually driving back to my dad's, which is only 2.5 hours away from Vegas. So,
well, I'm not too far away from the strip. I mean, you could get lost and still find me and come say hi. But
yeah, come say hi. Yeah,
Take him to Caesars, William.
just yeah.
Nah, I don't need locals. Don't go to those places.
That's right. He's a local boy. He's like, we don't do that shit.
No, we don't. We let the tourists do that. The tourists save up the money to do that. Locals go to like the off-strip places with all the deals and the free food.
See, I mean, it's funny because like when my dad lived in Vegas, there would be times we'd visit and I wouldn't go to the strip. It was just kind of fun to just go to, you know, all the places outside of it. You know, the strip's too crazy. I liked exploring all the new shit that was all around it, like in Henderson and all the, you know, the different towns.
See, when I go to Southern California, now I'm a tourist because I'm stuck here. I appreciate home, and when I go to places. I go to LA. I didn't go to the downtown. I didn't go to the beach when I lived in California. We stayed in the inner city, man. But now when I go down there, I make sure I get down.
LA scares the piss out of me.
Oh,
Why?
It is in my veins.
I'm from St. Louis, okay? And I always thought I was this city girl. St. Louis is a big city. It is a big city. And, you know, I live in a very small rural area now, but I always saw myself as kind of a city girl amongst these rural people. And when I was descending, you know, in the plane over LA and I looked over, I was like, oh no, I'm country.
Yeah.
What the is that mess?
Oh,
12
yeah.
million people in one small no.
Yeah.
What the human soul needs.
No, not
That's
LA.
way too much.
Not LA. That's why like it sucks because if I get like an email for some kind of screening, it's always on a Monday or a Tuesday, and it's at 5:00 and it's in LA, and I'm going, yeah, I'm not gonna fucking do that. I'm not gonna drive 2.5 hours because it should take less than an hour, but it's gonna take probably 2.5.
Twice.
That blew my mind, my friend. I didn't realize what I was asking of my friend who picked me up from the airport. Like he lived 20 miles away in Burbank. It took us 3 hours.
Yes.
What time of day? You can't go and there's a certain window of time where you just if you're not going to meet that window of time, you just may stay where you are because you are not moving.
My mind. It blew my mind, and I was like, "Fuck this."
It's horrible. That's why like it sucks because I would love to go attend these advanced screenings, but I'm like going, not gonna do
I'm here
it.
to tell the world right now, Missouri is the worst place on planet Earth. We're a giant DMV. Nobody move here. Nobody move here. It's horrible. It's terrible. Don't move here.
Don't do it. Wink, wink. All right, you LA people, do not move over there. It's
Stay
just
away.
as bad.
We
If
like
not
our
worse.
cheap rent and low crime rate.
Well, they're coming out to Vegas, and then people are Vegas. Well, keep your California ways out there. I'm like, listen, you can't take the California. You either take the money or you don't.
Yeah.
Fifth largest economy in the world. I would love for my fellow Californians to come in here and pump money into the economy.
And that's what they're doing.
That's like New Jersey without New York. Come on.
No. I mean, like, I get that. I mean, you know what? I mean, look what's happening
here.
Yeah.
I would love to live in LA. Like again,
I need to make it happen for myself.
I'm from LA, and like I'm hoping. Like
every time you say that, William, I'm like, what?
I know. It's like, why?
I want to move to Vegas because I like how that's
you can come here and run
See,
away.
that too. Like there's too many people. The crushing bodies.
It's when you grow up in it, though. That's what you need. You come to a place like this.
I am from the inner city. I am from North County, St. Louis. I am from a very busy, populated inner city area, and I nope.
I don't know
too much.
The way Dave was describing the whole thing of like screenings on Mondays and Tuesdays, and like that time is like almost spot on always. It's I don't know what it says about me, but I feel like I would make my days like that. I'm like, okay, if there's gonna be a screening around this AMC or at the New Beverly or this, I would hang out at the local comic book.
That's gonna be a whole day.
That's what I would do too. But I have a job. I have a day.
That's the thing.
If I didn't have a day job and I was strictly doing this, I would leave at like 9, 10 a.m.
Call in or have a sick day.
This is
no
my
sick day.
day job.
Oh, see, I know. Rub it in. Rub it in.
I'm gonna try to experiment that.
I'm sorry. Let me rephrase that. This is my morning, noon, and night job.
Oh, jelly. We got somebody else joining in right now.
Ben.
Hey,
how you doing, fine people?
I think this might be the first time that Danny and Ben might be on a panel together.
Yeah,
we've never been on a panel together before, and we absolutely adore each other. So this is fun.
Yes.
We're very excited about this.
Yes, this is gonna be fun.
Yes,
especially
that
I'm
already
already
half
drunk.
in the bag, Ben. What are you doing? You got the.
Wait, we're not doing the shades because I saw you wearing shades.
Well, I wear shades at the beginning, but keep them on. It looks good.
It's a shtick. We're going to have to see if Ben and I's friendship can survive this stream.
Oh, I think
it will.
It can. You can keep the shade. Are you whining it up tonight, Ben?
Because I have a bottle of wine. It's but I drank an IPA, a lager, and I was like, oh shit, I didn't buy any whiskey because I usually drink whiskey.
Yeah, you're usually sipping the whiskey.
Yeah, but I didn't buy any. And I was like, shit, let me drink this wine here. It's my wife's wine, but she don't care.
Fuck, and there's nothing wrong with that.
I was almost stuck drinking wine. We have this bottle of wine in the fridge, and it's awful. It tastes like cough syrup. I was like, I'm not drinking that.
No, you got to get that Cabernet Sauvignon. I love that.
I love a good cab.
Yeah.
Oh
I
yeah.
really like this Malbec.
Malbec.
That's a Malbec. Oh my god, that is my favorite. I love.
That's my favorite too.
Your wife has amazing taste.
Yes. Yes.
Arizona.
Yeah, you got the tea going on. I know a wine buzz is a good buzz, but man, they can have some
hangover is the worst.
That hangover could be a bitch. Jesus Christ. Hopefully you have a breakfast burrito or breakfast sandwich.
I hate it because every time you talk about your breakfast burritos, we don't have breakfast burrito where I live.
What? That sucks. Dude, there's a Mexican restaurant right around the corner that make good chorizo and egg cheese breakfast burrito. The thing is it's so fat. It's so just like, and then you put some hot sauce on it. I'm just like,
I believe you. Last time I went to LA, I was this thing's bothering me. I went to I was staying on Wilshire Boulevard, and there is a spot in a corner like past those little poles where people take pictures. Yeah. And I used to go there every morning because they were amazing, because they were like super like what's the name of that stupid burrito chain? The burrito chain, not Taco Bell, the other one.
Oh, Del Taco.
They
were like huge like that, but they were tasty, really good.
Yeah. Oh yeah, there's some places. I mean, that's the thing. Like, even though like we shit on LA a little bit because but, some of that food. Some of the food out there, I remember when it came to the Full Circle, the Zack Snyder Full Circle event, like the day of, it was Sunday when we were going to do like a meet and greet, when we had like, hey, fans, show up, and we got like, there's like this one place, it's not there anymore. I got a breakfast burrito, like Steven got like a breakfast sandwich, a couple other really fucking amazing. It was like one of the best breakfast burritos I've ever had, and it's no longer there. And I went, you got to be kidding me! Like, what the? I was like, I literally was like I was like, what was that place called? Shit, we couldn't remember it. And then I
find a food truck. Find a food truck, because and this is here in Vegas and in LA.
Yeah.
Some of the food trucks that are out here rival the restaurants out here.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, here too.
Oh yeah. One
Yeah.
of the best pastrami sandwiches I ever had was when I went to a convention. What's the gaming convention? I'm totally blanking.
E3.
Which one?
E3. I went to E3 one year, and I went to a truck and a sandwich truck, and I had one of the best pastrami sandwiches I've ever had. It was just like, it was amazing. Like I was the pastrami was not thinly cut; it was thick. I was like, oh, it was. I mean, I was seriously just like
New York
up to it.
New York pastrami is on another level.
Yeah.
You haven't been to New York, right? Next time, like whenever you come to New York, get a pastrami sandwich.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. I actually, when I went to New York, this was like over 10 years ago, I went to Carnegie Deli.
Okay, you went there?
I got a pastrami. Yes, I went that pastrami sandwich.
Yes,
was also amazing. Because I mean, literally, they give you so much meat, and then they're just like, "Here's your bread," and you're like, "The bread
put it in a plate.
Useless."
Goes to the bread.
Yeah, you can't even hold the damn thing, which is great. But man, yeah, that was also good. So yeah, yeah, delicious. And we got somebody else joining.
Phil? Hey, Phil?
Phil?
Fat Burger Phil, what's up?
What's up, Phil?
Yeah, I did indeed had my my first fat burger last night.
Ooh, how'd you like it?
It was fine. You know,
Yeah.
I've had better. It was fine. I've had better burgers.
Yeah.
I was hoping it was going to be a life-changing experience for you, but I'm okay with the, you know, that's fine. I mean, it's
good. Fat burgers are good.
Well, once you start going Jack in the Box and McDonald's level, you look at your receipt for that, you're only $3 or $4 away from a fat burger and 3 patties, man.
Yeah.
God, stuff's getting too expensive.
Definitely worth it.
Too ridiculous.
Yeah.
I didn't even really pay for it because it was from a food voucher that I got because I worked a show last night. Yeah, I worked a show last night for a band called AJR, selling their merchandise. I don't know if anyone here has ever heard of them. I never heard of them until last night. So
there's a chain.
Tomorrow,
there's a chain called Smash Burger that's around here. I don't know.
Yeah, they got them out here too.
Delicious.
Good food. Good
Very
food.
good. Garlic
For
fries.
what you pay, it starts sliding that scale over to the fat burger because you start getting these tiny burgers. I need to be able to grasp it with both of my large iguana hands. You know, I don't want to do the whole hockey puck thing for $20. I just can't.
Yeah.
Winnie Ripley has it best. There you go. In and out. That's king.
In and Out's good. In and Out's good, but I know some people hate it. Five Guys is good.
Five Guys is a shit.
Five Guys is okay.
I love it.
Not all Five Guys are equal, though.
Five Guys.
Not all Five Guys are equal.
Depends where you buy
somebody
it.
clip that.
It's like any fast food. Like if you buy fast food in certain areas, they just
you got to find your spot.
Yeah.
I guess so, because the In and Out I went to, it was not that impressive. The fries were dry.
A lot of people don't like the fries.
Yeah, I was like, how did you make
fries,
fresh cut fries taste freezer burnt?
You know what? Yeah, you gotta.
That's a new trick.
Yeah,
what
that's
you
impressive almost.
Say you want them a little bit crispy, and they'll like give you crispier fries. That's the trick right there. Other than that, sometimes you'll get these like really soggy kind of fries. But if you ask for a little bit more crispy fries, it's better.
I was afraid to ask them to cook them any longer. They were dry as fuck.
You could ask for unsalted fry, and they just fry a new batch for you.
Yeah.
Well, I was only there for 5 days. And I was broke because I was in LA.
Yeah, of course.
So
well, I know, and now In and Out's making its way to the east, which is crazy. They're opening up like a whole thing in like Tennessee and like I'm like,
they
all right.
skip our asses.
I know, right? They're like, now who cares about the Northeast? Yeah.
No, I'm not Northeast. I'm
you're
right
in
smack dab
Central.
in the middle.
Yeah, you're right in the middle of the.
You're in a metropolis of You don't have an In and Out there.
No.
Wow.
We got Steak and Shake. It's better.
Okay, you got Steak and Shake.
We got Shake Shack.
Hello fries.
We got Shake Shack here.
Yeah, that's what we got here. Shake Shack.
Shake Shack's gross.
God damn.
Like I said, all of those are great, but it's a size thing for me. That's all. You know?
Yeah.
That's what she said.
Oh, you beat me to it, damn it.
That's what,
Damn, you were.
we're gonna have a good time. She
You
beat us the way, yeah.
As she takes a sip, I was like, once he said that, I mean, it was like, oh,
Yeah.
yeah, good job. All right, we're ready to talk about this Avengers Doomsday trailer. Oh wait,
trailers.
It's
What
almost
trailer?
like Grace Randolph doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about.
Or Daniel Richmond, for that matter.
oh, did
no.
RPK also say that shit too?
I saw a lot of people in my Discord float that around, and I was like, "Can we please stop putting stock in what these fucking people say, please? That'd be great."
It was so weird because it's like, okay, we already knew that the Supergirl trailer was happening, but they were already building it up, and you think that when it came to Avengers Doomsday, they would build up the fuck out of that trailer if there was going to be something, and I'm like, there's no way that they're gonna
Nothing.
Yeah, nothing was teased, nothing was mentioned. I'm who knows next week? Hey, that's probably when it's gonna happen because Avatar's coming out.
I'll tell you exactly when you're going to get Doomsday.
Ooh, when?
So you're going to get it with Avatar: Fire and Ash. There's going to be 3 or 4.
That's right.
3 or 4. It's kind of a back and forth. I'm hearing 3 or 4 different ones playing ahead of Avatar: Fire and Ash because they really want people to go to multiple showings just to see the different 3 or 4 Avengers.
That's fucking
Doomsday.
brilliant.
I'm not even going to one, but it'll leak online, I guess.
Yeah,
That's weird.
Yeah, but
because,
did we hear that from? No, we didn't.
because on one hand, they're not confident on Fire and Ash, and it's like, okay, let's just get Avengers. You know, if we're gonna get them, just get them so people can go watch them. Which is gonna be the whole Phantom Menace thing all over again. People went to go to movie showtimes in '99 or '98 just to watch the Phantom Menace teaser.
Yeah.
If you didn't have QuickTime, you did. It was just
Exactly.
yeah.
Quick time. Oh fuck. Quick time. No,
We
3
need to
hours
bring back this kind of marketing again. Like Spielberg has that mysterious movie
yeah.
he's doing with those big billboards. We know nothing about it.
Yeah, what's going on there?
Everyone is already full on hooked.
Oh, it's one of my most anticipated movies of next year.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
June 20th.
Oh, the Alien movie or what, the Bird movie, something like that? Okay.
Yeah.
It's a UFO
Nobody
movie
knows
from what I've been
anything.
hearing.
Yeah.
Nobody knows anything other than it's Spielberg, something to do with aliens, and it comes out June 12th. That's it. And
I mean,
giant
they
billboards.
flashed the billboard in Times Square. I mean, obviously they had the Supergirl stuff that was happening, but then they flashed that, and it was like all will be disclosed, and then it showed the date. And I'm like, that's not the title. I think they're just saying that it is, and they're saying Spielberg, and then you have like an eyeball, and then you have like this outline of a fucking bird.
Yeah, it's like the silhouette of a cardinal.
Yeah. Ooh, St. Louis, hey, Missouri. Yeah. See, there you go. But yeah, I'm like going, okay, it's so because I've gone down some rabbit holes on TikTok and I've heard all the birds are like robots or something or aliens.
Birds are,
what?
birds
Birds
are real.
Yeah, I'm like, hey, is he gonna tap into
where he's
that?
going? Yeah,
yeah. I'm birds from War of the Worlds that put down the tripod. That's why. That's why.
War of the Worlds was such. I mean, I love that
underrated.
I love that movie.
Yeah.
Dude. I mean,
especially when they started vaporizing those people who were dumb enough to stand around and see, well, what's this? Maybe we should get some pictures, and then it just starts turning them into dust. I love it.
Yeah.
And it's like a one shot, and it's Tom Cruise just like, of course, running through it, and he's getting like, fucking human dust like just all over him. It's such a cool sequence when it's like, hey, we're gonna have Tom Cruise running, and it's gonna be a big ass alien tripod. It's gonna be zapping people, and that's what it's gonna be. And it's so freaking awesome.
It's eerie when he gets back to his house, and his kids are like, "What is this? What's on you?" And he's just like, "Oh my fucking god! All these people."
Jeez, Spielberg did a great job with. So I'm like, all right, third Spielberg movie that has to do with aliens and stuff like that. That's one of my. I'm sure, like when I do my anticipated list, it's probably going to be in the top 3 for sure because I'm like, bring it, please. We need something, we need a good, not like Spielberg hasn't done, like The Fabelmans, I thought was a great movie. That was the last movie he did, right? Yeah. It was a great movie. Like, it didn't like, blow up the box office, of course, but of course it got award season recognition, but it's a fantastic movie. And it's kind of like an autobiography movie. Yes. It's like him, it's great.
And Paul Dano.
Yeah.
Yeah. Great.
I don't think he's
great,
weak
great.
I don't think he's
Paul
weak
Dano.
sauce. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, Paul Dano and Matthew Lillard, man, those guys.
And Owen Wilson a little bit, yeah.
Yeah. Wow. He talked about me. What are we doing here? Yeah. It's like, but he didn't. But Owen Wilson's not really on social media or doing stuff, so he probably just heard it and was like, oh well, whatever. You know, he probably didn't care.
Rock that
But
guy,
did you see what Ryan Reynolds did?
Yes. For Mint Mobile, he got Matthew Lillard in there
Smart.
real quick. So I love that. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah. And it's so funny because even though it's like, yeah, Quentin Tarantino, you're like, why are you being such a crotchety asshole? But then I still saw The Bloody Affair last weekend and I was like, this is cinema. You know, it's like,
Yeah,
you still make a good movie.
It's fine.
Yeah. He still makes a good movie, but I'm like, dude, tone it down a little bit on shitting on actors. Let's, God, man. But
Margaret Cho said when they were dating, she woke up one day and he'd peed the bed.
He peed the bed?
Yeah.
I mean,
He got
I
so
need more
drunk, he peed the
context
bed.
though. Was he drunk? Or he
Yeah.
Oh, he was drunk? Okay.
Yeah.
No, what, Dan? Come on.
It never happened to me.
Ben.
It has. Well, I should say it hasn't happened to me, but I understand.
Yeah.
No.
He was drunk.
Come on.
Maybe,
I've never been that drunk.
No, I
it
never
doesn't
been
make
that
it any
drunk.
less embarrassing.
But it could have been drunk in something else. It's Hollywood, baby.
Either way, he still pissed the bed on
Yeah.
his girlfriend.
Yeah.
You peed the bed on your girlfriend, and now you're
Yeah.
walking around saying Paul Dano's milk toast, Matthew Lillard's lame. Like, really? You talk with a lisp and you pee the bed. Shut up.
But it's just funny because, like, if we're gonna compare acting,
Just be quiet.
Quentin, when you act,
He was.
Oh my!
He was the
you
worst.
played a
part
good
of
Monique
Reservoir
psycho
cracking
in
me
Dogs.
up.
Dust Till Dawn. I will say that.
He was the worst part of Dust to Dawn.
Monique said Fiona Apple got off drugs because Tarantino was so boring.
That's funny.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Fantastic.
He was in Reservoir Dogs too, right?
Yeah,
He puts
Yeah.
himself in everything. Yeah.
yeah. He's
Mr.
in all
Brown.
those movies. He's always But in Reservoir Dogs, he played a pretty it wasn't predominant character, but he was like, he had the whole Madonna, like a virgin,
Yes.
like, which was a good. I think that's what I love about Reservoir Dogs is like this is like a crazy heist movie that has it's like basically just one big Mexican standoff. And it opens up with them just in a restaurant, he's talking about fucking what the meaning behind like a virgin is. And then Steve Buscemi doesn't want to tip, and it's like, I just that's what I love about Tarantino is like those little moments.
But the dialogue,
He's great at writing dialogue.
on
Yeah.
and on and on
Yeah.
and on. And I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
Django has some of the funniest,
Yeah.
I should say, right, dark humor ever. And I'm just like, it's funny, but this is effed up, man.
I mean, like there's this thing, like even in Once Upon a Time, some of those like just exchanges, don't cry in front of the Mexicans.
Which I was just like, oh my God.
I mean, it's just little like things like that where you just kind of just giggle at some of his dialogue that he has. And all right, so we're gonna probably start talking about this Supergirl trailer, and she's making her triumphant return, Miss Rebecca Johnson.
Hey, everybody, how's it going?
Hey,
Rebecca.
Supergirl radio herself. What's happening?
Yeah, somebody said Supergirl, and I said okay, so I'm here.
Good to see you, Rebecca. Yeah. Everybody. Danny's right over there. I'm sure you guys haven't really.
Nice to meet you.
She's also done some Supergirl work on her channel as well. So
always like a fellow Supergirl fan. So that's good.
Yeah. So I'm sure you guys have notes when it comes to the trailer. So, but yeah, let's give our overall thoughts when it comes to this. We'll go around the horn and kind of do that right here. Ronan, since you were here first, overall thoughts about the trailer teaser.
It was fucking awesome.
Okay.
I'm pumped, man. I'll put it to this way. When I remember a while back hearing Rebecca, again, I didn't see the whole stream, but I know she was talking about the comic, and I was like, God damn, I gotta pick up that book and whatnot. And then the announcement of chapter 1,
she sent me the comic, which was great. She sent me the whole book. And
then we got the whole thing of like it's dropping this Thursday, and then the the poster and then that 10-second like clip of her with the headset, and I was just like, I had the book front. I'm like, God damn it, I gotta finish it before the trailer drops. And I'm like, can I do it? And I'm happy to report that I did finish it the night before the teaser dropped. And
Nice.
It's so good. And then I'm like, I was shocked they put in some shots. I'm like, yo, that's kind of
even some dialogue. There's
even dialogue.
Yeah.
And I think Millie looks just spectacular. And they would have to go out of the way to F it up, in my opinion, I think. But I am pumped and I am optimistic about this movie being great.
Danny?
Are you sure you want me to go right now?
Okay. Should I save you for a little bit because you have some notes?
I have notes.
Okay.
And I feel like they're going to be unpopular.
Okay. There's nothing wrong with that. And before we continue, we got somebody else also joining right here.
Hey, Christopher, what you up to?
Hey, what's up, Chris?
Everyone loves it. It's the you know what? It's like it's very much like the Fruit of the Month Club. It's the gift that keeps on giving.
It really is. It really is. You know, that's the thing. I gotta. It's a good drop.
It is.
Everyone
smiles, and I can't beat it.
Can get introduced by Herbert the pervert.
Yeah, exactly.
Oddly, with all the news that's going on this week about that, some people.
Oh, yeah. But anyways, thank you for joining, Chris. We're kind of just like going around the horn. We're starting to talk about Supergirl. William, what were your initial thoughts?
Full disclaimer, I was already predisposed to liking it anyway, or liking the project. I didn't think that the teaser was anything special, but I didn't need it. As soon as you told me who was in it and the premise of it, I had already read the series when it came out, and I thought it was an underrated series that a lot of people didn't give a chance to. It takes huge risk. And you can see that in the trailer. The trailer didn't move anything for me because, like I said, I was already in. But I think she looks fine. I don't like Crim's design, but that's liberties that people take. When you do these things. I recognize plenty of things in there that I recognize in the series. The tone seems exactly what it should be as far as the story that Tom King was telling. I'm on board. Like I said, with or without a teaser, I was already on board. I do think that Superman was a process for me to get to things like lanterns in this. I endured, did all that and said, just give me the lanterns, get me to this. And now we're kind of closing in on that. That being said, I think of all the projects he has going down, this is going to be the biggest struggle, because I think that from people I've dealt with and from my understanding of the way people think about Supergirl, there's a traditional way that Supergirl has been presented for the most part since 1959, and then there's this. And that's not the hardcore nerds. I'm talking about the general public who has a vision of what this is, and I applaud them. I applaud him for choosing this project and taking that risk. I don't know if it's gonna pan out and be money wise and all that, but it deserves to be supported simply because, like I said, a lot of people didn't connect with this when it first came out, and I was very surprised to hear him pick this adaptation for his project. So that's my opinion.
I know. He even mentioned that before he even got the DC Studios job. Like he was all about doing this book. Ben.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I like the trailer. I like the tone. Oh my god. Yeah, I like the trailer. I like the
shot
tone.
of whiskey right there.
Yeah, I wish. I like the tone. Of course, I like Millie. I think she's been cast perfectly for this role. It's a teaser trailer. There's not really a lot to chew on. We can probably discuss even dive deeper in the whole look about Cram, because that was the only thing that I was like, oh, this is not it. And
This is why I love you.
and and I love you too, buddy. And let me see what else. I know there was something else that I wanted to bring up. I like that they made emphasis on this little clip that this is a different character from who Superman is. Superman is supposed to see everything so beautiful, so hopeful, everybody's beautiful, and she's I don't remember I cannot quote the thing she said in the trailer that she see the world as is.
She sees the good and evil. I see the truth.
I see the truth, exactly, because people. I said that on my live stream. We on Arcade every Friday, 8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. Anyway,
we always had this whole thing like
we're
back
supposed to
in
have
the
a
old
drink.
days
Yeah.
where anytime we promoted ourselves, we take a drink.
So her way is to, like, see people the way that they are. They nobody's just one thing. There's nuance to people. So I like that difference, the dichotomy between her and who Superman is. And visually, it looks pleasing. It looks grounded, spacey, Guardian of the Galaxy-esque. Because it does. It did look like. I understand what people say. It's a comparison. And even though I would appreciate if they take a little different direction to make it look separate from something that we already seen, but I guess they try to play safe with those little things. And that's it. I have more, but I think I'm gonna save it for when we touch on those specific subjects.
Specific stuff. Phil, what do you got?
I didn't like it.
My name's Ben, and I love arguing with people who I disagree with. Anyway, no.
Have you met me? Have you met me?
Unfortunately.
I'm dead.
Yeah, I actually really liked it because I read the book a long time ago when the slate was announced, and I wanted to get ahead of it. And yeah, I actually quite liked it a lot, especially the way it opened up with crypto. That was a fun thing to do there, I think. I think Millie Alcock's a really great choice for this version of Supergirl. The emphasis on the wording in the trailer, truth, justice, whatever. Superman sees the good, I see the truth, and it's like she based on what happens in that book and why she feels the way that she does, based on what happens in her past, I think they nailed the tone of the book based on the trailer that I saw. I don't care that Krem looks like shit. I don't give a shit. Want to know why? Let me tell you why. Because I've been watching comic book films for over 25 years, and I've seen liberties taken with so many different characters.
Oh,
and I'm
25
at the point.
Whole years, Phil?
I'm just being honest.
But the thing about Krem.
Damn, can I finish my
Go
fucking
ahead.
sentence before people start fucking interrupting me? Holy shit.
Because you're not making any sense.
Shut the fuck up, Ben. You never make any sense.
That's because that's because English is my second language. What the fuck is your excuse?
Drink.
Anyways, what are you saying, Phil?
Go ahead, Phil. I'm
Thank
fucking
you,
with
Ronnie.
you. Shit.
I was a fan of the trailer. I was a fan of what we saw, and I don't give a shit about the way Krem looks because, yeah, he's the main antagonist in the book, but I kind of feel like they're maybe going to shift it to Lobo here. Maybe, I don't know. I'm not really too bothered by it. I get it. People maybe wanted him to look a little more debonair, I guess. I'm not bothered. It's fucking whatever. The story is not called Krem of the Yellow Hills. The story is called Supergirl. So I'm fine with it. I'll be there day one.
Nice. All right, Rebecca.
I am so excited about this movie. I cannot believe it exists. It's what the character and the story deserve. So I am so pumped about it. I'm also very relieved that Millie really is perfect for this. I am really pleased to see her performance in the way she is doing this, because it is such a more complicated version of Supergirl that I think a lot of people probably couldn't pull off. And I think William was talking about how some people have a sense of who Supergirl is based on like one little time period in the comics, because I laugh about that because I'm like, okay. And then I feel this way about Superman too. There's so many versions of Superman that if you say, oh, this isn't Supergirl, which Supergirl are you talking about? Are you talking about the Silver Age? Are you talking about the 70s and the 80s? Are you talking about the Sterling Gates run? Are you talking about the Matrix Supergirl, who is a protoplasm with Lana Lang's memories? Are you talking about the Peter David
Spawned
run?
from one of the great Superman stories of all time, though.
That's true. That's true. Are you talking about the Peter David run where the protoplasm merged with a satanic cult
Peter
member?
David's run is amazing.
Peter David's run is amazing.
He did that too. That created that when the three Kryptonians laid waste to that entire thing, and it was Luthor that brought her.
Right.
Sent her to I love that story.
Yeah, so I kind of laugh at those things because Supergirl's history is so vast in terms of the varying ways that she has been portrayed, but she's always kind of a brash character who sort of punches first, asks questions later. So that's kind of a general sense of Supergirl, and I was so pleased to see that this was trying to separate her from Superman, even though I know some people were so upset about Krypto relieving himself on Superman's image on the newspaper, and I was like, I think that's great. I think that separates her from him to show that she's always kind of living in his shadow, and I loved that so much. And I'm so excited to see Supergirl and Ruthie together, because part of the reason I love Woman of Tomorrow so much is that journey that they go on together and how Supergirl mentors her to not seek revenge, and
starts out as a hit job.
Starts out as hey, will you murder this man for me? And so I love that they go on this journey together, and I'm so excited to see the two. I mean, the little girl who I forget her name. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna have to remember her name. But who's playing Ruthie? She looks great. She sounds great. I'm so excited. The shots of her with Supergirl, I was so jazzed about. Eve
Ridley.
Eve Ridley, yeah.
Yes. So thank you. So I'm just so thrilled about this because I think it's also going to give people who don't know, the Woman of Tomorrow comic book, they're going to get a really good sense of Supergirl's origin and Supergirl's history. And I'm trying not to have too high of an expectation. A friend of mine once told me about the Lord of the Rings Amazon series. She's a big Lord of the Rings fan. She said, my expectations are high and they need to be met. And that's how I feel about this Supergirl movie, is that my expectations are high and they need to be met. So, I'm hoping that, for other things from the comic to also appear that did not appear in this teaser trailer, but I'm willing to wait and see what happens. But I was really hoping for Comet the Super Horse.
You got Lobo instead. There you go.
I wouldn't count that out, honestly. This is a comic book film, and we already saw what happened in James Gunn's Superman movie, so I'm not counting Comet out at all. I think Comet will show up.
I'm hoping some of the weirder things like the fire wings and the red kryptonite pills.
Yes.
So
I was wondering, are we going to see some reds?
Red kryptonite needs to happen.
So anyway, I could probably go on forever, but I'm just so excited to see what they're doing with Krypton, with Argo City. Some of that stuff is, I think, a really good introduction for a lot of people to know who Supergirl is and why she feels the way that she does. Because I think the trailer mentioned, what was it like? Ruthie says, what was it like to lose your whole world in a day? And that's Supergirl's character. And so that's the thing that separates her from Superman, is that she feels all of that. Yes. And so I did like that they, pulled some of the dialogue straight from the comic where she says, Krypton didn't die in a day. The gods are not that kind. Nice. Yeah, and what's interesting about that is that that's actually Ruthie's narration that she says that there. Mm-hmm. And so I'm kind of curious now to see if the dialogue uses Ruthie's narration to be more of like Supergirl saying it, because in the story, Ruthie is essentially writing a book about her time with Supergirl. And so it's almost like that's the eyewitness account that she's sort of recording. And so I think that flip of the dialogue is kind of interesting. So I'm just super thrilled that this is a movie that is being made and I can go see it in the theater. And I'm hoping that this will be a good entry point for people to love the character of Supergirl just as much as I do.
Yeah, I'm with you on because because I remember even before I read the book and when you've been on, you said oh yeah, it's from Ruthie's perspective, this whole story, and it's her narrating. Kind of wondering if there's going to be some kind of approach. Is there going to be some kind of voiceover, or are they just no, we're not going to do that. We're going to do something different. But yeah, it is going to be interesting to see how that does play out. So And yeah, Danny, she had a refresher screen. She was having some issues with her video and stuff like that, so she's gonna come right back. But Chris, what were your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm big fan of it.
Deluxe.
Yeah. So yeah, I waited for this right here, and it'll be in absolute format soon, and I'm the person that's going to be double dipping on that as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, just the art alone, but I liked what we saw. I liked what I saw in the teaser. The crypto peeing on it. The first couple times I saw it, I said, "Why does this feel like a note from James Gunn to say like, hey, I'd like this to be in there at that point?"
I didn't do it in Superman.
And then the director's like, "I don't want to do this, but you are running the studio, so fine. This is your note you get." You know, But again, Krem. Okay, not looking like in the comics. I can echo Phil's like, okay, it's not the thing that's going to make or break me. I didn't realize that we were going to get Xerxes back in bringing him into the DC universe, but whatever. It works. He's a villain.
Everything about that, you're right. He does kind of look like Xerxes, doesn't he?
Yeah, it's just all the stuff around him. But Millie Alcock, loved her in Game of Thrones. Loved her. Just she channels exactly what I would think that this version of Supergirl has been, that we got introduced to this version of Kara with Superman and Batman, when the bringing back into canon that Clark is not the last son of is not the last Kryptonian, that hadn't been there for a while, and Jeff Loeb brought that back into play, and this has been the version of Kara that we've had for a while. And the idea of delving into a Supergirl that witnessed her world dying, witnessed the people she loved, that is, the line that we've said before, Clark sees the best and Superman sees the best of people. I see the truth. She's grown up with a reality that Clark never had a chance to really understand. Like, he's seen it. He hears the stories, he sees it through Fortress of Solitude and things like that, but he never got to experience that. And I think that's what brings a very interesting dynamic to Kara, that she feels a different sense of loneliness, and that very few people compares. And so when she goes off to planets to get drunk and to drown her sorrows, at that point I can understand why people say, well, what kind of portrayal of a strong female character this is. I said, okay, that's one view of it, but we're just kind of delving into the surface of this. And so, reading the comic, I know a little bit more about it. I said, let's give it a chance. Lobo being in it, cool. I don't think he's going to be in it for that long. I think it's going to be I think it's going to be just a couple of scenes here or there. I mean, we know that it was originally supposed to be part of the actual series itself in some way, shape, or form. But I think all in all, it's channeling the vibes of the comic. I'm excited about it. It's going to put Millie back in a map in a big way. And I think this is going to be the calling card that, Game of Thrones did great. I think this is the next step for her, and her characters show a lot of depth. And that's what I want with a story like this. I'm okay if they make changes here or there. I've got the comic right here. I don't need a page to screen. What I like to see, as they already are doing, winks and nods, scenes, dialogue, that's what I need. Keep the essence of the story. Show me where you can be creative. What I'm excited about this project is, okay, James Gunn is a producer. He's not the director. He's not the creative vision behind this. I want to see, and I saw a little bit of his impact on it, but I do not see this being James Gunn's movie. And that's what also excites me a little bit about it. And I can't wait to see more.
All right. Danny, it is now your turn.
All right. Bring the heat.
Let's have it.
My turn. Okay. I'm going to preface. First, I have read Woman of Tomorrow, and I love it. I really, really like it. And I do really appreciate a version of Kara that is experiencing traumatic grief syndrome. She watched Krypton be destroyed twice. she lost everything twice.
Mm-hmm.
That was horrible for her. And of course she's not going to be, happy go lucky skippity doo dah, for the rest of her life over it. She's going to have some issues with it. She's going to struggle with that. So I like that. And also Supergirl has always made mistakes. She has always had a bit of a temper, been a little emotional. We're ladies. We are emotions. That's what we do. But she's never, ever, 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 ever been an anti-hero. She has never hated being a hero, or how should I put this? She's never been against being a hero or the hero lifestyle. She's always admired Clark, always admired Superman, and wanted to emulate him as best as she possibly could. Sometimes to a fault, trying to get ahead of herself a little bit too much. She has always been a positive role model for young girls and always wanted to be a hero. And that's something that is unique about DC comic heroes as opposed to Marvel heroes. Marvel heroes, those are your anti-heroes. Those are your relatability. That's your gray area, your ambiguity. DC heroes, that's your aspirational heroes. That's your definitive difference between good and evil, right and wrong. Okay. So that's DC Comics. But I really like Woman of Tomorrow because it does show her emotional struggle, but she still has that very, very sturdy moral core. Like she says multiple times in that book, we don't kill. Yeah. We don't do that. That's not what we do. And Ruthie's like, whose way? What are you talking about? I only know you. But she makes it very clear that there is a moral code. She has this very strong moral center to her. So most of my issues about it come from the comments that Safran and Gunn have put out saying that it's an anti-hero story. She doesn't want to be a hero. She's out there.
Even Neely Alcock said that too, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. They've said these things. And that's like, what? No, that's not who Supergirl is. Like she is a little emotional. She does have a temper. She makes mistakes, but she's not an anti-hero. She's still a superhero. She's still like a paragon. That's who she is. So that's my biggest issue with it is I don't want to see my girl turned into some sloppy anti-hero because that's not it. That's not it at all. Okay. Woman of Tomorrow is about her going to this red sun solar system for her 21st birthday, basically to celebrate her 21st birthday. But she goes by herself because she's lonely and she's kind of covering up this grief of losing everything. And she's kind of feels like she doesn't have anyone to talk to about because Clark doesn't really understand. He doesn't remember. He grew up here with his adopted parents. He has this family that he's attached to. He doesn't remember Krypton, so he doesn't understand. She has no one to talk to that understands. So she goes to celebrate her birthday by herself, and she's half lit. And this girl's all full lit. She's full lit. And this girl's like, hey, murder this guy who murdered my dad. She's like, what? Now? Nah. Like, So she's not like she had intended to go home after this. She wasn't on some like bar crawl. She wasn't just living out there. She was still in her Supergirl costume. She was just there for her 21st birthday. She wasn't on a, leaving home. I'm done being a superhero. She had intended to go home, but she had set her spaceship, her rocket, to go home. And Ruthie kind of messed that up when then Krim shows up and almost kills her and Crypto. Spoiler. Spoiler.
Yeah.
And she loses her ship. Her ship goes home without her.
Yeah.
So she had intended to go back to Earth to be this hero. And they keep saying that this is this great faithful adaptation. It's the most faithful adaptation. Well, so far from what I'm seeing, it's not that faithful. They've changed a few things, not just that, and the age and a couple locations apparently, but they changed Krem. Like, why? What was
what was wrong with just a beard?
Yeah.
What was wrong with the redhead?
Well, we don't know. I'm trying to give it a
Beards
pass
are
because
out.
I don't like the
You
look,
woke.
but I want to give him a pass, thinking, okay, he's being hunted down, so it's likely that he's changing his appearance so he doesn't get tracked down so easily. That's the only thing that I'm like, okay, maybe that's why.
Is he blending in with this look?
And yeah, this is Krem.
I watched Screen Crush's breakdown, and the first thing Ryan says, bless his heart, first thing he says is, "This is a very faithful adaptation."
No,
and
it
then
is.
literally everything he said
Krem.
after that was a departure, and I was like, "You keep using that word. I don't think it means what you think it means." Like, it's.
You could say it seems like a faithful one, but I don't until we see the movie. That's what they need to say.
Until we actually see the movie.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you have to admit that the headphones thing, because listen, not all.
Okay.
And Ben, I love you, and this is something
I have a
was
theory
telling you
with
about.
this, but go ahead.
I do too.
Yeah.
Not all Walkmans looked exactly alike in the 80s and 90s. They didn't have the black strap and the orange things. We had different styles and variations growing up. They purposely picked that one as like a nod to James's previous work. I'm telling you, they did. Like, that's obvious.
Yeah.
So there's that. And it does have a Guardians vibe. Now, my complaint about it is, one, I love the Guardians of the Galaxy movies. Do not get me wrong. I do love them. And I do love James's previous work as a filmmaker. I know if one more person tells me that Craig Gillespie's the director and Ana Nogueira is the one who wrote it, I'm like, I know. Okay. I know. I'm aware. But
someone remind her later on. She might.
Yeah, I'm
It's in the trailer.
I'm already.
Like, giant white letters. Like, I know.
Which I'm happy they did that.
He's also the creative director for the Interconnected Universe and the producer. And I'm sure it's like their way of a nice little nod, or, suck it up to the boss, or whatever they're doing. But my complaint about it is, wouldn't it have been nice for, one of the most iconic female superheroes of all time to have her own aesthetic, to have her own thing, to have something of her absolute own that wasn't, a nod to something else from a totally different universe?
I think it's going to be hard.
I throw in the devil's advocate thing and be like, I get that. That's one angle you could look at it. My angle is like, Peter Quill isn't the only guy who owns a Walkman or is listen to music in the.
But it's got the orange little puffies.
The orange puffies.
But I think that was we did not see those headphones in the trailer. I think that was mainly a promo thing.
Just
mainly a promo thing. And James Gunn was like, "Hey, what if we did this little Easter egg thing, and everybody's going to talk about it?"
Because he's terrible at marketing.
Yeah.
But what if they're gonna have
a lot of people are talking about it? Yeah.
But what if they're gonna have a lot of needle drops, and they're already telling you ahead of time, we're gonna get a lot of needle drops.
But it's not just okay. So, see, you guys were all, and I don't remember where I was because now that the drink.
I'll wait for my rebuttals or my.
I know it happens.
So, headphones.
Yes.
Where was I? The orange puffies, and
Just
we had different ones. Okay, I found it.
Yeah.
I remember where it was.
Sweet.
I remember now. Don't you do it. See, Peter Quill got his because it was like 1988 when he left Earth. Supergirl lives here and now. What if she have a friggin' Walkman and a record player?
Did we see a Walkman though?
I don't know. Did she have a Discman? Does she have those punch things with her phone?
In that teaser, there was something like in a pocket of some kind. So it did look like there was a Walkman.
Some kind of something that she's jacked into where she's
it's like the old tech thing. Like there's got to be a reason for the old tech thing, because I don't know, like my daughter is, I have kids Supergirl's age in the movie, and they don't have Walkman. I don't have Walkman, but like there's gotta, what's the purpose behind that? So it feels like a definite nod. It's definitely a Star-Lord reference, a Guardians of the Galaxy reference. And for me, it's like, listen, this is the first time you've really actually had real Supergirl on the screen. The Helen Slater movie in 1984, come on, that wasn't really Supergirl. That wasn't.
I would argue that's actually a really faithful adaptation of the Silver Age Supergirl.
Oh,
so.
I would have to disagree.
Well,
in a lot of ways.
Linda Lee, Midvale, Argo City.
But where was Argo City?
She came from Argo City.
Yeah, but where was Argo City? Where she came from?
Well, it was a inner. I can't remember what they call it, like the
inner space.
Inner space, yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't on Krypton. It wasn't like in Krypton. It was like inner space, and there was a magic wand, and yeah. So that's for me. That's like, okay, that's not really Supergirl, because she's not actually like on Krypton and having to deal with the city that conveniently detaches from Krypton as it explodes with the air bubble and the food replicator. I was like, that's handy. Like, I hope that happens one day for all of us. If our planet explodes, we get an air bubble and a food replicator.
We're gonna be okay.
We're gonna be okay. But anywho, I don't know. I love that word. Anywho. I just felt like they're making her this anti-hero, and there's too much that's derivative instead of giving her own thing. And again, it looked nice, it looked great, but for me, for the first time we have a real Supergirl movie on the big screen, we don't have enough of her own aesthetic, her own original stuff. But you know what? We got fucking Lobo. And I'm really excited for Lobo. Jason Momoa looks amazing as Lobo. He is comic. We got him for like, what, 6 frames? And he looks absolutely perfect.
I was like, that's all we're getting? I mean, you saw my reaction. I was like, that's
I'm okay
it.
with that.
Yeah. They absolutely knew that everyone was dying for that. Like, they gave us a close-up of Matthias, who's now in prison in Belgium for driving without a license.
Yeah. They frown on that, apparently, in some circles.
Well, he's been busted several times, and that's why he's doing 6 months in prison. So we got like a close-up of Krem, and then we get 6 frames of Jason Momoa just aura farming down a kill box with his cigar, just Loboing the shit out of those 6 frames. That, for me, that sold me. I'll watch it for that. Her costume looks amazing. I love her costume. It looks absolutely wonderful. I love the casting of Millie Alcock. I think she's a phenomenal actor. I love her in House of the Dragon. I really do. My big complaints, again, are the making her an anti-hero, saying she doesn't want to be a hero. And everything they've said, and it just, to me, from my perspective, from the book I read, it seems to really depart quite a bit from Woman of Tomorrow, from the important stuff. You know, the important thing being she was there to celebrate her birthday, and then she was going home. She wasn't being a drunk sorority girl and just saying, I'm not going to be responsible. I'm going to stay here and she wasn't being a woo girl. You know, she was just there to get drunk for her birthday and go home. And then this stuff with her girl, this girl happened, and, you know, that ensued. Then she's like, all right, now I'm here. Now we're taking care of business. Get on this space bus we've got a long ride ahead of us.
But do you think it will be interesting? I get it that's not at her core who Supergirl is, but don't you find it more interesting that we can they are giving her kind of a journey where she starts off as the reluctant superhero and then becomes the hero that she's supposed to be,
But
because
Supergirl's
it's
never
because
been the reluctant superhero.
no, I'm not saying that she's never it's that she's been, but I'm saying just giving her a story where things kind of progresses to the point where she's becomes this superhero that she enjoys being a superhero, where she's like, yeah, I'm Supergirl. Don't you think it's far more interesting than you saying like, boom, yeah, I'm like just like Clark, I'm here to do good and I'm here to kick ass?
But that's not Supergirl.
No, I get that. But from a cinematic perspective,
This
from
iteration,
general audience perspective, don't I understand? Like because I think we as comic book nerds, we see this in with these characters as one dimensional. This is what you gave me in the comics, and you cannot deviate from this. And I think to a fault, sometimes we hold on to it too tight. But I think the general audience do not have this understanding, this deep understanding of these characters, and I think this is what is going to really drive sales for this universe, to create a character that is more complicated, has nuance, that is not just black and white. Now he's not going to be a version of Clark. It's going to be a little bit different, and this is what you get. And
well, then they need to do New 52 Kara, who gets the Red Lantern ring and becomes a Red Lantern.
But again, we're going back to being comic booky fans.
Listen, Kara gets infected by the she becomes the Supergirl who laughs.
Yes.
And then she gets the Red Lantern ring.
Yes.
And that stuff happens to her.
Yeah.
But listen, we do not know better. These writers, these filmmakers do not know better than the writers and the authors who created Supergirl and created these stories.
I think it's important though that we're not confusing the journey we've been on, especially somebody, a geek like me, to the journey we're trying to take someone we need to acclimate to this universe and to this character.
Yes.
Because I have
Give him a comic book.
What's up?
Give him a comic book.
That would be great if I could get the other 98%.
Tom King is one of the brain trust.
Yeah. The 3 or 4% of them that's going to pick up a comic.
That's what channels like mine are out there for people.
Yeah,
like
but we're not.
But
the vast majority of us are not in this sphere. I wish the percentages were higher. Man, I'd be rich.
Yeah.
But
honestly, guys, I'm hearing a lot of excuses as to why we can't introduce people into more material.
No, you can.
Buying them comic books is not the only answer.
No.
That's
not what I'm saying.
YouTube channels. Introduce them to TV shows. Introduce them to the Justice League cartoons.
Okay, but I'm Gillespie and I'm making this movie. I can't, I can't go on a tour de force of all versions.
So why would you want to give them a character that is completely opposite of what the actual character stands for to begin with?
Because
why would you do that?
The majority of people who are going to see this movie, and I hate saying this, have never and will never pick up a comic book.
Yeah,
that's just the reality that it sucks.
Yeah.
So we should just create a totally different character then and make a movie about that.
No, because it's inspired by the character. But inspired by the character doesn't mean that it's gonna be beat by beat.
Here's the thing: that like in every iteration,
it has to be beat by beat, Ben. But I'm saying that you can still make this movie without making Supergirl an anti-hero. You can still make it good and emotionally give it a lot of depth and verisimilitude without making her an anti-hero. And
that can happen in an actual movie too. This is only a teaser. That can all happen.
I'm going off of what James Gunn himself has said.
I think I think that they say things that are. I don't think they use the right the correct wording by calling her an anti-hero. I think they probably
in the
misspoke.
teaser trailer, she is a hero.
Yeah.
She's rescuing Ruthie from a bar fight. She's fighting, I don't know who, if it's the Brigands or something at the end of the trailer. And so I fully expect Supergirl to be a hero in this movie. I personally, just my opinion, even if James Gunn says she's an anti-hero, I'm not seeing that in the teaser trailer. All I saw was her protecting Ruthie, wanting to save people, wanting to fight people who are causing problems in what I guess is the bar at the beginning of the movie. And I'm willing to give it the full viewing. And I'm very excited about this.
Didn't say I wasn't gonna watch it. That I wasn't.
No, I didn't mean anything. I'm just talking about myself here. And so I think I'm excited to see Supergirl sort of pick that hero mantle back up, because she is living in Superman's shadow. And even that newspaper that Crypto is urinating on, it says that Supergirl saves cats. She's doing things. She is a hero. It shows her in that newspaper in her super suit.
And Superman saves to save a whole town.
Yeah,
from
he's saving people from
not to be but not to push back, but you're kind of contradicting yourself, because you're saying that you're seeing her in the teaser being a hero, but that you're also excited for her to pick that hero mantle back up. So for me, like, she's never put it down. She's never put it down.
That's
the
thing.
But the general audience has never seen her really pick it up. The generation that we're talking to right now has to go into.
Yes, they have. The general audience is very familiar with Supergirl.
They know of Supergirl. No. They know of Supergirl.
The general audience in the periphery.
They know.
The general audience but is the general audience on the journey you're taking them on for the purposes of this story?
So
they know these characters. No, they know these characters in different representations in the periphery. Now you're bringing them into your universe. Now you're telling your story, and that's the journey you have to get them acclimated to if this is going to work. Within this window, it's great. I don't think it's lying. I think it's just a different representation.
Yeah,
because what you're saying is basically that you can define any particular area, any character as the sole interpretation. And that's not true. It's just not true with any of these characters, especially ones that have been around for decades. There's different versions.
There's interpretation, and then there is just completely departing from the actual character itself.
Well, who determines that?
Well, every single comic book and story and cartoon that's ever been written about her determines that. She has never, ever said, I don't want to be a hero.
Well, here's the thing that, like, we have to also take into consideration this book. Rebecca, Donnie, you guys tell me. I don't think was the main continuity thing. I think it felt like a Elseworld.
It was just an 8-issue.
And also we have to take into consideration that this universe, although it's very comic booky thus far and only 3 projects, it's taking choices that like don't usually follow the usual stand. The big one that people were like, "Oh my gosh," was Jor-El and Clark's mother, how they said, go do this, and people were like, "Whoa, that's a bold move. That's not what they usually go for." And my thing with that of like sticking to what the comics done, I get that you gotta follow the spirit, but we just had Melissa put in 6 years, 9 years of her in a show.
6
So you have that version. You have Helen Slater who started marching the boots with that one movie that I think, from what I remember seeing of it, she did the best she did and did a good job, but the movie as a whole isn't a great film. But when I see her, I'm like, that feels like Supergirl from the 80s or the 90s. And then we have the animated series. What I think that I appreciate about this is that it's a new universe. It's building itself. For better or for worse, this is the take they're going with the character. And the whole anti-hero thing, I think that was just something to throw into the media. And for general artists, ooh, anti-hero. Okay, cool. Because you could say, like you said in the book, Kara goes to get her drink and then wants to go home, right? You could say that she's reluctant to help Ruthie stop this killer of her father. I wouldn't put it that way, but you could put it like she's reluctant for a quick second to be a hero. and obviously there's a
No,
whole journey.
she was reluctant to kill another person.
Sure, she was reluctant to be in
that.
somebody else's business. She didn't want to get drunk.
She told her, "We don't kill.
We don't kill. Yeah,
I'm not a mercenary."
I think the way that I look at this is X-Men. I was introduced to X-Men through the animated series. Then I picked up the comic books. They were exactly alike. Minor changes,
pretty similar. Yeah.
But then when you watch the movie, you're like, wait, this is not Cyclops. Cyclops is not a bitch. Right. He's a beast. So hold on one second, because but the story that they wanted to tell, it worked. You know what I mean? So I feel that they are okay. This is not who this character is, but the overall story that we're trying to tell. This is the narrative that we need to push with these characters. We cannot just make them boom out of the box superheroes. We don't kill. We are perfect individuals. We are kind of flawed, but you won't see that because you know what I mean. Because we are Supergirl, Superman, whatever. And I much appreciate the idea of having each one of these characters, whether it's Supergirl, Superman, or whoever it is, take them through a journey and bring them to the light.
Well, absolutely take them through a journey, but don't turn the character on the head. Don't lie to them.
But I think we harken too much hard into the whole anti-hero thing because we don't know.
I think a lot of it has to do with.
And I will die on that hill. No one will ever change my mind.
I don't think she's an anti-hero. I don't think so. I
think part of it has to do with some of these interviews too that are not really helping. Like even in that sometimes that's what happens too, because again, this is a teaser. It wasn't actually like, okay, we're not getting the full scope of this thing. I mean, the full trailer that we're probably going to get, who knows, February, Valentine's Day, maybe. I don't know. Who knows?
Super Bowl, probably.
Maybe we're going to see like those moments where, we see Comet, we see Krim Moore doing his, slaughtering shit. We see more of this, the journey that Kara and Ruthie go on. I mean, we're going to see more of the plot. We didn't see too much plot. And I think they were just kind of emphasizing this rebellious, like young Supergirl, big time with the Blondie song and stuff like that. And again, it was a choice, and definitely it was a James Gunn choice because it had James Gunn's fingerprints all over it.
Yes.
And I'm just kind of wondering, like, and I totally see, I see what Danny's saying, and I see what everybody's saying, because I'm just kind of like, I'm like going like, oh yeah, I see I see why you're saying that, but I also see like, oh yeah, but maybe, I don't know, maybe to me it's like it was just because they decided to edit this teaser like this, which is, there is a discourse out there, when it comes to all this.
A valid one, by the way.
I also encourage people, because again, Craig Gillespie, I'm going to mention, he's a director. Go watch I, Tonya, the movie, and then
go watch. Good.
So good.
So such a good movie.
Yeah, go watch the Tonya trailer. That one also has a needle drop. It has a vibe to it that echoes what happens in the movie, what they do with the movie. And so I don't fault Donnie for her thoughts and whatnot. In my opinion, I do think that I could interpret it as nitpicky. And I always say that, like, I could be, come June or July, I could be wrong. And I'll admit I was wrong, that maybe it's not a good movie or it didn't deliver on this stuff. But I think that's more nitpick. And for me, from what I know of Craig, what I know of the book, that I think the moments you want to make sure Kara is Kara from where she's been, what she's gone through, will be there. It's just that I'd rather we save those moments for the theater than in a teaser or a trailer. I'd rather have, again, I'm not going to spoil stuff, but just the moment between Ruthie and Kara where Ruthie leans on her shoulder. That meant the world to me. That is one of my favorite moments in the book, other than any other actions you've got. It's just a moment like that I'm like, don't show them the trailer. Save that for the movie theater, because that's where you feel the earnestness for this character, for, whether we like it or not. This, sometimes some of people's first introduction to Kara, and I'm confident that they're not gonna put it through the mud and leave her there. They'll put it through the ringer, but then there's that shot of her flying in the sky with the sunrise. I'm like, we're gonna get to that moment, and it's gonna feel earned. And this might sound corny, but I'm hopeful.
I think they're gonna change.
I just want to see the dinosaur.
You just want to see the what?
Dinosaur.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we all want
to. I'm kind of curious too, like because of all the different spots all the different planets they visit in the book.
Mm-hmm.
I'm kind of wondering, is there going to be, because like they said, like the runtime's less than 2 hours. So I'm like, oh, there's probably going to have to be a montage, right? We're going to a montage. It's like they're going to have montage. I mean, that's the thing. They're going to probably, if they're going to really try to cover some of the stuff like in the book, like there's probably just going to be little, blips of it, except for like maybe more important stuff that, blues and purples. I don't know. It's just like I don't know if there's going to be like tackle like certain things, like when it comes to those concepts, but I'm just like going, yeah, if they're really, because like you said, Danny, is like, they're really emphasizing it. It's about the book. There's a trailer really emphasize that. The teaser, I think what's, and I see where you're coming from when it comes to, maybe it's not fully, because it's just like, it was straight up, hey, needle drop and this, and this. But at the same time, I'm going, okay, but I have to wait for that official trailer. Like, all right, show me plot, and show me more shots. And that's the thing, is like the teaser is supposed to like hook people. Like, this is a hook. This is like the beginning of a YouTube video that you're trying to do. Is like, we're trying to hook. And I think they had a formula, and James Gunn had a formula for that hook. And that's what this was. And, because I was like, oh, there's nothing spectacular. It had the things. I was hoping that the end was going to have like a stinger of Lobo going, and saying something, and we're going to see him and, or something like that. But he just we just saw a shot, 6 frames that we were talking about. And I was like, that's it. Oh, wow.
They were edging us on Lobo.
Yeah, a little bit.
That's literally what a teaser is. And when people were arguing, we did it's a trailer. It's a trailer. No. A trailer gives you meaningful dialogue, and it gives you the most important thing. It's a premise. It gives you a premise. Like, we know what the premise is, but if Joe Average were to look at this, all they're going to see is the some images, random images out of context, things like that. That's to get you going. That's to get the conversation started and get you ready for the trailer. The trailer gives you the premise. It gives you, when you leave a trailer, that's pretty much you're making the bulk of your case for this movie. So I'm like I said, this character's been around since 58, 59, and I think there's been enough interpretations. But I also think that when they say anti-hero, in my opinion, is how I read it, it's because they have to contrast what they just put out with Superman, who was the hero. When people see these characters like Batgirl and Supergirl, they see these a lot of times by default they think of derivative characters. That's not fair. But they just think of a lesser version of the main, the premier character. Yeah, when he wrote this book, when Tom King did that, he was. I remember the interviews. He was up against that then, and I think these movie makers, especially with this being the only second feature, and what it is in contrast in. So now, if I see a trailer and it goes and it's moving in a different direction, that's a different thing. But this teaser, it's just a teaser. It's all it really was to me.
And I'm glad that the camera. Go ahead.
Well, one of the things I think Danny brings up is, I don't think any of us are trying to convince anyone at this point, but what Danny brings up is the whole idea is like, that's your Supergirl. That's who your DC Universe Supergirl is. No one's going to take that away from you. No one's going to, if anyone tries, that's gatekeeping, and that's a whole other issue. Yeah. But that is what is great about these interpretations, in the sense of like, okay, this is this version, not mine. I have something else on the shelf that is where I can go back to. And what I respect is, Danny, that you're passionate about who your Supergirl is, and that version of it. And it's something that I think a lot of fans just struggle with, in the sense of it just has it's always frustrating where you can't just have this one thing, and hopefully you do get it in this movie. Hopefully you do see those elements and that growth in it. But I can understand why you're saying that it's frustrating that you're not seeing it, and the things that are being said are not respecting who you feel is the character.
Well, when she's been around since, I had to make sure my mic was still on. Sorry, I accidentally press the button sometimes.
That's sudden.
She's been around since 1959.
Yeah.
Okay, and when they've been around that long, and they're saying that they're going to put this character on the screen, they're adapting this character, they're adapting this story, and then they don't do it really.
No, I understand.
It feels like a trick. And if that's the case, then why don't you make a new character like Supergirl, but the way you want, instead of kind of being disrespectful to this character that's been around longer than you've been alive? Like, why do that? She's a beautiful character with an incredibly firm moral core that is a phenomenal role model for boys and girls alike. And having this kind of these quotes going around from Gunn and Millie and Saffron saying that she's an anti-hero. She's in a place where she doesn't want to be a hero anymore, and she's rejecting that. It's not helping. It's not helping, because that's not who, and I'm not saying my Supergirl, that's historically speaking, that's not who Supergirl has been. And if that's a character you wanted to create, go do that.
I'm kind of wondering too if like there is like that Craig Gillespie, because he even said that, I mean, regardless of people saying like, oh yeah, this is James Gunn all the way, it's Guardians of the Galaxy 4.0 and shit like that. He did say that, oh yeah, when I took when I read Anna Naguara's script, and when I read the book, the Tom King book, when I read Woman of Tomorrow, he was like, I really had this like certain approach. And I'm kind of wondering, like, again, I mean, just going by this, teasers, like, oh, maybe there is like an anti-hero element to it, which I see what you're like saying, because I do get that from that too. But I'm kind of going like, as I've like, I've read the book, and I even this week I went through it again. I was like, and I was like looking, I was like, what is like, certain things. And again, thank you, Rebecca, for sending me the book. She's the reason why I have the book, which I much appreciate. It's right over there, because I was skimming through it even before this stream, just to make sure I was like,
And that's how it's done, folks.
Yeah. So, but at the same time, I'm like going, yeah, maybe they are taking that approach, that approach, but maybe it'll get to I don't know. Maybe there's like a balance of both. I don't know. Like, that's what I'm kind of curious about it too, because was I super impressed by the trailer? No. I was kind of like, oh, okay. Yeah, it does have the Guardians of the Galaxy vibe. It does have, which of course that was always going to be a thing. And yeah, she does have this anti-hero like element to her, but then at the same time, I'm seeing her still be kind of like the hero in certain things. But then I'm kind of going like, all right, well, I'm just kind of going, I need that official trailer to really get that.
I need to be really, really sold
Yeah.
on the rest of it.
And I think that's where some people are right there with you. And I think it to a point. I mean, I'm there day one, because I'm just, I watch fucking movies like crazy, and I'm there day one.
That's us, baby.
Yes,
That's
yes.
us.
But at the same time, I see where you're coming from, in the sense of like, oh, okay, you're seeing it from this point. And I'm like, yeah, I see that too. But I'm also seeing like, I think I'm seeing some of the elements from the book, and I'm going, okay, they're really, it seems like they're really emphasizing the anti-hero, approach, at least as of right now. But I'm going, okay,
there's actually one element from the book that they omitted from the marketing of the trailer that I think is smart, and it has a very personal stake for Kara throughout the rest of the story too.
Pup.
Yep, that.
Yep.
I think it was wise keeping that out of the market. That is one surprise.
Well, they kind of show a frame.
They do. You're right.
They're hints, yeah,
but they don't spell it out for you.
No, yeah.
And I think that's smart. They need to keep that under wraps because
Yeah, because even when you're reading the book, you're not sure until
that's a bit of a twist.
I want to see Comet. Dag nabbit.
I know that's what should be in the next trailer.
Listen, fun fact for those who don't know, Comet once became human and made out with Supergirl. They dated. She dated her horse.
Nice. Who doesn't want to date their horse?
Keep Supergirl away from zoos.
I have a question for Rebecca.
Yeah.
Rebecca, do you think they're going to change the ending?
I think they might have to write it in a way that maybe because I know the ending was a little confusing to a lot of people, including myself, until I discussed it with my friend Morgan on Supergirl Radio. We kind of talked through it, and then I started to realize what it was doing. And so I think they may have to change it slightly from the way the book is, because the book is so heavy on Ruthie's narration. So if they don't have the narration in the movie, which they could, but if they don't, they may have to tweak it slightly just so that it makes sense for the story that they're telling. But I don't know if they'll change it. I have no idea, but they may have to adapt it in a way that makes sense for how the formula of the screenplay is written.
Like Watchmen did?
Watchmen actually changed like how the ending happened.
No squid.
Which worked.
Yeah, so that's a good question, Phil. I don't know, and I'm willing to see where it goes. So
the reason that came to mind is because trying to build out a universe, and the ending of that book, there's something that deliberately happens, and I don't know how that's going to get handled if it does.
No, there's no way they're going to do it like that. No way. I just don't think so.
Again, it was supposed to be almost like an Elseworld story, and now it's part of a big universe, and so it's just
right, exactly. So I think I think the ending's going to get altered in some fashion.
Also, I can't wait to see how Rob Hardy shoots this movie, because from the teaser, it doesn't move. The camera doesn't move like the way James has recently been moving his movies, and I'm very interested to see the score for this movie.
The score sounded pretty good. Yeah. At least that little clip that we got. Should be very interesting by it. But Rebecca, I know you got to go.
Yeah, I've had a pretty long day actually.
Yes.
But thanks for letting me come on, and
great to have you return to talk some Supergirl for sure.
Yeah. And if anybody's curious about Supergirl, I've been doing a podcast for 10 years. We have over 500 episodes on Supergirl. We're actually going through the Peter David run. I've read it before, but my co-host hasn't. So we're trying to get the Peter David run read through before the Supergirl movie comes out, because Supergirl Woman of Tomorrow actually references some things from the Peter David run. So if you're interested, supergirlradio.com, you can check us out on YouTube, youtube.com/DCTV podcasts. And you can join us live while we do that.
We should hook up sometime.
Yeah. Just give me a shout.
There you go.
Absolutely.
All right. Good. Well, I'll talk to y'all later.
Take
care. Bye, Rebecca.
Thanks for coming. You still good, Danny? Or I know you're past your bedtime, or you still got to finish your drink, huh? You still got to finish your drink, so you're still good. You're still good. You're still surviving.
I'm fine for now.
Okay. No, but that's the like I said, like when I watched the trailer, I went, okay. And that's the thing, is like when it comes to teasers, when I'm looking back to the Superman teaser, I'm like, oh, this is just a bunch of shots. It felt like a very expensive fan film, like the Superman, like the teaser. I was like, oh, because you're showing shots, cool shots, and I'm like, okay. And when it came to this, I was like, okay, you're not showing too much plot, and I had a feeling that was going to be the case. So we're not going to get a little too much of, the actual story of Woman of Tomorrow. We're not going to see like, okay, what are we doing here exactly? No, you're going to show shot, this shot, that shot. But they decided to do a needle drop, of course, with this one, which is so funny how the Superman teaser did not feel as James Gunn as this.
I know, right?
And it's not even his movie.
Right? And I got to say, I think I felt more hype with the Superman teaser for the teaser.
It was more emotional too.
Yeah, absolutely. With the John Williams electric guitar.
Yeah, and then a Superman. I mean, that's the thing. Is like there was a lot of pressure. There was a lot of pressure with that Superman.
Yeah, with that trailer, yeah.
And I think that's why James Gunn was like, I can't do my thing. And then he went like, I'm gonna do my thing with Supergirl. It's like probably. I mean, like I said, James Gunn is running things. I'm not saying Craig Gillespie is not gonna be able to do his thing. I don't know. For when I watched this trailer, I was like, yeah, there's James Gunn's fingerprints all over it. 100% at the same time. But I'm going, I think there's more here. I think there's gonna be more here. And maybe it was. I'm not saying it was a mistake. I still think it did its job to get people hyped and whatever. But I still kind of go, yeah, but I hope that the official trailer, we're going to be like, okay, no needle drop. And we're really going to get the story, and of course we will. We'll get the plot. And, but even at the same time, like, I mean, that shot of her like taking out all those guys when she's like pulling that thing, and then it's like things are blowing up. There's like that shot of her from behind, the cape's all looking cool and it's blowing up. I'm like, oh, that's a beautiful shot. I'm just like, okay, some more like some cool shit like that without a fucking needle drop.
And also, to be fair, James Gunn isn't the only one who does needle drops.
Yes,
and he did it. Like I throw in Tarantino, Edgar Wright. So and again, I go back to look at
Tarantino does needle drops. What are you talking about?
Go back to the I, Tonya one. That teaser also,
Cruella.
He does. Yeah.
I get why people say it a lot. I don't fully agree with it because I want to give Craig more ownership out of a teaser than just being like, oh, okay, Jaime just went and was like, what do I got? All right, put Blondie on. But again, I loved it. As I was reading the book, I was listening to Blondie.
Well, one of the things
I would have chose a different Blondie song. That's just me. Though. I would have chose Heart of Glass.
American Gigolo.
Heart of Glass would have been perfect.
Yeah, that was from the soundtrack from American Gigolo, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah.
It was the #1 song when I was born.
Damn.
Damn.
You're born in 80?
Did you just say damn? How dare
That's what I heard.
Yeah, I'm 45 years old. Okay.
Okay.
That I do.
Ben Williams got us all beat.
Yeah, I'm 52 in 2 weeks. So.
You don't look it though, Ben.
Yes.
Yeah. By the way,
yes, he is.
See,
fuck Ben Everett for looking like that at 52.
I only got a quarter of the Latin
living.
blood, so it's not going
Clean
too
living.
far with the skin.
But yeah, black.
I started drinking my 40s. That's why, probably.
Is that what happened? You started drinking in your 40s?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, I started drinking like in my late 30s.
I started drinking in my teens.
Yeah,
I look like shit, and I've never tasted alcohol, so I don't know what you guys are doing. Maybe I need to start. I don't know. Oh.
Jaime La Pistola? What?
What?
Down in the city says I called James Gunn Jaime La Pistola.
Some other friends of mine also call me that. Yeah, we give him the Spanish treatment. Yeah.
Yeah, Dell saying that.
I didn't find out I was Mexican till like 5 years ago. So I spent my whole life learning French. So now I'm having to learn to roll my R's on a whole different end of my tongue.
That's
my
awesome.
Spanish is terrible. My accent is horrible.
No, it's not.
It's not?
No. Anybody with a Latin accent?
Sorry.
Top tier.
Muchas gracias.
There you go. No, but I think this didn't they? Okay, so I don't even know what I know some numbers of the trailer were looking not as much as Superman, but
no.
I mean that's one of the things that this is going to be a test is is Supergirl going to is it going to make an impact next year? I mean, next year is an interesting year when it comes to certain things. Marvel's going to end up dominated, not naturally with Spider-Man and Doomsday. By the way, where's that Doomsday trailer?
All four of them.
We're getting four.
Yeah.
Way to go, Grace.
Yeah.
Way to go.
Yeah. And
Bat in 1,000.
But I'm just like, it's going to be interesting because I think what I've seen collectively, like even with people that are like, the trailer was whatever. Everybody keeps on saying Amelia Alcock. she might be the, the thing that's going to drive people to it. It's like, oh, who's this? Oh, I recognize it. There's gonna be some, and there was even somebody like there's somebody like even did like a cut of like this the last movie that she did, which was like her first like official like American movie or something like that. I don't even know what the movie was called, but I watched it. I don't even know what that. I remember seeing that she was in a movie, but they did a supercut, and she was just, the way that she was acting, I was like, wow, this girl's got something. She's got something. She's got this charisma to her, this like sarcastic kind of charisma to her. And I'm kind of going, okay, if they have that in Supergirl, this might be the drawing factor is her. There's a lot.
Or what about the MILF magnet? Because they're going to market him no matter how long he's in the movie. Even if he's in the movie 2 minutes, you're going to see a shirtless.
Are you talking about?
You're going to see Momoa shirtless. And
you want to have a great press tour? Put Momoa and Alcock on Hot Ones.
There you go.
Yeah. Oh, there you go.
Oh, that's definitely happening. That's definitely happening.
They're going to need to. In the next 6 months, Harley Davidson starts putting out commercials with Lobo. Cigar companies start putting out commercials with Jason.
Oh yeah,
Morgan.
they're already lined up. Oh yeah, all those licensing deals are
free marketing ideas.
That's how they make their money. Not only movie theaters, but the licensing. So,
Man of Steel. Remember all that money they made?
Yeah. Oh yeah, they made the licensing in VOD.
All agree though? Can we just all agree? James Gunn needs to hire someone new for marketing, though.
He does.
Yeah,
I agree with that.
First of all, he needs to put the phone down. He needs a friend.
I think he's gotten better. I think
he took a while off. He took a while off.
Just slap it out of his hand. Jennifer, honey,
Jennifer Holland, please
take it the fuck out of his hand when he goes to take a shit. Just take it away. Take it away.
Get a rolled up piece of paper. Say no.
I appreciate when he debunks things. I appreciate when he debunks things, but I think he's kind of learning. I think with this first year, like he's kind of gotten, he stepped back a little bit because, during like the first 2 years, he was responding to a lot of things. And maybe in the first like 3 years, to be honest. But I think now, like he's gotten to the point where he's like he'll debunk things, and it's like. And that's all he has to do, which is perfectly fine. But I agree with you. There should be somebody out there that's like, marketing a little bit better than he has. Yes, he's not. He's definitely not. I mean, he's doing a good job of like going on podcasts and talking about that. I appreciate that, and I hope he continues to do that.
Oh,
he
needs to go. Professor Jenna, though, come.
Oh, I love Jenna's videos.
I love her too.
Who is that?
Jenna, she does
you know who I'm.
Yes,
you know who you're talking about, Dave.
She's very sweet.
My arch nemesis.
You don't like her? She's awesome.
All of her thumbnails are pink little hearts.
Yeah.
And
wow,
this is why I love Danny.
It was so much like how when he jumped out of the car, I almost cried. Shut up.
Oh, this is why I love Danny. This is why I love Danny.
Wow,
I like her.
I love
Knock
Jenna.
it off.
Yes.
Hashtag Jenna from
grow some balls, guys. Come on.
I mean, you know what? She's more tolerable than that fucking dude Soups.
Oh my god!
Yeah. Nobody likes him.
Like, come on. If we're gonna talk about people who are like in that sphere, there's fucking Brandon Davis, there's Jenna, there's that fucking moron Soups.
That's where Jenna's from, Brandon Davis's channel.
Yeah, I know.
I love Brandon.
I like Brandon.
Soups's reactions are the exact same reaction
to everything.
Paste, every single thing.
Copy and paste.
The Supergirl trailer, he's screaming that it's Candor.
Oh God.
Yeah.
You're supposed to be world's biggest Superman fan? For real, buddy?
I didn't. Oh my God.
Yeah, that guy's an idiot. He gave me the stink eye at Comic-Con. I was like, I'm not the one, dude. Don't even try it.
Oh, he's such a weenie.
He's making money,
so
I gotta respect his hustle.
I
actually met him. I met him at the Rebel. Met him at the Rebel Moon premiere.
Oh yeah,
the dude really does have big hands. Jesus Christ, he's got some paws on that. I was like, Jesus, it's true.
You got the Wrecker Ralph.
Yeah, and he's like, and I'm not. We're both just like almost the same height. He's a short guy too, and I was like, Jesus Christ, but your hands are like twice. I'm not saying, nothing against that, but I was like, it was like, oh wow, it is true. But at the same time, it was like, even when I like met him, I was like, oh wow, you are fake even in real life. I was like, yeah. I'm just putting it out there. Like,
I think that everybody that does any type of YouTube has to have a degree of performative, not aura.
Yeah, I don't know why I said that word.
You have to be a little bit performative. You have to be a little bit performative because we're not these. When we do like live stream, we are those people. But when we do like when anybody that does a reaction, you are not like that in real life.
Oh, reactions. This is why I've even said this. I've even had I've interviewed people who do reaction videos, and I think I remember one time when I had Christian Harloff on here, and I interviewed him, and he does a lot of reactions. And I even asked him how hard is it to do a reaction and try to be like. And he even said, "Oh yeah, it's difficult because Christian Harloff's not an animated guy,
right?
I'm an animated guy, but I can't. Even when you can go and watch my Supergirl reaction. I'm sitting there I'm watching, and I'm trying, and then I go, oh shit, I'm supposed to be saying shit. It's like I'm not. There are some people that are just like, oh my god, look at it. Oh, I can't do that.
The only thing, honestly, really performative about me, is I'm wearing makeup and my hair is done and I'm wearing earrings. The rest of it is me.
Yeah. Well,
shut up, Dave. He's got hair and his hair and makeup is done.
It's the glitter and the rouge that really does it for
my
Dave.
hair and makeup is done.
Even when I do early reactions in the mornings, I have to preface people, hey, I just woke up, so go easy on me in the comments.
You're dudes though, so that's fine.
Roll out of the bed.
But I'm telling you, if people don't like my take, they'll flat out tell me I have a giant forehead or I'm fat, old, ugly, whatever.
Because what better way to disagree with someone is just tear them down, because that shows real power, right?
Yeah, right. But what I was saying was that I couldn't be anything other than who I am, even if I was being thrown money. There's no way I could. I don't know how.
But the big channels,
I couldn't do it.
The big channels, that's what they do. They are performative, and that's what I was referring to. Either soups or even because I get a lot of this. I get a lot of people sending me videos about what's his name of this brother? Big tree. Tyrone Magnus. Oh my god.
Magnus.
Yes, people send me, hey, can you look at what he's saying? Can you react to it? No, this guy is obviously performing. This is not, nobody's this way. So people lose their minds whenever he's saying all this, whether it's something rage baiting or whatever it is. But I know, I'm watching him, it's being performative. And you guys are, eating it up because now you're sharing this to everybody, saying either disagreeing or agreeing with him, and he's doing exactly what he's supposed to do as a big YouTuber. Say this outlandish, stupid shit, and people will react to it. But I don't think he believes half of the shit, not even 99% of the shit that he says.
That's the thing. I don't want anyone to ever doubt me. I don't want them to ever think that
they will. No matter what.
that anything I'm saying isn't how I honestly think or feel. I want them to know that
they will.
But
they don't.
But Danny, they don't care. They
don't care.
If they don't like something, that no matter how minute, you just said it before, they come after you for any little thing if they disagree with you.
Right. But what I'm saying is, I don't want to be performative. I don't. They can come for me all they want. I don't give a shit at this point. But I want to be as much myself as humanly possible.
Yeah.
And because I got to sleep at night. I got to be able to look myself in the eye and know that I've told the truth. I've been who I am, and just that's pretty much it.
We don't agree on Supergirl, but you're my homie.
Yeah. See, people. Yeah.
My homie too.
But I mean, people know that. I mean, people like will sense that. That's the thing.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
like, you know, when if they think you're performative and whatever the hell, it's like, oh yeah, they'll be like, oh yeah, you're full of shit or something like that. They're not. They're gonna totally call. And yeah, there's gonna be like, you know, like when it comes to these performative types, there's gonna be always that audience that is like just with you going, yeah, let's go, you know, and they're doing that.
Disagreement is not war. That's
yeah.
I mean,
I wish everybody had grown up hanging out in a comic book store, because for hours on a day we did nothing but disagree about every character on the show.
I've had numerous arguments.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
But when it was over, there was no "I hate you." There was no "you're a piece of shit." There was none of that. You disagreed with what Frank Miller was doing with Daredevil, and that was, you know, in Batman, and that was it. You got up and
you left it there.
Came back the next week, and those same people were there, and you talked about something else, and you looked forward to the conversation. I think I think COVID might have returned this a little bit on it there too. Is appreciate the fact that there's a conversation to be had. It doesn't have to be war. That's the thing.
Funny thing that you mentioned
characters.
That.
Fictional.
Funny thing that you mentioned that. I used to go to my comic book store at peak time because I know it was full, and I would, eavesdrop, just conversations going back and forth about shit, and I would jump in. So that was like my highlight of the fucking day.
That's best place in the world to be, man.
It was, it was like a freaking good 30 minutes going back and forth. And it was never like mean or disrespectful. It was just like different point of views,
and also
and it was fun.
Grew up with technology. I think a lot of us were lucky enough that we didn't immediately at 5 years old had a tablet staring at us the whole day and whatnot.
Like, you have to talk to people.
Yeah,
people.
And it's now people think it as a jab, and I think sometimes I like to give it. We went out and touched grass. We actually went out and was like, what did we actually talk to?
I sometimes rolled around in it. That's just me.
Exactly. What if we actually talk to someone in person and try to be this up behind a keyboard or a keyboard on your phone and whatnot? It's like, no, there's times and places to waste your energy. Sometimes like this is just you come off looking more pitiful than big as you want to perceive yourself. And it's just like, come on, y'all. Which again, it sucks for a lot of the youth now because everything is just right there to them. It's like, no, there's an earnest to this stuff, and I hope less of a sense of entitlement. That always scares me with a lot when I try to engage with fandoms and whatnot. I'm like, I try not to be at all entitled or come off as entitled.
There's a difference too in the sense of, and a lot of people confuse this in the sense of entitlement versus passion. Yes. And there's a lot of that. There's a lot of that blurring of the lines when it comes to, someone could, Danny's passion for what is the version of Supergirl that she really focuses on and really has held true to, and says that this is the true one, and it's not being represented, saying, well, that's elitist. No, that's what she believes. And to your point, Danny, you present yourself as, this is what I believe. I'm not going to compromise on it because that's what I believe in. That's what we all have, our own beliefs. We all have our own ideas of what the character should be and what we want to see.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. And with that, I have to pee. My drink is empty. It's 11:30 where I am. I'm old. I've had 4 kids. I have to pee. So
I love that. Like, Chris, we're with you, Danny. I gotta go hit the lid.
Yeah. You guys are the best. I've had the best time ever. This was great.
Nice meeting you, Danny.
Good seeing you, Danny. Love you, girl.
Love you too. I'm so glad we got to do that.
I know. I just text you, by the way.
Oh, okay. I'll check it. All right, boys. Behave.
Bye.
And I will see you later. Bye, chat.
Bye, buddy.
Bye.
I guess silent.
Yes, that's right. Yeah. Uh-huh.
Dave, I don't know what happened.
Yeah.
Let him talk.
No, say something.
Shit.
There we go.
Oh, okay. I was like, wow, that was. I thought we were having a profound moment now.
I forgot when I went to because I had to pee. I broke the seal already, so I'm like, God damn it. I knew that Danny was like she had like some reservations when it came to the trailer. I was like, okay,
yeah,
it'll be interesting.
Stream too.
I had no idea, like when it came to like Rebecca. Like I thought, oh, I wonder how Rebecca feels. She didn't really post much. I didn't know she had such a glowing, because she did not like Superman. She did not like Superman. Rebecca didn't. So when it got to that, I was like, oh, damn. I thought they were going to I thought she was going to have her own grievances. And I was like, oh, yeah, this is, because I'm getting two Supergirl experts who've you got Rebecca, who's been doing a podcast for a decade. And you got Danny, who was her best video on her channel is delving into Supergirl. I was like, oh, this would be cool. Let's get some Supergirl, females, of course, that are just going to be but yeah, they didn't see eye to eye. I was like, oh, but then again, I'm like, good. I like that. The discourse, two different perspectives when it came to all this stuff, and and that's what's cool about it. And it was civil, of course. It didn't get to a shouting match, but at the same time, I liked that. And then of course, a lot of us were like, hey, pushing back on her a little bit when it came to Danny, like, oh yeah, you felt like this, and I see where she was coming from when it came for the trailer, but at the same time, it's like, yeah, but it's still, we have to let's let it breathe a little bit, when it comes to all this. And when we get to that official trailer, because again, I read the book and then this week I started going through it again and I'm going, okay, when it comes to certain things in the book, I'm like, is that going to be, how are they going to show this in this movie? And that's where I'm really curious. I mean, especially the journey that Ruthie and Kara go. I mean, they specifically on certain planets, do they just do a montage? Do they spend some time on certain planets that maybe have some, weight to it? And that's what I'm just kind of curious about. And then of course, even Craig Gillespie even said, in an interview, he said the ending is probably going to be shocking to people. And I'm going, okay, what's that ending? It's not going to be the ending. It's not going to be the ending that was in the book, I don't think, at all, because
I don't either. I think they're going to have to alter it, but that's what I think.
Well, I mean,
what they do,
The ending was a little bit ambiguous. I didn't until what's the name? Rebecca was the one who kind of cleared it up for me. Yeah, this is what actually happened at the end.
I'm not talking about the mechanics of it. I'm talking specifically about spoilers for anyone who hasn't read Woman of Tomorrow. But at the end of the book, there is a time jump, and you see two characters talking about events, and I think that element is going to get changed. Yeah. I don't think there's going to be any.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Continuity purposes, I don't know if they can do it that way.
Time wise, yeah.
Because you can't. I don't know that you can do something like that and show Kara Zor-El older when we just got
with a horrible Supergirl suit.
Yeah, it's not the best.
Short hair.
Honestly,
that was a self-contained story. That was the self-contained nature of that story.
It's so funny you mentioned that because when it came to Superman, I was pretty critical of that suit. Not a big fan of it. When it comes to this movie, I just don't care. She's got the skirt on. It looks pretty close enough to the book to me. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah. No. I'm talking about when they did the time jump where she had the short hair and
I like the
short hair. Yeah. And then the full on bodysuit.
Yeah, full on bodysuit. Yeah.
I know. I even said that when the Supergirl trailer came out, I tweeted out, I was like, okay, I'm seeing all the Supergirl's woke tweets. I'm like, guys, it's a blonde girl in a skirt again. At least you have that.
It's like, what do you want?
She got the red panties on in some versions.
Yeah. I was like, at least there's that. I mean, because the last Supergirl, everybody was going woke, and I'm like, okay, yeah. I mean, it's it wasn't the blonde girl with the skirt. It was, yeah. I was like, okay, but even though I appreciated Sasha Calle, I was like, okay, she was a fine Supergirl. I'm not one of those that say everything's fucking woke. I'm just like, well, give it a chance.
Yeah.
But when I kept on seeing, whoa, Supergirl's woke, or even alluding to that, I'm like, guys, the skirt is there and she's blonde with blue eyes. What the? At least you got that. It's like
she's not enough.
I feel like I'm Sebastian Maniscalco. Yeah, at least you got that. I'm like,
lucky Keith Giffen is not still around. He'd have her in a thong. Go look up his 4th edition of Legion of Superheroes or Laurel Gans literally wearing a thong, if anything, in that entire series. So I mean, they'd have a hell.
Yeah. I also think that this is going to springboard Jason Momoa's Lobo into some solo project.
Oh
yeah. Oh yeah.
I hate that character, but I'm glad to see him having fun. I grew up when I was a kid. I still have a copy of that somewhere around there in my dad's house. I was a big fan of Wolverine growing up. 6-7 years old growing up, and during that era where he stopped, where he went to the brown and the orange costume, and he was wearing his cowl less and less after the Frank Miller series, and all of a sudden. Here's Lobo, cheap cigar, looking. I'm like, I hate that character. I hate that character.
You see the clear line where Lobo is being poised to probably get some kind of solo project following this film.
You don't,
right?
you don't cast Jason Momoa in this just for a one time. What's going to happen is we said a couple of scenes.
But I hope we get a terrific project before a Lobo project. I'm like,
the thing is like. I'm kind of even with William too, not so much because of the whole Wolverine thing, but just because like I've always just seen Lobo as like almost in a way DC's Deadpool.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Kind of is.
In a way, he's the fucking foul mouthed, loud bozo, but he's got muscle, and he's a fun character from time to time, and he occasionally
he's not purposely trying to be the Joker. He's just like you said, the musclehead that just like thinks he's the best thing since sliced bread because he's the main man.
The thing is like. What makes Deadpool and Lobo so comparable is the fact that like one is a straight up bounty hunter in space, the other is a mercenary. They both just have this like, I don't give a fuck who you are, give me money so I can get cigars, chimichangas, what the fuck ever.
Beer.
Like, I am aligned to me, but they also they have an understanding of like right and wrong for the most part.
He's like the Joker. He's got simple tastes.
One of my favorite moments.
Depends on which Joker you're talking about.
Yeah.
Have you seen Absolute Lobo yet?
Have you seen Absolute
No,
Joker?
there's not going to be an Absolute Lobo.
No. I'm just channeling the line from Heath Ledger.
Okay. Oh,
Absolute Joker is a horror story, man.
That's on the read list for this weekend. So
that's some body horror Pennywise. Shit. Oh, it's great. It's beautiful.
You really want to enhance that experience, William? Why don't you listen to the Why So Serious track from Hans Zimmer on The Dark Knight, then read that book at the same time?
Ooh,
that will make it
an idea. All right,
I'll
try that.
It is.
Dude, the covers. I had a person who didn't buy one of the versions of the covers because it was so disturbing.
No shit.
I'm like, yeah.
I think I got right here.
I'm like, he came up, and I'm like, you're missing one. He's like, no, I don't need that one. I'm like, you sure it's the best cover? I'm
like, I've made my decision, Mr. Shopkeeper.
The beautiful thing is like. When they do variants, they do the variant, and then they do the actual cover on the inside too. So I got Dragata's on the inside, but I got the Jock one for the Joker one. Man, that book was
that book's fucked up and it's beautiful.
I think about it, and I just
ending without spoiling it. That ending, that twist at the end, that's
all right. See again, I'm reading it this weekend. I'm excited. You getting me?
I'm not. That's not it. I didn't spoil it.
No, I know you didn't reveal anything. No.
I remember
that much.
Phil messaged me when he was like, "I ordered issue number 1." I remember Phil being like, "Yo, I don't know, man. I think this book is gonna be something else." And then recently, a few days ago, I heard it's like on its 12th printing.
10th printing for number 1.
And this one's on its second printing.
It's 2 years old.
So William, I have the black Jock. I not that one, the other one. I've got Jocks. That one I wanted. I love it.
This was the one that bothered me.
That is a cover.
That's the one that bothered him?
Yeah.
Wow.
This one didn't fuck you up?
That's what I was about to say.
If you've seen the movie Smile, you've seen that.
Yeah. But it just looks like it reminded me of John Carpenter's The Thing.
Yeah.
With Pennywise the Clown. That's the best description I can give, and we're going to go into it tomorrow. But this one is probably going to outsell.
What time tomorrow?
Number 1.
No.
Tomorrow, 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock. I'll send you a link.
At night? I'll be working.
8 o'clock?
I'm working a Sublime show out here.
Oh, that's right. You told me that. Okay.
You're working a Sublime show. Nice.
Yeah. So Sublime's coming through Sacral, technically Lincoln, but yeah, they're coming through Thunder Valley Casino. They're headlining. There's 2 other bands. I'll be selling merchandise for them tomorrow night.
And that's his kid, right? That's singing.
Yeah,
I think so. Yeah,
it's definitely there was a big kerfuffle about that because the rest of the band wanted to get together.
Like him. He sounds just like his dad, though. I mean,
yeah.
That's a tragedy story right there for another day.
Totally.
When him dying at all, but when he died right before that they just were about to burst into the scene. It sucked. But
well, they already were bursting. That's the thing. It sucks.
Well, they had date rape, but they weren't what I got level. You know what I mean? They weren't. You know what I mean? Yeah. I mean, it sucks that he missed out on that.
He missed out on the big, when they really blew up. He died right before. Yeah, I remember.
Shannon, same thing, man. That heroin got him. This is projected to outsell Absolute Batman #1. So think about that. That's good numbers, man.
And the next issue coming up is a crossover with Absolute Wonder Woman.
Yeah.
And then from there, it jumps into
Poison Ivy.
Oh, wow.
Which I think is like a smaller story arc, if I'm not mistaken. It's Poison Ivy.
Yeah, it's like 2 issues, I think, from when I was looking at the pre-solicitations. But they're already doing the cutoff dates for 15 because they want to go back into reprints. And the cool thing about this is it's not just garbage reprints. You know, back in the day, we just got the reprints because you got the shittier version and it just devalued the original one, right? These ones are a ratio. They're coming down in print run and they're giving you brand new covers. You know, so they're actually as valuable, not as valuable as the first print, but they're not undercutting the overall value of the series, which is a smart thing to do, especially for brand new people coming in. Some of those people can only get the 7th or 8th printing, so it's a good thing. I like what the guy's doing for it, and I really need DC in general to just follow that lead. Just take those risks. Take risks. DC's at their best when they're taking risks. When they do that safe shit, it's
like Bane. Is Bane safe?
Absolute Bane. Listen, it's another character. There's only 4 or 5 characters I have no use for. You already know about one, which is Lobo. Bane, if there was a scale of -5, he would be on there. But Absolute Bane, the way he brought him in,
I heard about this.
What he did to the people around Batman. If that would have been the way Batman was, that Nightfall was written back in the 90s, I may have changed my mind. But the way he handles,
because what Scott Snyder's doing is, it's not so much like Chris has a really great saying on Marvel Alliance, greatest hits. It's not Scott Snyder doing greatest hits with Batman in another universe. This is almost a modern recontextualization of an amazing character, but also kind of stripping away a key element that makes him so prominent, but still retaining everything that is spiritually core to who Batman is, i.e., he's intelligent, he's crafty, he's tactical. He just doesn't have the money. He doesn't have the man or the cave. He's literally like operating on his own. And I think that's what makes this version of Batman so cool. But what makes it so more compelling is the fact that like now we're seeing a brand new version of Batman in a different universe from a modernized context, but we're seeing all these other characters that we've come to know as villains, but in this universe, some of them are his friends, and what Bane does to them is almost even more horrifying than what main continuity Bane did to Batman back in the 90s. Because how would you, instead of breaking someone physically, what way do you break someone emotionally and mentally? And that's what Bane was aiming for. And in a sense, he achieved what he did. The consequences of that decision,
you get
shadows belong to me.
That fight with that fight in 14 with Bane is one of the best.
That was ridiculous. And when we were setting up the interview, he was asking about what I thought about that, and I'm like, it's literally body horror, a battle. I've never seen a body horror battle. What is that even a thing? And that he beats him down to his eyeballs. He fucking beats him down to his eyeballs. That's what he does.
Wow,
the most eyeballs in a brain or in a jar.
It's literally like the most modernization of the David versus Goliath story ever done.
Wow.
Hearing that fight, I remember someone told me about the fight, and I was like, that sounds like Chainsaw Man. It sounds like something like manga anime related where it's just bloody. And
Tokyo Gore Police. Tokyo Gore Police was another thing I thought of when I was reading it.
Yeah,
I'm just like, that's fucking awesome.
The killer thing about that, though, is I didn't give 2 shits about Killer Croc for the most part. I mean, he's a character, he's a villain, great. You know, you accept him as part of one of Batman's Rogues Gallery, right? The way he has been written from the moment he's come into Absolute Batman all the way up until issue 14, where they are showing his flashbacks while Batman's beating the shit out of Bane, and it's to remind you of what Killer Croc was. that he was a human, and to make you hate Bane even more. I didn't hate Bane in the 90s. I could care less. I thought it was a fluff character done for headlines, and that was it. This character is done. Scott Snyder makes you want to see Batman fuck him up, and he does. He literally rips the meat off of this thing's bones. And you know, everybody in the Rogues Gallery, and I'm not a person who likes to have a whole bunch of Bat family shit in Batman. I usually like Batman to have a solitary existence, and that's usually my Batman story. But it's not the case here. Every person that Snyder introduces into him is kick-ass. Catwoman in that issue, she plays a very small part in issue 14, but it's one of the coolest things she does. And when she amps his ass up with all that venom, he literally explodes.
Yeah,
he literally explodes. It's like, ugh.
It's
green
great.
shit. It's great. It's beautiful.
Yeah, because the thing about this version of Bane is like they took the concepts of him being intelligent, tactful, but also monstrously, hideously powerful, and kept that. But the thing that's like that really is different about this version of Bane is the fact that like they did it so early, so you needed to do something different to break this version of Batman, and he did. But just seeing this version of Bane operate and the way he speaks, I think, is even almost more horrifying and chilling than, you know, how Bane normally is depicted, where he's just like, Batman, I'm going to fucking break your back. No. This version of Bane is just like, please try something. I dare you. Because this version of Bane is the Joker's personal enforcer, and he's the head of Arc M, these facilities that the Joker populates all across the world. It's, dude, Scott Snyder's a fucking genius.
It's truly evil that you want to be defeated. Like I said, reading the early 90s version, I'm like, just when is the next issue coming out? When is this arc? And that arc never ended. I never really cared what happened to Bane. I needed him. It's like Lonzo from Training Day. There's no way Lonzo can make it out of Training Day alive without just no way. I hate that movie. And that's what you feel about Bane, even though, like I said, the way he's defeated is really creative. And now we're on to the next thing. But the whole Joker storyline, that storyline is the most unique Joker story. And there's a lot of Joker stories out there. There's a lot of Joker origins out there.
Main thing.
This where Scott Snyder truly shined with this is in the DC universe, as we've come to know, the Joker has no backstory prior to falling into the tank that turned him into the Joker. Outside of that, everything up to that point is completely up to interpretation. This version, Scott Snyder deliberately goes out of his way to go, this is who this person is. This is how long their family may or may not have been around. And this is what happens when this person has been influential in certain regards all across history.
Damn.
It's
what he does to babies. If you're somebody who does not want to see harm done to babies, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I don't want. But Ben, I know you got to take off.
Yeah.
As you're eating your Cheetos, is that what you're eating?
Yeah, I was eating Cheetos.
So that's your heart food that keeps you looking like you're 35. Okay.
Is that what it is? That
no, I will never tell.
You'll never hear the secret. Yeah. All right. Well, good to see you, Ben. It's the wine. That's what it is. Yeah. He's drinking. That's blood that he's drinking.
Yeah, that's
the Cheeto wine combination. That's
the
nice.
Cheeto. Yeah, there you go. See, Chris knows.
Trademark that, dude.
All right. Well, good to see you, Ben.
Good
Get
to
some
be
sleep.
seen.
Yeah.
This was fun as usual.
Great. Yeah.
All right,
guys.
guys.
Real Anarchy. Subscribe. Do all the things. Yes.
Yeah. Follow me on all social media. Acting a fool. All right.
All right.
Bye, guys.
All right, see you, Ben. All right. We get rid of Ben, but we get Paul.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Paul, hold up the newspaper. We need to make sure you're okay.
Yeah, where are you? Where in the world are you, Cameron?
I'm in Cape Cod. As you can see, I've got a haircut and my beard's been trimmed. I'm being well taken care of.
He's not in his robe. He's, clearly not being held against.
Are you sure he's not in a robe? It looks like a robe.
I'm in a robe. Yeah, this is the Superman one, I think. Yeah, there we go.
Okay. See, because it looked like a jacket. My bad.
No, you're good, man. You're good. No, it
is.
I'm doing okay, doing all right. I'm just in between things right now, just like just checking up on my house a little bit more. I'm doing a lot of writing and stuff, trying to figure some stuff out there. That's about it. I'm going to Japan next month, so that should be fun.
Whoa, look at you.
Nice.
Yeah.
Have you been to Japan yet?
No, so I was actually supposed to go at one point when my buddy actually was living there for a while, but it was 2020. So we made plans, and then like a month later, we're like, never mind.
Nope,
Don't
can't
worry
do
about
that.
it.
Yeah.
I'm going next year, Tokyo. Woohoo!
Ah,
Yeah.
nice. Yeah.
So, I went with the army before, but the army doesn't send you to pretty places. They send you to the armpit of whatever country they send you to. So this time,
right.
I'm gonna go see my face.
And you got to hope that you go on some leave for a little bit to do whatever. And
Yeah,
sometimes
and
don't.
wherever you are, trust me, it is fucking far. In Germany, I didn't know what a Kaiserslautern was. I was born in Germany. To get to Berlin,
wow.
you're at the tip of Germany. We're like the World War II. We stayed in World War II barracks, and we had to go all the way up to go see Berlin, where I was born, the Berlin Army Hospital. And I'm like, I guarantee you, wherever it is, it could be the Garden of Eden. The army will find the worst place from the place that they send you. It could be paradise. You're going to Italy, Aviano Air Base, beautiful, right? No, I'm going to some place. I literally had to pull out a fucking map, and it wasn't on the map. That's where the army sent me.
Oh man, that sounds rough. Well, I don't think I'm going to be in those areas. We are aiming to go. We are aiming to go.
Sounds
to
like
Tokyo.
a good decision.
Yeah, it really does.
We're aiming to go to Tokyo and then I believe Kyoto. And my bucket list is to at least check out the Nintendo Museum and then possibly see Studio Ghibli. So we'll see how that
you
goes.
Definitely got to get that.
Get tickets in advance, Paul, because you have to get them a month a heads up. If not, they sell out like that. I missed out when I went.
Yeah,
okay.
There's a lot in Japan that you have to reserve a month in advance for.
Mhm.
Keep that in mind. Yeah.
Even bars, even restaurants at times. Like, yeah.
Well, I leave. I'll be going from like the 16th to 26th, so I will do that now. Well, when I
like tomorrow.
Yeah, when I wake up after getting off this stream. But yes, no, it's it's interesting. I've never been to Japan before, so it'll be a new experience for sure. But it'll be interesting to say the least. I've heard a lot of interesting things from Japan. I'm Ganjin, so I don't know. I don't think I'll be let in everywhere, but it should be interesting nonetheless. So yeah. For sure.
Cool. Cool.
Yeah.
Now you got to give your thoughts about the Supergirl trailer.
Okay. Where do I start?
Did we talk about this? I forgot if we talked about this or not.
No, I don't think you and I talked about it. No.
No, we talked about Batman. We didn't talk about Supergirl because I was working last night.
Yeah. No, I mean,
what do you think, Paul?
I mean, okay. For one, I will say the cinematography and stuff looks better than Superman. It looks like they put a little more, like maybe effort, I guess. I've only seen the trailer one time, so I'll say that the trailer went by so fast. I didn't even catch the Lobo cameo until later when I was looking through like social media and stuff. So I was like, oh okay. Personally though, it's still not doing it for me. I mean, I just immediately thought Guardians 4. Like I know a lot of other people did too, for sure. I like Millie a lot. I mean, I've only seen her in House of Dragon, but I think she's cool for the part. But the fact that you start the movie with again Crypto, who I fucking hate Crypto in this universe, and like having him piss on the newspaper with aiming for Clark Superman there, I was just like, okay, like I mean, I know what movie I'm getting, I guess, right off the bat, and starting with like a music drop and stuff. But yeah, it didn't do it for me. I mean, it looks better produced than Superman, but it's still more or less in the same tone and thing that I'm not like really a fan of and stuff. Now I have now read Woman of Tomorrow. It seems like it's trying to take from that, which is cool, but I hope that it remembers to, because I mean, again, it's been a while since I've read it, but she's only like drinking at like the beginning of the book, right? And then she kind of like gets better as it goes along. I hope that's the case with this movie as well. It seems like I mean, obviously, if Supergirl's drinking a lot, like obviously she has reason to, like she's going through a lot.
Yeah.
You know, she's lost a lot. And as she says in the trailer, I think like Krypton didn't just die in the day. She's obviously referring to Kandor, and like, you know, maybe she had a prolonged, you know, thing from when Krypton exploded to her like getting in a pod too, and like all that, and the fact that she has to live out with these memories. So I think about that, and I know obviously it's not done by James Gunn. It's done by the guy that did I, Tonya.
Craig Gillespie. He also did Cruella, which is fucking great.
Okay,
he's a good director. He's a good director.
Yeah, I heard good things about Cruella. I have not seen Cruella. It wasn't something that like interested me personally because I'm also.
I hear you.
Yeah,
I was the same way, and then I sat down and watched it, and I was like, they did the thing with Maleficent better.
Hold on. Now I just want to say, and this is semi spoilers if you haven't seen Cruella. When I heard that the movie had Dalmatians kick Cruella's mother off a cliff, I was like, I'm good. Like I just like I heard that and I was like, but I haven't actually seen it or checked it out. But Phil, if you like it, I'll probably give it a whirl and stuff. I think Emma Stone was interesting casting though, for sure, and doing all of that and like why she has like the different colored hairs and stuff like that. But no, I don't dislike the director. I've heard I, Tonya was really cool too. I know that was Margot Robbie and Sebastian Stan and Paul Hauser, I think too as well.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Good flick.
So that being said, I did watch the Game Awards the other night, and I liked the stuff that they showed for Lego Batman or the new Lego Batman. I thought that was cool.
Yeah.
That was last night. I didn't catch any of it.
Yeah. No, I usually.
We haven't even talked about that Street Fighter sneak peek yet. We'll get into it. We'll get into it.
I thought that was a joke. I thought that was fake.
But hey, we'll get into it. But
I mean, I can see why William would think that though.
Yeah.
But no, I usually skip the Game Awards. I mean, I'll usually catch like the highlights and stuff because I love video games, but comparative to some of my friends or in general, like video games is always sort of the lower pillar for me. Like I always kind of get around to it like last these days because I'll focus more on movies and television and comic books, and then video games is kind of last basically. But no, my friend like called me and stuff, so we basically like streamed it together, and you know, he was telling me all the things, and I think like Fate of the Old Republic and Mega Man were what got my
started strong.
I saw that,
yeah. So anyway, but yeah, as far as DC goes, Supergirl looks to me to be more or less the same. I mean, a little bit better produced. I think Millie's well cast, but I honestly, the coolest thing to me went by so quickly. Like, because I mean, my feelings aside on the Snyderverse and stuff like that, I think Momoa is a good casting for Lobo. But again, it depends on how they use him. Like, what's he gonna do? What's his purpose here? Obviously, it's a space adventure, so you know it makes sense for him to kind of show up and stuff. So, but yeah, I mean, most likely I'll end up not seeing it in theaters. I'll probably check it out at a later time. I mean, it's fine too if like we're on here and you guys want to spoil the movie for me before I see it too. So I mean, that's where I'm at with it. So I'll just leave it at that. So yeah.
And and then of course we did to get a Lantern sneak peek today.
Now was it really just 10 seconds long? I was trying to find a longer clip. Okay.
After they said they were going to put out.
No, there was people that were saying like the Lanterns trailer that was going to be coming out today, and I was like, all right, well, let's see what happens.
So,
but it was just 10 seconds. Yeah,
it was so short, and because I had seen stills earlier, like in the same day, I thought someone had done like an AI thing to like merge. Well, no, just because for like 2 seconds, and then I realized, and I was like, no, that's it. Sorry.
I love it where people, and we were talking about this in our network chat, that all of a sudden, oh my god, this is so peak. This is like Twin Peaks vibes. This one scene where they're in the town hall. It's like, wait a minute, so we're calling it Twin Peaks just based on a town hall scene, and this is peak just because of 10 seconds? Lord. I said, I think we need to set the. I'm excited. Let's raise the standards a little bit higher before we start calling things peak and go all soups. You know.
Yeah.
Let's call it a Twin Peak.
I was excited about the interaction between Hal and John. You know,
Yeah,
like,
getting to see that first interaction was
that felt
kind of
very cowboyish.
Dude, I love how like Hal's like, oh yeah, you think you got, you know, you saw, and until you're at the head of the class, the ring is going to determine that. He puts the ring on the dashboard and jumps out of the car, and
Good luck to you, brother.
Goes off a cliff, and I'm going, oh, whatever happens right there. I mean, obviously John's not going to die, but I'm going, does the car crash? Probably not. The ring's probably going to save him, or like something's going to happen that's going to be pretty sweet. But I mean, that for being like a tease for the or at least for like the footage that we got for this, that right there was like, I thought was just really cool, because he literally is just like, oh, you think you're like king shit? Well, until like the ring says so, and he puts it right there, and the ring looks cool as fuck. It's in the thumbnail. But I was like, oh yeah, it looks really cool. It's like, okay. And then he's just like, and then he just opens the door and does a fucking roll out of it. Good luck, buddy. And I'm like, all right, that's a dynamic right there, where Hal's like, yeah. All right, young stud, you think you got it? Fuck you.
That scene where what picture we've been staring at since forever, where they're walking down the road.
Yeah.
There they both have the rings on. That's probably right after that scene.
That's probably right after it. Like, oh shit.
Yeah.
And by the way, Ronan, are you wearing a ring? Are you wearing a green light? Yes, you are, aren't you? Yeah.
Dude, I'm telling you, that clip was on loop the whole time, because I'm like,
dude,
God damn.
That's all you kind of needed right there, huh?
Those few seconds, man. Like, again, I'm not going, it's peak, but I'm just like, yo, that is finally something other than just that one photo. I'm like, okay.
Bro, the Highwayman, Michael Landon.
Yeah. Make me wait till to the Super Bowl again. Then at the Super Bowl, give me a little bit more. Give me a little bit more. Like
I need more than that. I was ready for it. I had rings. I had a batch of glow in the dark rings made that were ready. So when they announced it, because we're going to do a watch along here, and everybody's going to have the rings on, I thought we were going to be talking, you know, wow, it's only 30 days away from Lanterns. And then I get the news that it's going into the sun. I'm like, oh, we're fine. It's not the end of the world. But this is not where I thought I was going to be for sniffing the floor for crumbs that they gave us this morning and trying to taste them and retaste them. And I taste something. That's not where I thought I was going to be now. But all right, fine.
It's so funny because it was like all of a sudden the footage came out. It was part of like a sizzle reel of like HBO Max stuff that was coming out. And then all of a sudden we get like a video from Aaron Pierre going, hey, I'm on the set of Lanterns, and it's supposed to come out, and they bleep out like when he says it's supposed to come out. Yeah. They do it like a Kill Bill thing, like when they mention the fucking.
I bet you anything, it was probably the original release date, not the moved release date.
Yeah, they probably moved it, and they hey, good on them for making a joke and be like, hey, just bleep it out, you know, just do that, because obviously that was filmed while they were filming it, which was probably a few months back, and they had no idea, like, oh yeah, it's gonna come out, you know, like March. Oh, but now it's gonna come out after Supergirl probably. But you know, and then of course, like people were like, "Oh, it's just the same footage." I'm like, "Yeah, guys, you guys got hyped up for nothing." I actually heard that they were like, "Oh yeah, there's probably going to be something, but not like a full-on trailer." And I was like, "Yeah, that makes sense." That it was just like, okay, HBO Max is doing their thing, and that's exactly what happened. I was like, I didn't get fired up. I was like, "Oh yeah, maybe we'll get some Lantern stuff," and it was good. I was like, "All right, we got a little bit more. We know that this is." What they've been saying, True Detective, grounded story. It's like, okay, but at least we got that dynamic between the two. And I really like that scene where Hal's just like, yeah, you think you're top shit? Here, try that. And then he does that. I was like, all right, that's all that you gave me something I needed right there. And that was great. That was great.
Yeah. I was worried because I was at work when it was supposed to drop a bigger thing.
It's supposed to be at 1 p.m. My time.
You can't be a push this show later. You was pissed.
I was just like, fuck, please. Like, I don't want, like, can I just get home early? And then, you know, time happened and nothing happened. I'm like, okay, I got everything I needed to do before I left work. All right. I put on.
I saw people on Twitter going like, oh, geez. Oh, they think the Supergirl trailer was so bad they have to release like the Lanterns trailer too. Like, why is the marketing so bad? I'm like, it was an HBO Max thing, like an HBO Max thing where they were showing us Israel, they're showing a thing, and then there was a little bit. I don't know. People have like their own ideas of how marketing should be, and I'm like, yeah, maybe not. You know, you had the Supergirl trailer yesterday, and I mean, I didn't think. there was anything wrong with having some kind of lanterns thing today. It's like it just keeps the DCU, talk going.
A pulse on it.
Yeah.
I mean, they had this week to themselves until next week.
Yeah, Doomsday is all next week
because
CBD,
Blue Kitties take over, and
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was more mixed on the Lantern stuff. I mean, I'm a huge fan of obviously the Jeff Johns run in the comics, and obviously I've read the Neil Adams Denny O'Neil run of like basically when they're going across country.
Traveling heroes.
Yeah. So, I mean, honestly, and I think we talked about this before because I know William has brought it up many times. But for me, the only reason I'm really excited about the show is because Lindelof is involved, and I went into the Watchmen TV show not really expecting like anything. Like I kind of went in with like low expectations, and then when I realized it was also like an actual sequel to the book and everything, I was like, oh, and like the show for me was really well done. So Lindelof
definitely
taking
one of
on
my favorite
Lantern.
comic book properties.
Yeah. So Lindelof being involved in this is really the only thing that's keeping me like super skeptical. But I was surprised at how very grounded. I mean, it was funny. It came across kind of like something from like the early 2000s where they're afraid to tell you it's a comic book property kind of thing, and in the way that it was presented and stuff like that. But obviously we all know that it's it's John and Hal, and they're going across the country doing stuff or whatever the case. So yeah, so I'm interested to see this interesting kind of more grounded take. The fact that it's in the DCU is really interesting to me with what we've seen so far from the DCU. But yeah, I mean, like I said, I trust Lindelof. And just we'll see it when it comes. Now it's been delayed to what, mid 2026?
I think it's
summer of 26 after Supergirl.
Yeah.
After Supergirl. Okay.
July or August. That fucking sucks, but
yeah, it sucks.
I mean, I hope it's to improve the effects or to like whatever Green Lantern effects there are in the show.
Yeah,
it's a continuity issue from what I'm hearing. There's something that I guess this might happen in Supergirl that leads to, because according to when he announced its original slate, the Lanterns was like a hub for a lot of different things because of what they do. So it may lead to the big, overarching. I don't know, but I just know it's not now. So,
but at the same time, there's a lot of people that are like, "Oh yeah, we're not going to see any Green Lantern effects or like their suits until." And I'm like, "No,
they put a ring in the main thing of a frame, like that.
It wasn't lit up.
Even people who saw that footage, when that press footage, they were saying like, "Oh yeah, people are." The controversial thing is going to be like the way the suits look. And they're like, oh yeah, so you saw suits, and it was all because it was kind of alluding to the fact that it was the Earth One suits, like the ones that I've been displaying since the very beginning, which is kind of funny. And I brought that point up. I was like, those suits, like when they announced Lanterns, they used these drawings of John Stewart and Hal Jordan in those type of suits, and I'm like, oh yeah, and that fits because it's not going to be the classic. It's not going to be, it is going to look. And I think James Gunn kind of has like the dynamic of, the suits are not going to be wet T-shirts. He said that before, about Superman. Okay. It's like, I don't want it to be a wet T-shirt, which I get it. Not everybody's cup of tea, but at the same time, I'm like, well, it's different. It's different, I didn't like the Superman suit at first, but it's grown on me, and I'm like, all right, I'm fine with it now. I'm okay with it. I get what he was going for. Supergirl suit looks better. It looks better on her for sure, but we'll see what happens when it comes to that. But I just keep on seeing people going, oh yeah, they're not going to be in the suits until like 2 minutes into the finale or 2 minutes, till the finale ends. I'm like, no, it's not. I don't think it's going to be that.
No. I don't think so.
Yeah, but when they're on Earth, I don't know. But we've only gotten literally a picture and then 10 seconds. So that's so
then
much.
we got a shot of like John Stewart like walking on a freeway all fucking bloodied up a little bit. I'm going, what the fuck happened to him? He's like walking on like a freeway and he's kind of just like effed up. He's like bleeding and shit. I'm going,
He probably barely got out of that vehicle.
yeah, maybe it could have been that. But that was like more in like a desert road. This was on like an actual like freeway. It looked like.
I got to look at it. I got to look at it again over and over again.
I don't know. I don't know what. I just because I was looking at when I was looking at the footage, I kept looking at it. And I was like, what the fuck is happening right here? That was like what really drew my mind. Even though I loved the whole back and forth between Hal and John, and like, oh yeah, you think you're good with the ring, and the head of the class, and I thought that was really cool.
Yeah, he says you don't get to go to the head of the class till the ring says you do.
It felt very Maverick. I was just like,
yeah,
forget everything, and like imagine if that's his initiative, like for Hal, and be like, all right, Stuart, welcome to the Corps, and it just like, you almost got me killed. I was like,
Well, John Stewart in this is a straight-laced young Marine, and Hal Jordan is an experienced Air Force officer. I mean, it's like watching two military people at the beginning. When you first join the military, you play everything by the book. You don't do anything outside of what you're supposed to do. And as you gain more experience, you start learning some of the shortcuts. You start learning what really means something, and where the rule book can be bent or just outright thrown out. And it seems like Kyle Chandler's character, his Green Lantern, has seen some shit. Whereas that John Stewart is just coming into the shit. So you see the difference in the contrast, which is kind of cool because it's consistent.
My biggest concern, because it's obviously been talked about at this point after Superman and everything, is what Nathan Fillion's Guy Gardner is going to be like in the actual show, comparative to what he's doing in Superman and stuff like that. I can't remember. Did they say? Does he keep his costume in this?
I don't
show?
know. We don't know,
okay.
but what I'm gonna probably like suspect, like what they're gonna do is like, because Guy Gardner is like such a false leader, like when it comes to the Justice Gang and stuff like that. And what I think that's what they established there is like he's just gonna be so subpar in a joke, like Hal Jordan and John Stewart are gonna be like, if when he shows up, like you're what is this? He's gonna be like,
I think Hal's gonna punch him.
I think there's gonna be a point where there's gonna be a point where like Guy's gonna mouth off to John and be like, you're gonna be lucky. You're lucky I didn't fucking train you or some dumb shit like that. And Hal Jordan's gonna look at him and be like, you never could. It's they're gonna make him the joke. Like they're gonna
make him a piece of shit. Like,
because he is the piece of shit of the Green Lantern.
Over piece of shit too.
I would love if Hal if John asked him who was that, he's like Junior Varsity, and it's just like
something like that.
Like
but I'll tell you what, like he is, but man, the later runs with Guy, like I gained a whole lot of new respect for him during the Red Lantern run, and especially when he basically takes off that ring and goes against a Krillo. And just says, let's go toe to toe, no rings, nothing like that. I'll still kick your butt.
Yeah, that's the thing about Guy Gardner, and I preface I hate Guy Gardner, but within the Lantern books, in terms of the Lantern mythology, in the better written story arcs later on down the line, is that Gardner is a fucking idiot. He's kind of a piece of shit, but he's the guy you want in your corner. He's the heavy that you need, like in like the battlefield. Like there's a reason why he's had the ring as long as he has. There's a reason why he sticks around. It's because he can be useful when it becomes necessary. Even though comparative to Hal and John, he's nowhere near as heroic or as like a he's not as he's not as nearly as
they do.
Huh?
He doesn't have the discipline that those two do.
No.
Yeah.
But he's also running with a chip on his shoulders because of how the ring could have gone to him, and he knows it. And how many times had he's literally gone into a coma or been in traction, or like, I mean, he's had massive stuff thrown at him. So I mean, I'm not excusing how they've written him, but it still, again, I'm not a Guy fan, but as I said before, I've gained a whole lot of respect for him in the later stories, and knowing his history. Yeah, it's doesn't justify what he does, but you look at it saying, okay, this makes sense.
Yeah.
He's not a villain. So
no.
He's a dickhead.
When it comes down to it, he's going to make the right decision because he still believes in what the fundamentals of the core are.
At the 11th hour, like he'll come through at the 11th hour. He's. I'm not going to compare it to.
Well, he
John.
came through in Superman. No,
but that's what I'm saying. That like I'm not going to compare it to John Constantine, but John Constantine is also that dude, which is like he's rugged, but he's that scoundrel with a heart of gold. And Guy's more of a dick, in my opinion, but he has that like at the last.
I wouldn't go so far to call John Constantine having a heart of gold. John's also very self-serving and has done too many things that have done it to serve his own needs and to screw everyone else over. So I wouldn't go that far.
John Constantine is such a enigma as far as a character can be. Like when the personification of what the devil is in the DC universe approaches John, he approaches him with caution because he knows that John Constantine has that ability to fuck everybody over within a 5-mile radius, or further if he chooses. Yeah. No, look, Guy Gardner has his good moments in the books. I just hope that they utilize him. I would want him to be a joke or have Hal and John Stewart put him in his place, but show at least why he's a Lantern and why he's. I mean,
he'll have seniority over John Stewart, so I don't know if that'll happen.
I mean, I'm very conflicted with Guy Gardner, especially in this universe, because, like, as you guys know, I did not care for the Superman movie, but I will say that Mr. Terrific and Guy Gardner were probably the most accurate of the characters within the movie. I just hate Guy Gardner as a character. So, but Nathan Fillion did play him correctly.
You're not supposed to. You're not.
Yeah.
Supposed to like him.
Yeah, you're supposed to hate his ass.
Right. But like I said, Nathan Fillion has been around long enough. He's smart enough to, hopefully play him correctly within this, or however Lindelof chooses to use him and stuff. So we'll see what happens. We'll see what they do. Like I said, Lindelof is pretty much the only reason like why I'm even invested in the show in the first place, because I'm already kind of a little skeptical in just what they're doing. But like I said, I'm going to give the show a chance for sure. So
do you think we'll ever get Ice? Guy?
I mean, I wouldn't be shocked. I mean, Lindelof's enough of a comic book fan. I wouldn't be shocked if she was mentioned. Like, I don't think we'll see her, but I wouldn't be shocked if he like brings her up or something, or maybe like an old flame as like a joke or something like that.
We're just in the JLI territory, and that's where the canoe goes over the waterfall and everybody dies. That's
okay.
I've been like fascinated by that, but I love that I mentioned that. And William and Chris go, "Oh shit!" Like we barely survived them. It's like.
Like you say, when you started seeing certain characters in JLA or JLI, it was time to stop buying that book because it was about to be canceled.
Oh wow! Okay, I only got
certain lineup. Like I said, rest in peace, Keith Giffen. You were the greatest. You're on the Mount Rushmore.
Okay.
You did some things during that 30 or 40 years that I could have just gone without. And his run, him and DeMatteis run on Justice League. Oh,
I
hope that never gets adapted.
You're in the middle of it, William. You know that.
Yeah.
I don't think not. I refuse.
I don't think they're gonna go fully like that, but
much.
he's gonna lean into it because he's calling out and say it. But like, I agree, he's not gonna lean into it. I'm on the opposite side. I adore that run, but I totally understand why some people like yourself don't care much for it. I get it. Totally understand.
It's
like I'm on allowance money at the time, and I'm like, what gets cut this week? Oops.
That fair.
Guy Gardner's the Green Lantern. Okay.
I've read some of that run. For me, it's very like, for what I want from Justice League or a Justice League book, it's very like in the middle for me, because it's doing something different, but at the same time, I'm like William and Chris, like I understand why certain people like that run and why certain people are not a fan of it, in terms of like overall Justice League runs. I think personally, like Grant Morrison's run on Justice League has been better, Scott Snyder, stuff like that. But it's got its fan base. Like I get it.
Definitely. And then Justice League Europe, which is basically porn, because that was Bart Sears.
I don't think I've ever heard it described like that. That's interesting.
Porn.
Google Justice League Europe, Bart Sears.
No. I've just never heard it like that. Yeah.
basically porn. That's funny. But I know Phil.
right.
Phil, you gotta take off because you gotta.
Yeah, I got a big day ahead of me tomorrow, but it's in
All right. Yeah, you're doing. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
right. Yeah.
I will catch you all later. You all have
Take
a
care,
great
Phil.
night.
Later,
Let's
Phil.
talk.
Bye,
Much
Phil.
love, guys.
Take it easy, Phil.
Have a great night.
But I mean, we gotta talk about this fucking sneak peek of Street Fighter.
I don't care.
Jesus Christ. I mean, so this is what's funny is like, you know, I'm like, all right, I'm going to see a movie. You know, this is last night. I'm like, I'm going to see a movie. And I chose Dust Bunny, which a lot of people don't know. What the fuck is Dust Bunny? It's like, look at it, watch the trailer, and you should watch the movie because it is one of those original movies where you go, wow. They were like, this is something that's crazy. It's Mads Mikkelsen's in there. The director is the guy who did the Hannibal show with him.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
okay.
it has to do with like, you know, fantasy as well as like a John Wick element. That's all I gotta say. That's all I gotta say. Like without giving away too much, it's just like one of those like small movies where people are gonna find this later and be like, "What the fuck? This is totally crazy." Anyways, so I'm in the movie theater and I'm, you know, movie's not starting yet, and I'm scrolling and I'm going, "Oh shit! The Game Awards are happening. They're releasing the Street Fighter movie posters." So I'm looking and I'm commenting, you know. And then all of a sudden I see like, oh yeah, they dropped the fucking trailer sneak peek. So I'm like, I'm not going to watch it here. So I, you know, watch Dust Bunny. I get home and then I finally watch it and I go, oh, wait a minute. I'm going, wait a minute. Yeah. I mean, I already thought that they were like really going hardcore. Like, hey, we don't care. The past attempts of trying to make this thing something have not worked. We're just going full like, hey, this is the video game brought to life. And it is.
Yeah.
It is bonkers, dude.
It's bonkers. They're leaning into insanity, which they should, because, you know, and I even saw the thing where like the cast was on stage and Andrew Schultz, who of course, you know, he's the comedian.
Yeah.
He wanted, you know, of course he's all about like, you know, starting controversy. He talks shit. He's like, Mortal Kombat 2 cast is coming out. Oh wait, they're not here. All they care about is money. Well, we care about money too. We care about you. And then he did that. I was like, hey, you know what? Funny, because I saw many of the Mortal Kombat cast members, you know, respond to that. It's all playful. I know some people really hate Andrew Schultz. I actually like Andrew Schultz. I'm okay with him. But you know, but at the same time, I'm like, oh yeah, that's good marketing. But man, that trailer, I was like, wow, they are leaning into the insanity. It's just, I mean, William, you were like, what the fuck? Is this a parody?
I thought it was a joke. And Brad, who constantly tries to hammer kung fu into our show, much as I could be testing myself.
I even commented too, but I know Brad probably doesn't like it.
I asked him, I'm like, because he's always trying to, Street Fighter is great. I think the Mortal Kombat movie was trash. The one that got released in 2021. I think Street Fighter movies the ones that were trash.
Well, it didn't it didn't have a tournament in it, so
yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm looking at this, and this looks like some shit. Okay, so remember back, you guys, none of us are really old as back when Saturday Night Live did the superhero thing where they had the Flash and Ant-Man on there, and it's a famous spoof, right? That's what this looked like to me. This looked like SNL, but not even modern SNL. This looked like some Chevy Chase era stuff, and I'm like, I thought it was a spoof. So I asked Brad, I'm like, Brad, is this real? He's like, yeah, man. And he's like, so it looked like shit, but then I understood. Okay, I think the point was to be ridiculous.
Yes,
the point was
it's going to be so bad it's good.
It's gonna be like you know what I got from it? Remember the Crank movies?
Yeah,
like that kind of level of like, hey, this is a video. Like Crank was not based on anything; it was an original thing, but they made it like a fucking video game. Yeah, both Crank movies were so ridiculous and over the top that I was getting that kind of vibe from this trailer. I was like, oh, they're just not even caring. They're like going, hey, what do the fans want? They want Ryu doing this. They want him doing the fucking, you know,
we need that car. They want car that we break.
They want Guile to do the somersault kick. They want everybody looking good. And then they round up the fucking sneak peek of like them beating up a car. And I'm like, that was literally a bonus
extra
level
points you used to
game
get.
where you smash up a car, and they put that right there, and they literally had "you win" as the end of the sneak peek. It was like, I was like going, I literally went, oh my god, they fucking
Cody Rhodes. When I saw Cody Rhodes, I'm like, okay.
Dude.
Is this AI? Is this AI? What am I? Because I didn't want to respond to it because sometimes you respond to stuff and you're like, "Oh, you dumbass, that wasn't real." And I'm like, "That's what I'm like." Hey, Brad, this is shit.
They literally showed Guile's special move, which is the somersault kick, the flash kick, or whatever the hell you want to call it. They showed Ken and Ryu fighting each other, and they showed zoom ins like it was a kung fu movie. And they showed Zangief doing his little special move where he grabs somebody, twirls them around, and slams them down.
He does a corkscrew pile drive.
So Chun-Li doing her like little holding what I don't even know what the character's name that was holding her like a kick. It was like a character I didn't really know, but you know. But it was like they were showing like things were like, well, fuck, you guys are really doing it. You guys are really just like, oh my god, we're gonna get all the fucking special moves, aren't we?
And that's what you kind of have to do with Street Fighter. Like it's not meant to be like it's like, oh, we're gonna bring it down to the ground. No, that's not what Street Fighter is. It's supposed to be ridiculous. Look at how it's done. They're real. I mean, again. The original movie way back when it's like, okay, you tried. It's kind of a cult classic and it's meme worthy within itself. But this is the way you do a Street Fighter movie. I said it in the chat earlier. It's gonna know what it is. It accepts what it is, and that's why I'm saying it's gonna be so bad it's good.
Yeah, the 90s movie was like, it was so 90s. I watched that movie so many times because I loved playing the game, Street Fighter Turbo, Street Fighter Ultimate, whatever the fuck. They like had so many different editions of Street Fighter 2.
Third Strike.
Until they eventually got to Street Fighter 3, and it was like, okay. But like the game, like the movie, I mean, Jean-Claude Van Damme as Guile was like, he aesthetically, sure, but when he was just like, but we could all go home. But Bison, we could, you know, and it's just the way, you know, because he has the accent. I mean, like, you're supposed to be an American soldier dude with a flat top, and they just, but then you had Raul Julia as Bison, and I will always say, and I think everybody always will say, is he chewed up the screen anytime he was on the screen. He chewed it up. It was so ridiculous, but we appreciated his performance as M. Bison. So I think a lot of people are applying that to David. I always fuck up his name. Yeah. Because when you look at him, you go, really? That's fucking Bison? It doesn't work. But at the same time, I'm going, hey, you know, and I, even when I, you know, my tweet, when I was like going like and talking about him, people are going like, well, maybe he's going to be Raul Julia. I'm like, yeah, totally understandable. It's just when I look at the poster and when I look at in the thing, I'm like, oh, that's not in Bison. But I hope, because he was even in Dust Bunny, by the way. He's in Dust Bunny. He shows up in random shit, and he's always good.
I have to expect Quentin Tarantino to go after him this week.
He was in Dexter Resurrection, by the way.
I'm not saying he's going to do a bad job. I'm just saying when I see him, I'm like, that's not Bison. That's not Bison to me, because Bison is a big dude with like the fucking wide eyes and you know. So, but most everybody else is just like, you know, looking really fucking good. Like
Chun-Li, Cammy, like
Cammy. Oh my god!
And they have different costumes. Like Cammy looks like more of her Third Strike look, and like you said,
not like the initial look.
Yeah,
you know, she's like more of like they went a little they went for like a different look. And you know, Vega looks good. And it's still weird that they don't have Sagat. They don't have Sagat. Sagat. I don't know how he. They don't have him.
Yeah.
They have Balrog, which is 50 Cent. 50 Cent, which everybody was like, "What the fuck is up with that hairline?" I'm like, "That's literally the hairline." Balrog has.
Basically, Mike Tyson with a jacked up hairline. That's what he was. He was based on Mike Tyson.
And getting the WWE wrestlers to be a part of this, that's exactly how you sell this. You gotta lean into the ridiculousness
of
this.
Them, right? Or
yeah.
You have Cody Rhodes. You have Roman Reigns. Who's the third one?
The guy who plays Joe, or is that or is he an MMA fighter? I don't know.
Oh yeah.
Oh no.
The guy who plays just Joe. I don't know who that character is. There's some characters I don't know because I didn't play anything after Street Fighter. Like
Yeah, I used to play that shit in the arcade.
Street Fighter.
Yeah.
It's just Roman and Cody.
Yeah. They have someone. I forget her name, but she was good in this show. But she's from Cobra Kai, and I think she's playing Cammy, or she's playing one of the other.
I don't know if it's Cammy. Oh, maybe it is. I don't know.
Yeah.
MMA champion Alexander Volstead is also in the film.
Okay.
Yeah, and so they have some characters like who Andrew
Julie,
Schultz
that was the other
playing.
character. Yeah.
Yeah, whoever Andrew Schultz is playing, I don't know that character that much. They have like what's his name? The other another comedian playing a different character who's like a promoter kind of guy.
Oh, Eric Andre.
Eric Andre.
Yeah, he's playing somebody. I'm like, I don't know who that is.
Yeah.
So they have some characters that like I don't know because obviously I just after there was like Street Fighter Turbo, and Super Street Fighter. I played those ones, but I didn't really go out further on so much. So there's certain characters they brought in for that. But hey, if it fits the fucking whatever they're trying to do, all I know is Ken and Ryu look fucking fantastic. Guile looks fucking fantastic. Everybody, E Honda, whoever's playing E Honda, Jesus Christ. Dalsheim, the dude who's playing him. I'm like, all right, so can we see more of him where he's like punching and his arms are stretching and he's blowing fire? I'm like, I want to see more of that. But the thing, again, it just seemed like they went, all right, yeah, we're just going to lean into the insanity. And they did with the song and everything. It was just like, holy shit. Like when I watched that trailer, I watched it probably about 3 or 4 times before I posted my thing. Where I'm like, wait a minute. And it's funny because my post on Twitter went kind of viral where I was like, because I reposted the trailer, and even Zangief too. The guy who's playing Zangief looked just like him. And I said, I was like, whoa, wait a minute. I think there might be cooking here. I was like, what the fuck? And yeah, I don't even, who's the director? I can't remember who the director is. I know they lost the director initially.
Yeah.
And then they got somebody new.
Kitao Sakurai.
Okay, yeah. So, that's the thing. It's like they got an Asian director, I'm assuming. But goddamn, that last shot before they show the title. Oh my God. You have Ryu doing the flip throwing somebody, which is in the game. And then you have Ken as the guy is flipping in the air, doing a kick to kick him into the wall. And I'm going, yes. The choreography is fucking excellent in this movie, apparently, because it's a one shot of just him flipping the guy over, and then Ken just kicks him into the wall. And I'm like, whoa, that's pretty sweet.
Yeah.
As long as you have good fight choreography, that's what's going to really help this thing.
Yeah.
And then you got... sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, so one of the girls from Cobra Kai is playing Julie, which I don't know a lot of the characters from Street Fighter. I was always kind of
I don't even know who Julie is.
I was more of a Mortal Kombat kid, so I don't know.
Yeah, me too. I was more Mortal Kombat.
Yeah, but from what I saw of the trailer, from what I know of Street Fighter, it seems like they tried to do very well to make it look. It kind of seemed like they're going more like a Scott Pilgrim type of
yes,
embracing that camp.
Which they should.
Yeah, if you have Mortal Kombat or the Mortal Kombat 2, which looks like an actual Mortal Kombat movie where you're embracing like the blood and the guts and all this other stuff, yet you got to give something different, which is like embracing the camp and the silliness of the other franchise. So. To me, I think it's a good idea. For me, it's just more of like what I love about Scott Pilgrim is it's such a well-produced movie. It's very campy, but the fact that it makes you believe that Michael Cera can kick ass, like I think that's like that is what's the magic of that movie. So for me, obviously you have real trained fighters or people that can perform stunts and stuff like that. Like again, taking that girl from Cobra Kai, she's actually a real fighter in real life.
Yeah, amazing fighter too.
Right, and they've utilized her, which is good. So doing all of that and getting these heavy set actors to do these stunts and things. So yeah, if they embrace it and it looks good enough and looks better than like an SNL skit, because I know William obviously has his reservations for good reason. if you can make it look like, again, this clearly was like a demo reel because there's not a lot of like effect shot. It's just mostly seems to be practical.
Yeah, we don't even see Blanca. Jason Momoa's Blanca,
right?
And
he
was
was
at the
right, and he's at the actual Game Awards to promote it too. The whole cast was. So the fact that we didn't even see him, tells me that they're still working on it like extensively. So I hope
because they still. I mean, it's coming out in October or what is it? It says 2026. I can't remember. It's supposed to be like late 2026. I think maybe it's summer. I don't know. I can't remember, but they still have plenty of time to work on VFX, which they should, because they're still going to be. I mean, let's face it. If you're going to do, I have a feeling they're
still going to do his role. Did he do his role?
We're going to see E Honda doing his fucking. We're going to see.
I need a Haidoke.
And we're gonna see Ken and Ryu doing the hurricane kick, going and doing doing the fireballs, and I mean we only saw just the fighting without super visual effects. We just saw the practical shit right now. Yeah. We haven't even seen the effects that we saw Guile do his somersault kick, but for all we know, like when the final product, we could see the little,
sonic boom.
The little boom that he has. Because when you play the game, when he does that, when you do that kick, there is like a little like streak that happens. Yeah. For all we know, that shot where we see him do that kick, they might add that in. We might see like a Ryu or Ken doing doing their fireball, and then of course sonic boom. I mean, I think it's just they were like, we're going balls to the wall and just saying fuck all, we're not even trying to. I mean, the last Street Fighter movie, which was the Legend of
Chun-Li,
and that was so bad. They had a good actress even playing Chun-Li, which is what's her name from Smallville. Yeah, I can't remember her name.
Kristen Pruick.
But then, but they were trying to make this, her. But they were trying to like ground it, and it was like, what do you? Just make a fucking Street Fighter. I don't know how many times I kept on saying there's that Street Fighter 2 animated movie that came out in the 90s.
Love that movie.
So good. I mean, it literally starts with Ryu fighting Sagat on like a fucking cliff or whatever the hell.
Field or something. Yeah.
It's like stormy. They're fucking fighting. It's like, and then you see why Sagat has his scar, which is always the legend is like, oh, why does he have a scar across his whole body? It's because Ryu did his, oh, you can, and just totally fucking fucked him up during that. And it's like, you see that. And it's like, just fucking, you have the blueprint like right there. Just make that. But I think maybe, obviously now that things have progressed when it comes to a lot of things, I love because like I said, when I posted the trailer and everything like that, and it was blowing up on Twitter, it's sad that so many people were like, is this AI?
Yeah.
It looked ridiculous. I'm sorry. It looked ridiculous, but I was looking at it, just waking up, looking at it like, what is it? Because you get so much shit on your feed, so much crazy stuff and spoof stuff. And this fit along the lines of something I was not supposed to take seriously, but I didn't know it was affiliated. And that's why I asked. At least I went and asked the Kung Fu expert dude before I made a fool out of myself and said, this is some fucking trash. And like I said, now within the context of what they're trying to sell, that's fine. I am going to avoid this like the bubonic plague. Personally,
Why?
I can see, because this looks too cheesy for me. I'm gonna enjoy it though. Listen, it's gonna make a lot of money. People are gonna enjoy it, but there's just a certain level of cheese that is not gonna get me to the box office. And this looks like that.
I agree with William. I think it will be a success, but for me, it comes down. I mean, I don't know what the script's going to be like. I can only imagine, but for me, the effects have to sell the movie, or it has to blend in with the cheese factor that the movie is putting out. Because if it looks like a bad SNL skit, or like if it looks cheap, I think that'll hurt the movie. If it looks like
it doesn't look cheap, that's for
yeah. I hope it doesn't look cheap. I don't want it to look like Dragon Ball Evolution.
No. If it looks like Dragon Ball Evolution, we're going to be in trouble.
The thing is like the fight choreography is top notch. That's the thing. It's like when I watch this stuff, I'm like the wire work and the fight choreography is pretty top notch. And I think that's what they were trying to display right here before we get any kind of visual effects, because that's going to be a thing. And like I said, that shot of Ryu doing, grabbing somebody and throwing him, like getting on the ground and throwing him, which is a move in the game. And then Ken, as that guy's in the air, he fucking kicks him into the wall. I'm like, all right, the choreography and the wire work are good. So now when they add any kind of visual effects, I mean, not like that scene needs, but any other scene, like I said, when Guile does his fucking, when you see Cody, Rhodes doing like that fucking somersault kick. I mean, in the game, there is a streak that you see. It's like a the Guile, like he's got the sonic boom thing that, so even when he does like his little special somersault kick or whatever the hell you want to call it kind of kick, you do see a streak. I don't know if they're going to add something like that or just leave it as is. Maybe they should just leave it as is. I don't know. But yeah, we didn't see anything when it comes to fireballs or sonic booms or any kind of things, because those characters have those abilities. So, and I'm sure that's coming. We'll probably, in the actual first trailer, we're going to probably see that. But I think this was actually pretty smart to show this and be like, hey, look at all this practical shit we're doing when it comes to the fight choreography. And they really showed that here. And I'm impressed. I'm impressed. I'm not going to lie. I'm down. I was worried. I was like, what the fuck? I don't know.
I remember when the cast was first announced, I remember a lot of people were like laughing and stuff. But I will say this, for someone that's not a hardcore Street Fighter fan, I mean, the characters look like the characters. So that's cool. I mean, with the exception of Polka Dot Man being M. Bison. I don't know what they're doing with that. But again, I feel bad for him because of all the things. Everyone else has the advantage of the bad Street Fighter adaptations before and doing a better version. But that guy has to compete with Raul Julia, like going out on all four, like just going. Not even that. Everyone who
Tuesday
who loves that, like I'm one of those guys that loves the old 1990s Super Mario Brothers, and for people that love the old Street Fighter movie, they love. It's a great scene because it's a great scene in a terrible movie. The when M. Bison destroyed your village, it was the greatest day of your life. For me, it was Tuesday. And because it's Raul Julia doing that, so I feel bad for that actor having to live up to that.
Yeah. The way that he says that, he goes, for me, it was Tuesday.
Also, for the actress of Chun-Li, I'm hoping she does good, but also I've always said that if they always brought back Ming-Na Wen as Chun-Li and made like a solo story with her, I could buy it. And there's something you can do with Chun-Li. Oh yeah,
she's aged very nicely,
like wine,
very well.
And
like a fine wine. She still looks very good. But even the actress who's playing Chun-Li, I was like, when I saw her, I was like, oh, she's also very nice to look at. But it's just gonna be. But I think what they going into this thing, they went, it's fan service. But let's try to, hopefully they wrap it around a pretty decent story. But I think it's just, it is high intensity, insanity fan service.
Yeah.
That they're very much giving right here. And it might work, that's the thing. It's like nowadays, it's like when you try to ground things, that might have that worked at one point, but then like sometimes people just want to see like absolute insanity, and Street Fighter has not worked in previous iterations. There wasn't a fan film?
There was like a web series or something like that.
Yeah, web series. That's what it was.
I know there was a Mortal
something or whatever.
Yeah,
online. And it's like, this is the best one, and I usually hit the buzzer on them before you can finish. So
the anime is the only one I think of, but I think there was a web series with the guy who played Bruce Lee in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood played Ryu, in that web series, I think. But I was just like,
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Oh yeah. That's right. I remember seeing the poster. Yes, you're right. You're
Mike
right.
Moe, I think that's his name.
Yeah, you're right. I remember people were passing around that poster. Like, that's right. There was something. I think but it wasn't as obviously as crazy because they were limited. So I think it was actually more of a Ken and Ryu thing.
Yeah.
Which should be the centralized story. Ken and Ryu are like they have the same fighting style. They were taught by the same, but they have different lifestyles, and I think that's what that Street Fighter 2 animated movie in the 90s that came out really emphasized was the fact that Ken and Ryu, even though because they always would flash back to their training, they got taught the same because obviously they have the same moves. But Ken is trying to be like this movie star and shit like that, and trying to live that style, while Ryu is just trying to be
drifter, and he's a fighter.
And stuff like that. So if they can emphasize some of that, cool. But again, it's hard. But yeah, I just did not think I was going to be that impressed by this. But I was like, whoa, okay.
Same. I'm not expecting Last of Us or Fallout levels. No, but I'm hoping better than most recent MK movie, better than Borderlands, better than
Lobo. Oh God,
I know.
Yeah, William, you're right. Low bar.
Yeah,
there is a low bar. Yeah, I'm with you with that, William.
If they really want to do some fan service with Chun-Li, you got to bring back Jackie Chan in full drag. That's
he did that. Oh yeah, I've been seeing that video passed around on Twitter.
I'll sell those tickets. There we go.
Oh man,
yeah,
so good.
But yeah, I'm looking forward to the new Mortal Kombat. I'm looking forward to the new Street Fighter. I just hope that they just embrace their roots and they try different things. If Mortal Kombat wants to go full blood and just go like they're gonna have Camp 2 obviously because it's Mortal Kombat, but like a different kind of camp. And then if Street Fighter embraces the other end of that, they'll be good and they'll provide something for both fans. Personally.
Well, when it came to the first Mortal Kombat movie, the recent one, I should say,
yeah,
it's like they did embrace like, okay, yeah, it's R-rated, we're gonna be, but then they added a lot of other shit where I was like, I think a lot of people went, and then they have this. We're following this character that is not literally in the Mortal Kombat mythos.
Oh yeah,
whole character.
He's our everyman looking at it from our perspective.
I wanted him to just go like the Scorpion and Sub-Zero stuff is the best thing in
the best part. Yes,
it could have just been that, and I think it would have been a better film. Like, why are we dealing with guy I don't give a shit about? Let's go back to Scorpion Sub-Zero and just make that. That could have just been.
That was the original name of the character. They just said that didn't test well.
They should have just. They should have just taught Scorpion Sub-Zero, and they say that it's a prequel to the Mortal Kombat, and people would have shown up. Like it would have
totally.
That would have been.
But then it's funny too because like when you watch the Mortal Kombat 2 trailer, who is barely in it? That motherfucker, because it's all
no
about
one
Johnny
liked him.
Cage.
Gonna die.
It's all about Johnny Cage, and everybody loves Carl Urban, and everybody's like, "Oh shit, look at this, Carl Urban, he's Johnny Cage." Even though it's kind of like, wow, really, they're really doing Carl Urban. All right, I have my reservations about it, but at the same time, I'm open. And then when I saw the trailer, I went, okay, they are also kind of like going, hey, we got to really go into the cheese. And I didn't. You don't even see the Cole character in the movie, in the trailer, I should say. I'm like, I think
they're gonna kill him off.
Probably
like Johnny Cage in MK2 and MK Annihilation, which was like,
oh god, Jesus Christ! I know because when you watch that for the 1995 version, great. I can still watch it to this day. Yeah, it's not. It does it fully hold out? No, but rest in peace. Carrie, I forgot his name. Obviously.
Kanawa, I think so. I think.
Yeah. He just passed away recently. The guy who played Shang Tsung, who's been in, of course, like Showdown in Little Tokyo. He's
the Man in High Castle too.
Yeah.
Hiroyuki Tagawa.
Yeah, there you go.
Tsunami.
He was a good Shang Tsung, and he even played him in the video game, which was cool, like in the later video games.
That's awesome.
But that first Mortal Kombat, I mean, even though I think Paul W.S. Anderson, like after Mortal Kombat and Event Horizon, and maybe after I can give him credit for the first Resident Evil movie. He's not made a good movie since. He made a decent Mortal Kombat movie. He did. He made a decent Mortal Kombat movie.
For something that had to be PG-13 essentially for that time. Yeah. I mean, it's corny and silly, but there was remind me though too, is the Mortal Kombat movie the one responsible for the Mortal Kombat theme, like the Mortal Kombat and like all that? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Well, then there you go.
Popular. Yes.
Yeah.
So yeah, because that was specifically for the movie. I mean, of course, like they used the battle cry of Mortal Kombat, which was for the game for the commercials. I don't know if you like. There was like that was literally the battle cry was Mortal Kombat. That was for the commercial for the game, and they used that battle cry for the song. Okay. And that thing was a hit. That thing was a hit for months.
It's still. I remember when Schmosh was like making fun of it, back in like the old days and stuff. But it's persisted. I don't know if they did. Did they reuse it in the new Mortal Kombat movie?
I think they did. I think that
they
remixed it. Utilized. Yeah,
they remixed it. Okay.
Because you just can't get away from that. I mean, that was. Like I said, it started off with when they were selling the game Mortal Kombat. I think it was mainly for Mortal Kombat 2. And they, there was I remember that commercial where there was like all these dudes like it was going to be like some kind of like, big like Street Fight or something like that. And then somebody just yells out Mortal Kombat, and probably could find it online, of course. But that was always just like the battle cry for that game. Maybe it was for the first one. I don't know. But because, again, I mean, the first Street Fighter game didn't really go anywhere. It was Street Fighter 2 that was the one that took off.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody, I mean, I remember going to an arcade when I was younger, and the first Street Fighter game was there, and it was Ken and Ryu and like another character that was like the main guys, and it was like barely anything. It was bland. That's why, like, when it came to Street Fighter 2, when they had these extra characters and these backgrounds, they had these backgrounds for like these different kind of characters. And that's why it just took the world by storm, where literally you could play it at home on Super Nintendo, but you wanted to go to the arcade and play somebody.
We had tournaments at the arcade. We were putting down money.
There was always like a group around the fucking game.
And there was only like 2 of them. You go to the arcade and there's only, I'm like, why you got like that Tekken madness with all that square bound shit.
I didn't get into Tekken.
But you had two Street Fighter 2s, and you had an old one. Everybody was hoarding around it, and we would fucking destroy that game. They would have to pull up the things and replace the controls because so many people
you're beating the shit out of it.
Slamming the shit out of it like we're fighting. Like we're in the arena fighting with these guys. We're hitting like we're punching.
I specifically and before we keep going, Chris, I know you got to go. I know. I was like,
you're good. I'm enjoying it. So
okay. I was
no,
just
you're
saying,
good. But
I know you got to go.
But yeah, no, thanks guys, and as always, won't be here next week. Gotta travel to see family, but I'll be back the week before. So
yeah, we got holidays, so I assume.
Great chatting with you, Chris.
Yep,
happy holidays.
Yep, happy holidays. Everyone be safe out there. And check out Marvel Alliance. Our newest episode we did yesterday because Marvel continues to screw us over with dropping that darn trailer. We did a year in review for the MCU, and like we said earlier, I mean, I do co-host a Marvel show, but I did not hide my displeasure with some of the stuff this year, and gave what some might consider a very surprising rating for the MCU as a whole this year. So
try look what they're doing in the comics.
I've already given up on that. So
the House of No Ideas.
Yeah, exactly. So
when you have a good idea, let's kill it. Let's kill the ultimate
with fire. With fire.
God damn it.
So, check it out on Geekverse Podcast YouTube channel, or search for Marvel Alliance on all the podcast feeds, and follow me on @ChrisBalga. So, thank you all. Have a good weekend.
All right.
Chris.
Later.
See you soon. No, but what I was gonna bring up, I remember one time it was crazy, because I was a big Mortal Kombat fan. Like I remember, I still know the blood code on Sega Genesis to this day, ABACABB. I will never forget that the blood code for Sega Genesis. And it's funny because I never owned a Sega Genesis. We never had it. We were a Nintendo family, but it was like my cousins that always had the Sega Genesis.
Same.
And Sega Genesis always felt like, ooh, I'm doing something bad. Don't tell my parents. Don't tell the parents I'm playing Sega Genesis, because it was a little bit more. Hey, it was a little bit more crazy. And I still remember the blood code for Mortal Kombat, and and of course we didn't tell our parents, because why would you do that? And then, of course, Mortal Kombat 2 came out. And, of course, that was more intense. And I remember I had Mortal Kombat on my Game Boy. I was more Mortal Kombat than I was Street Fighter, even though I still enjoyed Street Fighter. But I remember one time, it was crazy. Like, I had no idea, because obviously no internet or anything like that. My mom and my uncle, we went to the state line, which is the Nevada-California state line, which is essentially like there are casinos on that. Like, as soon as you cross the state line, you have a bunch of a little like grouping of casinos and stuff like that. So they were like, hey, we're gonna go, and of course I tagged along, and then it was like, hey, here's a sack of quarters, go to the arcade, check in every now and again, that whole thing.
Right.
And so of course I'm doing that whole thing, and then they're like setting something up. And I'm going, what the hell? And I'm seeing a bunch of dudes just like sitting there waiting. I'm like, what is happening? I'm probably like, I don't know, 13, 14, something like that. And they literally set up a big screen in a console. And then I look on it, and it has the Mortal Kombat Dragon with the 3 around it. I went, oh my God, there's a third one? And it was just like one of those, for the rest of the night, I'm watching just dudes play Mortal Kombat 3. No idea. But that's just the kind of thing that you don't get nowadays. It was like, I had no idea. I was like, I'm a Mortal Kombat fan. I didn't know there was a Mortal Kombat 3 that was coming out. And I witnessed them setting it up in this casino arcade. It was so fucking cool. And then eventually I got to play. Of course, they sucked because, but I literally was just watching for like a couple of hours. Just dudes just play this, and it was like watching all this thing, and they were all dialed in. They were doing fatalities and shit. I'm like, Jesus Christ, because they probably got the magazines and stuff like that. But I remember that so specifically because I was like, oh man, talk about a thing that just like that is time stamped in my brain, because I had no idea there was going to be a Mortal Kombat 3. And then of course it came out, and it came out on Nintendo and stuff like that. And of course I played it to death. And of course, they had the Mortal Kombat trilogy game where you could play all of it. You had the whole conglomerate of shit where you had every fucking character. Oh man! But then in Mortal Kombat 4, it got into the 3D kind of Tekken looking kind of stuff.
Yeah, that's where it started to tail off.
That's where I tailed off. I didn't like Tekken. I liked the side scroller. I like that.
You like that twisted around.
Yes. When the whole thing was twisting around, I didn't like it. And Mortal Kombat 4 got to that point, and I was like, I don't really like this. Yeah, but man, the first 3 Mortal Kombat movies, video games, I played so fucking much, man.
I was more of a Killer Instinct guy and a Street Fighter guy. And, which, fun enough, Killer Instinct's first game came in swinging in both the arcade and Super Nintendo, and so I was always more of a, which I don't know how I got away with playing that game as a kid, because that one has blood and all that stuff, and it's just like and I was like, Killer Instinct and Street Fighter 2 are more of my games. And then the out of all of them, it was Third Strike that we would go. There was this place called Game Dude in LA, in Hollywood, and they had their own arcade, and it was just always somebody was playing it, and I was just, oh shit, that looks better than Street Fighter 2. But nah, I'd rather play Street Fighter 2. It's on the Super Nintendo one, but
so my mom was very helicoptery, and I didn't have a console until I was like 10, and then even then it was the N64 and stuff like that. Now I went back before retro gaming became like a real thing. Like I went back and got like a Super Nintendo, and my buddy Dan knew, because I used to keep the N64 games and stuff like in the box still and stuff like that. So he got me like in box like the original Mortal Kombat for Super Nintendo, and I think I still have it to this day. So that's when I started playing Mortal Kombat. I was probably already in high school playing an old Super Nintendo game. but I was never into fighting games until same people, but the Injustice games. That's what I got into and stuff.
Yeah.
Because I loved the story, and I loved the idea of that, and like I thought they made a cool story, and then I didn't even know simultaneously at the same time Tom Taylor was given the task of doing the comic book, and then he made like a really good comic book, even though the art was like not great. Tom basically like wrote some of the best like fucked up DC lore in that sense. So I'm a big fan of like NetherRealm and like what they're doing and stuff, and I hope the new Mortal Kombat is like really cool and really good. I have fallen off the Mortal Kombat stuff though, in terms of like I know the new one came out a couple years ago. I know they were like throwing Omni-Man and Homelander and Peacemaker in there and stuff. I don't know how well the game did though. I feel kind of annoyed in how badly Warner Brothers has managed their game studios and stuff,
It's been
because
so bad.
Oh, I know. Well, I think I don't know if they didn't use the exact words, but the press definitely did. That Netflix came in and didn't even think about the game studio.
They were like, no,
Yeah.
we're not doing that. No.
Yeah.
They
So-
cheese that up so much, Yeah, when it comes to this whole merger thing, that was like a thing where like a lot of where they're like, we don't even we're not even gonna even touch that. I mean, the video game, and I know like when Gunn like came in, he was like, oh yeah, we want to do video games. Like, where are you doing any of that? There's no video games that are happening with the DCU.
He came in and says we're gonna do video games, and like a year later, I think the One game got canceled. I think that was the timeline. And I was like, oh, cool, that's great.
It's been in development for what, a decade? Like, Jesus Christ.
Well, the worst part about it, with the exception of like the Lego Batman stuff, is that Warner Brothers Games patented the Nemesis system, so no other game or anything can use that except them. So it's driving me insane, because I love the old Arkham games, even the one that wasn't made by Rocksteady. And then I guess the Suicide Squad game was complete ass garbage.
Yep.
And I mean, I didn't buy it. I mean, when I saw the trailers and stuff, I was like, I'll wait to see what fans think. And I made the right choice on that one. But
I think a lot of people went like, really? You're doing that?
Yeah. Well, like I was skeptical, but I was like, no, Rocksteady's done so well so far. They've made some great games. And then I heard like that the founders had left the studio, and I was like, oh, that's never a good sign. And then like, it was just disaster.
I mean, like I understand the concept of Suicide Squad versus Justice League. I was like, oh, okay. Yeah. But then it was just like the execution was like, you guys cheese this up. Nope.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I mean,
it's like build a world like the Arkham games were great because you built a world where like, I mean, especially when like, so you had Arkham Asylum where where you're as Batman and you're going through Arkham Asylum, and it worked. And then they followed up with Arkham City. So you expanded it. It's like, okay, so take that concept and just be like, okay, you can have you have your different cities and you have your different heroes. So just apply that, like, with that, where you have Metropolis, you have Gotham City, you have Central City, you have Star City.
The whole groundwork was laid.
Yes.
If you look at videos on Arkham Knight, there's if you go to Bruce Wayne's office in Arkham Knight, there's video recordings left over of Lex Luthor talking to him about things. They were teasing the Superman game, and they were planning to do that. And Warner Brothers, being the magnificent studio that they are, came in and said, no, you're doing a Suicide Squad game. And they were like, what are you talking about? Like, we literally want to do a Superman game. That's what everyone wants.
And I'm sure that's what was that they were trying to do. Like, hey, we could build a whole fucking ecosystem of, the DC universe within a game,
Yeah. Now, meanwhile, years later, the Insomniac Spider-Man games are fucking killing it, and they're working on Wolverine, because that's what you fucking do. Like, and I'm just losing my mind as a DC fan, because like I think it pretty much peaked in many ways with like 2012, 2013. It was just that era, and I was like, oh, the new Superman movie's coming out, and this is cool. And then by 2016, I was like, okay, I don't know what's happening right now. And then like now I'm just like, I don't know anymore. I don't know what. Oh, we got a cool Batman movie and Penguin show. That's cool. And then everything else, I'm just like, all right, But no, it's just aggravating that Rocksteady literally had the groundwork like ready to go. And, yeah. But I mean, Arkham Asylum and Arkham City to me are like 10 out of 10 games. They're just like, I mean, pretty much perfect. Arkham Knight for me was doing too much. They didn't use Paul Dini to write the game, and you can tell. And there's just like too much going on. There's too many Riddler trophies. Like it's just too much. And the Batmobile, the forced Batmobile missions are rough. Like I did not like that. But I liked the WB Games or whatever when they did like the prequel, and I thought that was pretty fun. And you got to understand
Arkham
yeah.
Yeah.
And back to Bane, I liked how they utilized, and he's both like, you know, Dark Knight Rises Bane, and then he becomes like comic book Bane. And I liked how they showed that with the Venom and like how they did that. I've always liked Bane. I thought Bane was like a fun character. I haven't read the Absolute stuff yet, but I've heard it's incredible. So as you guys were talking about earlier when I came in, so I'm interested to check that out.
I still remember like when it came to Arkham Asylum, that first game, man. The Killer Croc level was like, I hated that level. I hated that level so much.
Yeah. It's so annoying, tedious.
It was, but it was so brilliant because it was just one of those things where it's like you're literally walking in the sewer on these like wood planks on the water, and you're holding up a batarang, and just because you're trying to like find like these spores, poison ivy spores that are supposed to utilize for something else. I can't remember what it is.
Yeah, to make an antidote or something.
Yeah, something like that. And then anytime you hear a splash and the music change, Killer Croc is charging at you, but you had no idea where the fuck he was at. So then you're just like, you're like throwing the batarangs, like, what the fuck? Where's he at? And God, I hated that shit because it would be so quiet. You're just, and you hear like, you know, a little drop, and then all of a sudden, and it was like, I hated that, you know. And when it came to Arkham City, I hated the fucking Mr. Freeze level. That was a hard one too.
Yeah, I definitely had issues. I definitely had trouble. I mean, they don't really do game guides anymore, or like the physical ones. But yeah, I have to go online and just look at like where to go around.
How do you defeat this? Yeah.
But
dude,
but I mean,
there was one time, like I think it was the second time I played Arkham Asylum. For some reason I just could not beat the I was like, God damn, I hate this level. And my roommate was like, here, I got it. And he like fucking defeated it quickly. I'm like, Jesus Christ, you're way more level-headed than me. I was like,
a lot of
more low pulsed.
A lot of original Arkham Asylum is just timing. Like for a long time, I had real issue with the Poison Ivy fight.
He was more of a game. Oh yeah, the Poison Ivy one was pretty good too.
And it's all just down to timing. Like once you understand
You
exactly,
had to throw the batarang at her at like a certain part.
Yeah, you have to time it like ahead of time, and then it hits her. And it's funny because she'll be like mid combo, and then it'll hit her, and then she just collapses and stuff. But the worst part about, I think it was also in City as well, is if you die, you're dead, and then they walk over you, and then sometimes it takes a while sometimes you can't skip it, so you just have to have them grovel over you, and I'm just like, God damn it, fuck you, and like just remember that.
Oh man, yeah. Games are. I mean, that's the thing. Is like, but it was. I think that's why they always had trouble when it came to the other characters, because like when it came to Batman, it was like it was so easy to just be like, oh yeah, you could be like overlooking the city, and then you do you're gliding with your cape, and you're doing the grapple gun, and then you could just land on somebody and then just start fucking fighting them, and you get the fucking little like the
indicator.
Yeah, the indicator's like, hey, you better look over here. Somebody's gonna punch you. You know, you can't. Can you do that with Superman? Can you do that with Wonder Woman?
I think Wonder Woman. I think you definitely could. You just have to give them different enemies, because Wonder Woman. All you need is some god to show up. You can have Ares just show up, and he just has resurrected soldiers or something.
See, that's the thing, though. Like
or whatever.
When it came to Batman, you just had any henchman.
Yeah.
You can't have that with some of these other characters, and I think that's the problem. That's the problem that lied. I mean, I remember the first Superman game on Nintendo 64.
Yes,
you guys remember that?
Atari.
Yeah, but there was one in 64. Ronan knows. It's like you just literally flew through rings.
That was the first game that I bought with my own money that I learned of, like, oh, this is why licensed games are bad. Like I didn't really know that, but I love the animated series. I got the game at like a pawn store,
because that was during that time. Yeah,
Yeah, I think it was one of the I hoard stuff just whatever I have, and that was one of the only games I went back and like gave back to them. I was like, give me at least like $5 back for it, because I bought it. I mean, I don't remember what I paid for it at the time. I probably paid like maybe $20 or higher, but I got like $5 back for it. I think I was like, please, man, I'm going to spend the $5 immediately on something else here. Just please. And like I got rid of it because it was so
funny.
bad.
It was so funny because I remember when the Nintendo 64 came out, and of course Mario 64 was like the big thing, and then they released the Superman game, and it was funny because I have a distinctive memory of playing it at my cousin's house. Again, this was the cousin that also had the Sega Genesis, and that's where I played Sonic, and I played Streets of Rage, and the games I shouldn't have been playing, because Sega Genesis was the adult console. But I remember, like, I still remember the layout of his house. They had a game room, like a literal game room,
nice.
Where there was a pool table, and it was a little, and there was like a TV up on the wall, and they had the Nintendo 64 connected to it, and we were like playing it, and then it was like my cousin was showing me the Superman game, and it was just it was literally just it's just Superman flying through rings. It's like that's all you do. What the fuck? It was like so like, it was like to the point where we went, let's just play Mario again, because Mario was actually, Mario, and you actually did shit.
I never got past the first level in Superman.
Hey, Dave, I just sent you a message. That's what I had to deal with.
Yeah. So I remember going online because I was like, because I'd seen like on the box art, there was like a picture of him like standing fighting something. So I was like, that's got to be in the game. And I looked at like, I think I went online to look at like the later levels, and they were like, yeah, you still fly through rings here, you still fly through rings. I was like, why does it why does it go on for so long like this? Like, fight a machine, fight Luthor, fight Brainiac. I don't know, but it was one of the worst games I've ever played. I only got, if I got any enjoyment out of it, it was this. I don't know what they were trying to capitalize on, but there was a thing where you could like play like with two players, because I had two controllers, and you could like fly around and try to like hit each other or something like that. And that was the only enjoyment I got out of the game. But even my friends didn't want to play it. Like, they were like, I don't want to play this. Let's play like, another 2-player game, or, Star Wars Episode 1 Racer or something.
See, that's the thing is like, and I think that's why they've always had struggle with that, because it's Superman. It's like, how do you make it that exciting?
Well,
but Batman was easy, because you could just you could be perched up. You could do like, you could drop down and grab somebody, and then you could drop down and just start fucking, and you're like hitting your buttons. You're like, you're like interactive so much. You can't do that with Superman.
I think this could have been their plan, or it could have just been people online like talking about what the actual process was, or what they wanted in a game. Because there's many things you could do. You could have, because even the Superman animated series, they worked on this. You could have it where there's like, red sun radiation, so Superman's lost his powers.
Yeah,
and he has to function normally to try to figure some stuff out, whether it's Clark or as Superman. He's weakened to a degree, and then as the game progresses, you get stronger and stronger and stronger. And I've seen so many simulations of Superman like flying around like a GTA city and stuff like that. And because he's Superman, he wouldn't like fly into a building. Like, the game would stop you from going through a building or like a bridge or something like that. But you still have Superman's flight, and you can, get around that way and stuff.
I saw something recently too. Like, I can't remember what it was. It was something. Was it like a Fortnite thing? Probably.
I do know with Fortnite, they've been doing a few different things. There was something that I remember it was making the rounds, because they just added like the 2016 Batmobile to Fortnite.
Oh yeah,
something like that, or the Batfleck mobile, I should call it. And I don't know. As far as Superman stuff, I think someone did like a mod. It was like Zack Snyder's Superman going around GTA 5 or something like that, and like, flinging people around or whatever.
Yeah.
I don't know. I saw that.
No, there's like, I've seen some stuff. But no, the thing I saw today was Back to the Future. It was showing Marty in the past, in 1955, and in 2015, where you're like in an interactive world, and you can like see Hill Valley in 1955 or 2015. And I was like, that's fucking cool. I don't know if like that was an actual thing or
there's the Telltale game that came out a long time ago that's been like re-released through different consoles and stuff. But that's kind of like a point and click adventure. I don't know about like a fully interactive world. I mean, there's parts where you can walk around and stuff.
Yeah, like I said, it probably was like an AI thing. I don't know if it would have said. But I also PlayStation also released a Terminator 2 side scroll. Did you see that shit? That looks so cool.
That's been around for a while. Not like no, not like from the past. It's been delayed several times because every time a new trailer's popped up for it, I've shared it with my friend because we love the Terminator movies. Yeah. I think it's finally officially coming out though. I think
I think that's what it is. Like they finally are like going to actually release that like Terminator 2 side scroll, but it's obviously with top-notch graphics, so everything's so smooth. And they're taking it's so funny because I remember like there was something I pointed out before. I don't know if I pointed out like I've said it not. I probably have said it on here, but I remember like when Terminator 2 came out, or no, I mean obviously later. You had Game Boy, you had Nintendo, and naturally they were going to put both of those on there. Obviously Terminator 2 was a hit, and they were going to put the game on both of those consoles. But it was so funny because I remember, like, my brother was always playing Nintendo. I had my Game Boy. We both had Terminator 2 as a game. They were so distinctly different because I remember popping in the Game Boy version, and the very first level is you playing John Connor in the future, and you're going through the battlefield, and you're like, oh shit, we're going through the battlefield. That's not what happens in the Nintendo game. Like it was almost like Nintendo, because obviously they own both. They're like, hey, we're going to divide this up, the different levels for each one, and like each one had like a different kind of like, I don't know. It was so weird. Like I went, and me and my brother were like, wait a minute. In the Nintendo version, you actually go into the hospital to find Sarah Connor. You don't do that in the Game Boy version. But in the Game Boy version, you're John Connor in the future trying to, get to Skynet to grab a T-800, but you don't have that in the Nintendo version. But in the Nintendo version, you have the level where you're going through the bar as the T-800 to, fight off guys and then, find your clothes and shit like that. It was like kind of like a weird thing, like where it was different for each one. But when I saw the trailer or the little preview for this PlayStation version, it was like everything. It was everything. It was the whole movie essentially.
Yeah.
In one, I was like, oh fuck, this just reminds me of like they just like kind of combined everything. But it was so weird, like back then, that they like when it came to Game Boy and Nintendo, they divided up like the certain scenes in the movie. Some scenes were the same, but some weren't. Like you just didn't have the same scenes in the Game Boy. I mean, there was literally a Game Boy version where you had to like figure out a puzzle because you're reprogramming the T-800. So you had to go through and make sure like the little power surges made it to the other side. It was like a puzzle. It was really cool because you're trying to figure it out and you're trying to do it. You had a time limit to make sure like the surges went, and then you reprogrammed a T-800. Now you have a T-800, but you didn't have that in the fucking Nintendo version. It was like, it was so interesting. Like how I was like, wow. Even I noticed that as a kid. We were like, me and my brother were like, what the fuck? Why is it different? We have different levels. Like the whole movie is between these two versions of the game. They didn't share the same kind of things though. It was kind of weird, but when I saw the PlayStation one, I was like, oh, it seems like they're kind of combining those into one kind of thing, and they're making a side scroller. And I'm like, oh, I kind of want to play that.
I'm just picturing you guys playing the game, and the Nintendo version just ends like the regular movie, but the Game Boy version has the alternate ending where you see like old Sarah Connor, and it's like John Connor's a senator.
Dude, they actually showed like a city in the Game Boy version going, everything was fine, which was kind of like how the original version was. They did show that in the Game Boy version when you defeated the T-1000. Yeah,
That's wild.
they did.
Okay, that's really funny. Yeah,
I don't know. Yeah, it was so kind of, and I don't remember how the Nintendo version ended, but yeah, it was just so weird how they was just. I was just always baffled by that as a kid. Me and my brother were like, "Oh yeah, it's different how like that, you know." And even like the motorcycle scene, like when the T-1000 is like trying to get you in the truck, it was different. Like it was way harder on the Nintendo version. I remember it was way harder. It was like you were just John Connor trying to dodge trash in the alley. You were trying to, and then making sure you were not going to get hit by the T-1000 behind you. But in the Game Boy version, you were literally, it was the T-800. It was already on the bike, and you had to shoot at it and make sure you kept it at bay as you were also dodging shit.
Yeah, I think that's in the new PlayStation version.
Yes.
Too.
Yeah, you actually see that. Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So they're kind of like, and that's why I'm like, oh man, smart on them. I thought it was like an AI thing. I was like, oh, someone created like an AI thing when I first saw that. But I was like, oh wow, PlayStation is actually releasing a side scroller. I say side scroller to Terminator 2. That's fucking awesome. I'm like, I would totally play that. I'm like,
if I knew nothing about video games, I would have just said it was a remaster of like an old game that had existed. But in some ways it is, in some ways it isn't. So I think that's cool. I just hope it's a good game, and I hope it pleases fans, and I hope all the delays have been like worth it to make something cool and stuff.
I mean,
like
it
that.
looks really good. That definitely does look really good. And thank you, Mr. Skeptic right here says Xbox Superman Returns game and JLL Heroes game. I didn't play those games.
No. But he's probably referring to the flight, because the flight simulation in Superman
Returns. Thank you for the $2 super chat, by the way. Sorry.
Yeah. The flight simulation in Superman Returns is considered one of the best things about that game. But it's one of the few things people wish had been incorporated in like other Superman games and stuff. It's kind of like when like the PlayStation Spider-Man did like the web slinging, and then of course you have like the Insomniac like just took that idea and then just really made it like, you know, super special and for their game series and stuff.
What'd you just send me, William?
Oh, you guys are talking about the Superman game. Look at the one I had to deal with when I was a kid. Damn kids today.
Oh, you're talking about the Atari version?
Oh yeah, the Atari version. Oh yeah.
Oh my god.
The Atari version of anything was always just
dots and squares and shit, dude.
I could be wrong. But I believe this was featured in the 75th anniversary animated short by Bruce Timm and Zach. Was it not? It's very brief. It's in between. It's in between. I think the Silver Age stuff and before the Doomsday segment or whatever. But yes, yep.
So you got in the phone booth, and then
yeah.
Then you got to find all these pieces of the bridge, and then Lois. For some reason, when you ran into Lois, sometimes she would take all your power away.
Oh my god!
Just like a woman taking all your power, Chad.
And there's the bridge. You had to build the bridge, and it was like.
God, look at this shit.
And there's a little jail you had to take him to.
I'm gonna have a seizure right now. I'm gonna have
I don't know what is happening right now.
Now you know why we were fucked up in Gen X, man.
I know, man.
Jesus, hold on. Dave, bring up the animated short, the 75th anniversary, because I'm pretty sure that they referenced the Atari game in there too. It's like
75th. What should I?
It was the 75th Superman. It was the animated short. It was done by Bruce Timm and Zach. It was like pretty much right after Man of Steel, or around the same time.
Let's see, shorts.
Yeah, when you see it, you'll probably remember.
Superman 75th animated short, right? Oh yeah, I remember this.
Yeah.
I
think like halfway through they reference the Atari game. It's almost like a blink and you miss it, but it's there.
That was high end, man. That's what we had.
Oh, of course.
Man. Video games have come a long way.
And then 80 years they need to do. They need to like take that and just add on to it for 80 years. I mean, I know some people, don't like whatever, but hey, add what's happening now with Superman and Supergirl. Maybe, I don't know, maybe just Superman. But that I know. I remember seeing that. But yeah, they fucking did have. That's the thing about Atari. I mean, that's what we had.
That's it. That was it. That was, and you only had. We were the only one that had it on the block. Nobody else had shit.
All you had was that joystick. You had the joystick and one button,
Pong,
one button, or you had
with combat. The version we got came with combat, which was basically some square tanks, and then adventure, which was like your sword was an arrow, and you went. It was like the highest tech thing.
We all remember the ET debacle, right?
Yeah, we did that back.
There you could find probably on YouTube as well the
Game Over
debacle of the ET. Like people talk about how that is the worst game.
It's the biggest disappointment. The commercial,
the
commercial was a fraud. That commercial led you to believe you were getting some really good shit. And I remember the old man opened that up on Christmas Day, and we were so
fucking. It was like I don't even remember. Like you were ET, but what the fuck were you even doing in the game?
You were ET, and you had to put together the phone, and it was ridiculous. And once you put together the phone, the stupid ship came down. But there were all these stupid pits, and it was so horribly done. And the commercial that they advertised was like, "Oh my goodness!" And then when you
because they rushed it, I remember seeing the little like thing about it. They rushed it because I think they didn't think
they wanted to meet Christmas time.
They wanted to be Christmas.
They were
somewhere in the desert. There's like 100,000 bad boys buried.
The movie was such a hit. They were like, "Oh shit, we got to shit out a game before Christmas time."
And it was
one of the worst games ever. Like, oh man.
It was considered by many video game historians to be partially responsible for the death of video games for quite a while, or basically like
until Nintendo came along in '88.
Yeah, once Nintendo did their thing in '85 with their console, then it changed hands dramatically. But yeah, that and then on top of that, there was that whole controversy of the whole landfill filled with all of the unsold games, and then only the last 10 years was it actually found out that was real, because that was just a rumor.
No, I don't even know why anybody doubted that. That was the only use for those games.
Yeah, it was garbage.
Oh, that was a horrible. And it wasn't because of the time, too, because there were Atari games in 82, 83 that were far surpassing that. And that weren't based on movie IP. So there was no excuse for that.
There were some really good Atari games.
I would argue, again, not knowing like video games the way I do certain other things, but I would say that ET was probably the linchpin in reminding people, if they didn't know, that like licensed games like that were like going to be bad. Basically, I mean, obviously there's many.
The Indiana Jones one really sucked.
Oh, dude!
They basically put Indiana Jones on a name on Pitfall and do that game in there.
If we're talking Indiana Jones, I will tell you guys, the Great Circle is a lot of fun. It's really, really good. I'm not a huge fan of the first person perspective, but when you play the game, you get used to it quite quickly, and the cutscenes are great, and the motion capture performance, as well as the voice of Troy Baker imitating 80s Harrison Ford, is pretty good. Like, you can sometimes still tell it's him, but like only like maybe 5% of the time. The rest of the time, it feels like you're listening to like young Harrison Ford. So they did a really good job, and I'm playing the DLC now for it, but it's good. It gets addictive. So probably way better than I'm assuming the Atari version was.
No, it was better. Trust me, it was. And when you got ColecoVision and Intellivision, you started getting these other ones, and then Atari just started making games for people, and they got out of the console business with the 2600. Right. So it was a different time. And then obviously you had Nintendo and Sega came out, and Sega, with Sonic and all that stuff. So it was a lot. Then I got out of games because it was becoming too addictive.
I played Sonic 2 so much. Like again, we didn't own a Sega Genesis. Like I said, we were a Nintendo family. But when I went to my cousin's house, it was like, whoa, what are we playing? Streets of Rage. I mean, it just seemed like Genesis was like, hey, we're in the red light district now, baby. What do you want to play? You know, it was like, hey, we're playing more adult shit. You want to play Road Rash? Huh? Remember that game? The fucking
Yeah. There was a lot of the technology was different. I had them both. I had a Genesis. I set them to each other. I had Nintendo and I had the Genesis. So.
Road Rash was a fucking. I mean, that was a game where like, yeah, you're illegally doing street racing on a bike, and then you're trying to beat the shit out of somebody off their bike and steal their weapon. What the fuck? I mean, it was brutal. It was so fucking fun though. Road Rash, loved. And then it came to Nintendo eventually. When it came to Nintendo 64, Road Rash came to Nintendo 64, but Genesis was like Sega was just, even with Sega CD, I mean, you had Duke Nukem and you know those games where they were like adults. You know, I remember like when I was like in 4th grade, 5th grade, when Sega CD came out, and you know, all the talk was like, oh yeah, you play like, you know, a certain game, it's like there's a sex scene in it. There's like a sex scene in this game right here or something like that. Like you don't see anything, but you hear it. You hear them having sex. It was like, ooh. It was like,
now we have Grand Theft Auto.
Sega's done. Like Sega like was like that. Sega was like the first. I remember when Dreamcast came out. That was like revolutionary. Like one of my really good friends, like he had a Dreamcast and we played the football game on that. We were so mesmerized of the graphics. They were, because it was like the first time there was 128-bit graphics, and we were like mesmerized. But then PlayStation and Xbox came in and just blew it out of the fucking water. Like it was so weird. Like it was, Dreamcast was the first to get to that technology, but it didn't catch on as big. And then when Xbox, or when PlayStation, specifically PlayStation, came in, that was it. It was like Sega didn't have a dog in the fight after PlayStation.
I mean,
Sony got into it.
From what I know, and again, I could be very wrong, so if I am, feel free to correct me. But I think with Dreamcast, the problem was it always comes down to the library of games, or what you have available, because you can have great graphics, great technology, but if you don't have the games to sell, like that's it, you know. Nintendo, if Nintendo fucks up, I give them credit, because they'll come back like 10 times stronger. Like the Wii U was a disaster. There's good games for it, but like nowhere near the amount you need. They tried to relaunch it with Mario Kart 8, but then but yeah, it just wasn't enough.
Nintendo, it's funny because like I don't mean to cut you off, but like Nintendo, like when it came into like the, you know, the 3D graphics, it was like every other one missed. Nintendo 64 was a huge hit. GameCube was not. And then what was the next one after that? The Wii. The Wii was a huge hit. The Wii U was not a hit. The Switch comes out, huge hit. It was like they were just like, oh yeah, we would fuck up in between, because like the Wii U, like you said, was not a hit, but the Nintendo Wii was a hit. But then the Switch comes out and everybody's like, oh, that's cool. I can literally have a console that I can connect to my TV, and then if I wanted to, I could just hold on to it and just play it with the screen. And I was like, brilliant. So they were like, they had like a little kind of like, oh yeah, we missed in between, but overall they still fucking succeeded with what they wanted to do.
Nintendo is smart to a degree. I mean, in terms of like when they get it right, they don't always utilize graphics. They just want to make sure you can play on the console, and that they have, like, the Switch helped that, because by that point the graphics card got good enough where they could go back on their old library, and then you had access to like everything all on like a handheld that you could then prop on and cast your TV essentially. And the Switch 2 I have, and it's basically just a bigger and better version of the original Switch, and you can convert your Switch file over to the Switch 2, so it's not like you're even missing a beat basically. So they basically more or less even created, I don't want to say like a PS5 Pro to a PS5, but in many ways they just made an improved Switch essentially. So, but yeah, I mean they're doing really well. They're doing their thing. I'm playing Donkey Kong Bonanza right now, which is pretty fun. I keep playing Stardew Valley because I can't get enough of Stardew Valley for some reason. And but the last game I was obsessed with was probably Ghost of Tsushima and the Indiana Jones game. So, but I haven't played Ghost of Yotai yet. I've heard I've heard it's good, but people are just pissed because you're not following the same character, even though you could, and you're following a different character, and it's not the same, but yet it is in the same universe basically. So it's like, okay,
that's cool.
Yeah. And I've heard people say that Yote's better. I haven't finished Tsushima yet. From what I played of it, I love it. Like, the fact that they went out of the way and made it a Kurosawa mode, and then I heard in Yote there's a lo-fi mode, I guess, and it's like the guy who did Bebop and Samurai Champloo, Shinichiro Watanabe, work with them to do like a mode where you just listen to that type of music while you're samuraiing, and it's just like, whew.
That's awesome. Yeah, no, Ghost of Tsushima, because for years people were begging Ubisoft to make like a samurai assassin game, and they never did. And Ghost of Tsushima basically was that. Like, if you want to play a samurai game, they made it, and it's terrific. It's a great game. I think I beat it twice. I don't know. I didn't get done with my second playthrough. That's what it was. Because my ADHD, I go back and forth on everything between movies and video games and comics and everything else. But Ghost of Tsushima was a terrific game. Like, there's not much that I can think about it being bad. It was just a 10 out of 10. It was just terrific. So I will get to Yotai at some point though, eventually. So yeah, I literally got a PS5 Pro literally for GTA 6, and then they delayed GTA 6 again. So I was like, cool, good stuff. So
it's crazy. But I think this could be a good time to wrap up the stream. I think we've done a lot of talking when it got, and we went off on this video game tangent, which is, always fun. I always love it when we go on these little tangents and reminiscing of old video games and where we are now and everything like that. But of course, I want to thank Mr. Chris Bauga. I want to thank Rebecca Johnson. I want to take and also Danny Comics and everything, of course, for joining and getting into that. Am I forgetting somebody? I feel like I am. Phil. Yes. Phil also. And Ben. Ben was also here too. So thank you to those guys. But let's go around the horn and promote what you guys have to promote. Ronan, you first.
You can follow me at Ronan Unchained on YouTube and all the socials. This past week, between Kill Bill, The Whole Bloody Affair, the Fortnite Kill Bill short, I've been covering those two things, the hell out of them. And then for the Game Awards, I did reactions to Fate of the Old Republic, Reveal, Galactic Racer, the Street Fighter sneak peek. You'll see my reaction in about 7 hours. And then what else? Supergirl coverage. I did finish the book, and I recorded myself reading the last issue, so I might drop that on Sunday, depending on time frame. But next few weeks, Fallout Season 2 comes about, and then God help us if something doomsday drops.
William, what do you got besides just yawning like me?
Oh, dude, I've been here since 10. I have our show tomorrow. We're going to dive deep into the comparisons between what we saw with the teaser with Supergirl and the actual comic. So we're going to go through that. We're going to go over Absolute Batman 15, the Joker, and some Welcome to Derry stuff, since that's going to be the last episode.
Oh man, that show is so fucking good. My God.
Yeah, and it's been huge, and just a couple of other things. We have our marathon, our Christmas Eve marathon coming up, and then our New Year's Eve marathon for FSP coming up, and then there's going to be a Harry Potter one in there that that Claudio will run for us. So that's all.
Nice.
I can't do the Harry Potter thing, but it's for a good cause. So there you go.
No, there you go.
I like it. Paul, do you have anything?
I'm just living. just going to.
You're living. You're writing. You're writing.
Yeah, no, I'm writing, and I'll catch you back for the show on that a little bit. But no, I'm pretty much right now. I'm just focusing on getting ready for the next rental period and stuff, and just doing some stuff on the side. But other than that, I've just mostly been traveling, as you've probably seen on Instagram and stuff. Just Spain, Brazil, and now Japan. So we'll see how that goes.
Yeah,
pretty much it.
Good. I'm sure the sushi is going to be fantastic over there.
I would hope, being in Japan.
Yeah, for sure. So
yeah, man.
All right. Well, like I said, thank you to Chris, thank you to Phil, thank you to Rebecca, thank you to Danny for joining the conversation when it comes to Supergirl, and of course, thank you to Ronan, thank you to William, thank you to Paul. Good times, and thank you to everybody who spent the entire time here. Hopefully, you had a good Friday, and hopefully, you have a good weekend. We will talk to you guys later.